Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 4 of What If I Was Reborn into the One Piece world, trained and gained the ultimate devil fruit. Let the tale begin. Chapter 56, Life for a Life. While everyone's aggro was on Luffy, Crocodile turned into sand and went for Whitebeard. Seeing this, Ace was the first to snap out of it as he turned into fire and blocked Crocodile. Fire was also a natural enemy of the sand. Ace's leg turned to flames and sent a kick towards Crocodile. As soon as his fire touched his sand, the sand solidified and turned into glass. Heh, figured you'd block me. Don't get cocky now, kid. Croc, I won't let you hurt Pops. Whitebeard grinned, seeing Ace safe and sound. You alright, son? Heh. I can still fight. Luffy jumped up and landed beside Ace as well, along with Sabo. Kizaru had reappeared in a flash of light over to where the admirals are. Be careful, another scary one is coming. Who? Just as Sengoku asked, a stream of water landed beside Luffy and revealed a man with huge wings behind him. Seeing him, Luffy grinned. Lucas! Yo, I thought we'll meet in Sabaody, Luffy. Shishishishi. Don't sweat the details. Everyone watched people begin to line up beside Whitebeard. In fact, Lucas himself never thought that he would be able to stand side by side with these characters he had read since he was young. Whitebeard started to laugh as well. Gururara. So you're here as well, huh, white-haired brat? This instantly shattered Lucas' excitement. Ah. Who are you calling a brat, white-bearded geezer? Hearing the two, everyone sweated. Luffy then finally took a look at Whitebeard and declared. I've heard about you. You want to be the pirate king, right? Well, the one who's going to be the pirate kind is me. What kind of people are these? One of them cursed Whitebeard, the other is competing against him. As if their shock wasn't enough, Hancock joined in and pointed at Whitebeard with her head high up and her body bent backward. Foolish man. If my husband says he will be the pirate king, then he will be the pirate king. Well, I'll be damned. Though everyone crashed to the ground in shock, Whitebeard simply grinned and laughed. Gururara. You better not get in my way, greenhorns. You're the one who better not get in our way, geezer. Watching them, everyone was already beyond shock that they didn't know how to react anymore. Ace and Sabo could only bring their palms to their face and sigh. Over to where the admirals are, Kizaru turned to Sengoku and asked. Dear me, may I assume that all of these intruders may be executed, Sengoku-san? Naturally. Having heard that, Kizaru appeared before everyone again and sent a laser beam to where Whitebeard was. Lucas was already keeping tabs on him, and with his observation hockey, he was able to be a step ahead. A wall of water already appeared between them, which blocked his attack. Boom! When the light exploded, all it did was spray water onto everyone. Lucas looked over to where Kizaru was and smiled. Ready for round 3, Kizaru? My, what an annoying brat. Seeing the two about to duke it out, Ace jumped off and started to run towards the platform, followed by Luffy and Sabo. Pops! We'll be moving in as well. Gururara. Go! Oars, make a path for them. Aye aye. Oars moved and swung his arm down to the ground to get rid of as many enemies he could get. Kuma appeared to try and stop Oars with his Ursus shock, but Sabo immediately appeared in front of him as he swung his steel pipe. Kuma! What's wrong with you? Sabo tried to reason out with Kuma, but he didn't reply, as if he never heard anything. Kuma's mouth opened where Sabo saw a blinding light. His face paled as he swung his steel pipe at Kuma again. Back to where Luffy and Ace were, a path has been cleared by Oars, but he was soon preoccupied by the team of marine giants and was held back. More marine officers and captains surrounded the two, including Black Cage Hina. Seeing them being surrounded by a bunch of marines, Hina stretched her arms and encircled them all in one big cage. Away's Bowery! Luffy noticed her and also recognized her. You're that girl from Alabasta. Everything that gets in Hina's way will be locked up. Hina started to cross her arms along with the encircled cage, thereby locking up everyone that gets caught in between. Enemies and allies alike. Wah! Hey, Hina! The various captains tried to struggle in her grasp but were unable to be freed. Meanwhile, Luffy and Ace were able to get away with Luffy going to second gear and Ace turning to fire. When they passed by Hina, Hina showed a small smile then turned to look at Lucas fighting Kizaru in the air, not caring about the trapped captains. With more and more Marines trying to stop them, Moria finally joined in and started to raise his undead. Rise, my zombie soldiers, and capture Straw Hat and Fire Fist. This is a battlefield. The more corpses there are, the more zombies I can make. Kashishishishi. Oh! Luffy gritted his teeth seeing Moria again and was about to fight the zombies when a pillar of water suddenly shot towards the zombies, instantly making them spit their shadows. Ace turned to see Jinbei beside the water and knew it was him. If I remember correctly, the zombie's weakness was salt. Jinbei! Jinbei nodded at Luffy and Ace. Go! I will deal with this one. Thanks! Ace and Luffy continued to charge ahead while Jinbei blocked Moria. After dealing with a few more Marines, a figure showed up in front of them with his lower half turned to smoke. White blow! Godash! Smokey! Luffy really didn't like facing this guy as he can't touch him. Just before Smoker's attack can reach them, a slender figure appeared and sent a spinning kick at Smoker. Hancock! Luffy smiled in surprise. Right! Hancock knows hockey. She should be able to beat Smoker. Luffy, I was able to get the key to that man you were trying to save. Take it and go! Oh! Thanks a lot, Hancock. Haha, nice one sis-in-law. After tossing the key to Ace, the two of them quickly left to let Hancock deal with Smoker. Hancock's face continued to blush when she heard Ace call her sis-in-law. Ah, this is love. Smoker tried to escape from Hancock when he saw her be distracted, but Hancock quickly snapped out of it. You think you can chase after my husband? Perfume femur. GH dash. Damn it. On the execution stand, Sengoku's face fell seeing Ace and Luffy able to reach so far. He took the Denden Mushi and announced something again. What are you all doing, allowing a rookie to beat you up? I have told you how dangerous Ace is, I shall tell you about Luffy as well. Not only was he raised together with Ace, he is also the son of Revolutionary Dragon. Everyone listening had a similar shock as when Ace's father was announced. Just, what is this? One is the son of the Pirate King, the other the son of the leader of the Revolutionary. While everyone appeared shocked, Hancock couldn't care less as she smiled bashfully. Ah, even if you're the son of demons, I still... Garp sighed as he watched things unfold. I don't care, there is no need to hide it anymore, Luffy has already gained such power and infamy that such labels may as well mean nothing. At this moment, a giant who tried to stop Luffy was blown away by his Gear 3rd and Ace's Fire Fist. Gomu Gomu no. Flaming. Gigant Red Hawk. Lucas watched this from the sky and a smile appeared on his face. In the original story where Ace had died in Luffy's arms, it was speculated by many that Ace's spirit has somehow transferred to Luffy in a way that he could use Red Hawk. Of course, this was never really proven. Still, it was nice that he got to see it here as well even with Ace still alive. Since everything was still going fine on Luffy's side, as expected of plot armor, it was time for Lucas to focus on his enemy, Kizaru. For a while now, none of them are able to land a clean hit on each other as one can disappear into light and the other can turn to water. Though Kizaru knows hockey, Lucas simply timed the control of his body using his superior observation hockey. Lucas actually didn't care if he could beat Kizaru or not, but he should at least be able to tie him down so he doesn't interfere with the others. But this only lasted for a while. Soon, Aokiji showed up and joined the fight. Seeing Aokiji, Lucas' mouth twitched. Oi oi oi. Why are there two admirals dealing with me? It was a good thing that he didn't have to despair for long as a new figure appeared by his side. Lucas! I'll back you up. Ah, you are Marco, right? Lucas turned to Marco, who appeared as a flaming phoenix, and wondered why he seemed to be acting familiarly to him. HM? Ah, yeah. I guess this is your first time meeting me? Haha, don't sweat it. Let's take care of these guys first. Though Lucas was confused and really wanted to ask what that was about, Lucas still nodded and charged towards Akiji and Kizaru along with Marco. Seeing the two together resembled two birds. One was made of water, the other made of fire. When they flew in the skies, they seemed to be in sync as they attacked. No, from what Lucas could feel, it was as if Marco is able to match himself perfectly. In his mind, he was thinking, have we met before? Still, Lucas knew this wasn't the time to ask questions, so he ignored the feeling and continued attacking. Akiji waved his hands and tried to freeze the two of them, but Marco was unable to be frozen while Lucas had already entered the second-degree boiling man mode. That wouldn't work on me anymore, Akiji. Steam burst. Ice Age. Akiji attempted to freeze the steam explosion, but Marco flew into the steam and ignited along with it, pushing the heat to a whole new level. Phoenix burst. Boom. Lucas stared wide-eyed and slack jaws when he saw the huge destruction their attack caused. Damn! That combo move was so powerful. When the smoke caused by their attack settled, they saw Akiji and Kizaru appearing bloodied and injured. There was even a burn scar on Akiji's face, and Kizaru had somehow lost a hand as well. They're hurt? Aren't they Logia? Ah, I used Haki as well. Lucas was a bit dumbfounded seeing Marco for AV sign with his fingers next to him. Like I thought, he's really acting so familiar to me. Unable to hold back, he asked. Have we met before? Ah. My hawk is targeting those two. I'll help them out. As Marco said, my hawk had indeed started to attack Luffy and Ace. Just now, with a single swing of his sword, the ice wall at the side was cut cleanly in half. Marco shouted while on his way. Vista! Lend them a hand. On it! A man with a curled mustache and two swords arrived just in time to block my hawk. Looking around and seeing two admirals heavily injured, Lucas relaxed for a bit and flew back beside Whitebeard. Whitebeard glanced at him and asked, Are you not joining them? I will, but first, let me heal you so you can fight on your peak condition. Whitebeard turned and saw Lucas' hand turn to water and was about to touch him. He sighed and grabbed Lucas' arm with Haki to stop him. No. What? But why? As long as you get back to your peak, we can easily end this. Lucas frowned and looked at Whitebeard. Even though he seemed powerful, but Lucas can feel how weak he is at the moment. If he can just use his healing ability on him. Brat, do you still don't know the cost of healing with your powers? Huh? Whitebeard saw how clueless Lucas looked and sighed. Your fruit is not an ordinary fruit. It changes from time to time and seems to adapt when the situation needs it to, correct? Why yeah, but... How does Whitebeard know his power? But your healing ability is something dangerous. When you heal, a part of your life is taken from you. Do you get it? What you're doing is not healing, rather, you are taking your own life and giving it to someone or something. You will only die if you keep using it. Lucas was shocked yet not surprised. Every time he had used this healing power of his in the past on someone or something else, he would feel dizzy for a while, but he simply thought it was due to overusing his powers at the time. For a while now, he does have this faint feeling that it will be dangerous if he keeps overusing it, but to think that the cost of his healing was his own life. Still, how does Whitebeard know of all this? How exactly do you know this, Whitebeard? Gururara, let's just say I knew someone who had the same ability in the past. Someone else who had the same ability. But that's impossible. I ate this fruit back in my world, so how would it appear here as well? Everything seemed confusing and Lucas can't think of an answer. Since that was the case, let's just forget about it for now and focus on what's happening at the moment. Lucas looked at his hands once more, then back at Whitebeard. If it is as you say, then let me heal you even if it's just a bit. This way, the war will end much faster. I told you, no. Get out back there, son, don't make me throw you. Fine. Lucas grumbled and flew away to join the fight. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait, did he just call me son? Chapter 57, Freed. Before Lucas could go back and ask Whitebeard what he meant, he noticed some changes in the formation of the Marines. Sengoku turned to a Marine officer beside him and gave his order. Begin the plan. Understood. Lucas saw this and frowned. Right about now, Sengoku should have ordered for the Denden Mushi visuals to be disconnected, as he didn't want the people around the world to see their cheating of moving the execution in advance and then making use of traitor, squad. For Sengoku, the single word victory is all the people need. But this time, it seems there was no need to do so, as the one being executed was an ace. Harua's life and death have no meaning to the Marines or the world. He was simply bait to lure in Whitebeard, unlike Ace, who symbolized the Pirate King Roger's last bloodline. As for Squard, Lucas doesn't know if they still planned on using him if they aren't going to cut the broadcast, but he still kept a close eye on the guy in case he does anything suspicious. At this moment, Sentomaru and his army of pacifistas had arrived. Whitebeard took a glance at them and had a slight frown. So those are the government's human weapons. I had heard rumors. Luffy saw the pacifistas as well and was surprised to see so many. It's those beat guys we saw back at the Sabati archipelago. There's so many. Sabo and Ivankov were also shocked and their faces turned grim. Kuma, just what on earth happened? KK Kuma. Sentomaru glanced at them all with a slight disdain in his eyes as he held his huge broadaxe on his shoulder. Now, all of you. We've waited long enough, it's finally our turn. Lucas looked over at Luffy and Ace and judged that they were safe for now. He flew up and headed straight towards the army of pacifistas that appeared from behind them. The pacifistas had already started to shoot their laser beams at the pirates when Lucas appeared. He glared at the army of pacifistas and the steam from his body started to increase as he activated Boiling Man mode. Marco is on the other side of the battlefield, so they can't do that super powerful combo, but that was fine. He's only up against some machines and not admirals. But the problem here was that the pacifistas numbered a lot. Well, I'll just burn even more. Lucas spread his arms wide and the hot steam started to condense into dots of highly pressurized energy around him. At first, there was 1, then 2, 3, 4, until the numbers had matched the number of pacifistas. Lucas remembered a certain anime and thought of a name for this move, even if it doesn't really match. Anyway, it was a cool name. Unlimited Steam Bursts. Boom boom asterisk 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 boom asterisk. The dots of pressurized energy shot forward and homed in onto their target pacifistas, creating explosions that matched Kizaru's own laser beams. In a few moments, when dust filled the air, everyone watched on with dumbfounded expressions. What the hell? Just how much more powerful can this guy be? When the dust finally settled and everyone saw the mess of the former pacifistas, they were all frightened. They looked back up at Lucas in awe and fear, but found Lucas suddenly became skinny. He looked like he had starved for years. He's basically a skeleton now. One Marine captain tried to take this as his only chance and used Zoro and Jeppo to quickly reach Lucas and swing his blade. He was indeed quick on his thinking, and being able to react immediately proved that he was strong. But it was a pity that someone else was faster than him. Before the Marine captain could reach Lucas, Whitebeard had appeared in front of him and swung his quake-clad fist down onto the Marine captain. Boom! Unable to dodge or block, the Marine captain spat out blood and was sent back down the ground with a huge crater. Lucas looked at Whitebeard and was confused. Being able to reach this fast, did he already know the weakness of using Steam Burst? Lucas took a while to gather water in the air again to refill himself. When he recovered, Whitebeard was already back on his ship, not paying him any more attention. Forget it, he's probably not gonna answer even if I asked. Lucas sighed and grumbled while mumbling stupid Whitebeard geezer. Whitebeard naturally heard this and just laughed. Gururara. Atta boy. Men! What are you all standing there for? Attack the platform. Yes, sir. With the pacifistas dealt with, the pirates' morale was high as they pushed on. Luffy and Ace also ran faster towards the execution stand. Shishishi. Man, Lucas is as strong as ever. I still need to get even stronger. Hee, he's pretty good, but he's still not a match to Pops. Just as they were about to get close, Kizaru appeared before them with a missing arm. He had a deathly grim look and was no longer as casual as before. Kizaru was pissed. To think that someone like Lucas could hurt him to this extent. But instead of taking his anger at Lucas, it was best to deal with these two for now. Kizaru knows how much Lucas cares for Straw Hat Luffy. If he kills him, it can be considered as his revenge. Kizaru didn't waste time with words anymore as he disappeared in a flash of light and appeared in front of Luffy with a kick. Godash! Luffy! Surprised by the sudden attack, Luffy was thrown backward and landed near Jozu. Jozu saw Luffy and recognized him as Ace's brother, so he naturally turned to help. The opponent was an admiral. Even if he's heavily injured, he still wasn't someone Ace and Luffy could defeat. It wasn't just Jozu who charged at Kizaru. The several division commanders of Whitebeard also stepped in and held back Kizaru. As for Akiji, Marco is doing his best to hold him down along with the other pirate captains that came to help. Lucas took a quick look at the battlefield and found Squard. He was still on the battlefield and not anywhere near Whitebeard. While looking at the battlefield, Lucas also saw Buggy fooling around with one of the visual Dindin Mushi. I'm Buggy, the legendary. Lucas decided to ignore him. Suddenly, Lucas noticed something and his face went pale. Squard was indeed not near Whitebeard, but he's heading towards Luffy and Ace. The reason why Squard stabbed Whitebeard in the original was because it was Ace who was on the execution stand. His heart was swayed by Akainu into thinking that they had made a deal with Whitebeard to kill everyone else except for Whitebeard's crew. Squard's hate for Ace's father, Roger, was well known. In the past, Roger and Squard's crew were enemies who fought, and it was Squard's men who had lost and died. Akainu and the Marines didn't need to trick him into much, they just needed to goad him into killing Ace. It was still fine to be shown to the world. After all, they could just say that Squard's hate for Roger was the reason. The Marines had nothing to do with it. Thinking about this, Lucas quickly flew in when he saw Squard about to stab a hockey-infused sword through Ace. Waterfall. Lucas turned to a huge pillar of water and crashed down on Squard. Luffy and Ace were surprised by Lucas suddenly attacking one of their own, and Ace was even angry. Lucas! What are you doing? Calm down, he's not dead. I just poured water on him. Lucas rolled his eyes as he couldn't be bothered to explain. He can just push the explanation on Squard. Sure enough, Lucas didn't even need to say anything. Squard just shouted and ranted about how pitiful he is and how much he hated Roger. Ace now knew and said a bunch of words to him. It was a huge drama that was annoying to see, so Lucas no longer paid them attention. Sengoku and Akainu's faces turned black. It seems their plan didn't work at all. What's more, because of this, Whitebeard was angered. With two fists punching the air on both sides, the two ice walls at the sides were smashed and they were no longer trapped. Anyone unwilling to fight can leave as they want. If you call yourself pirates, then choose for yourself what to believe. Then, he held onto his Naginata and jumped off the ship. Those who would follow me, be ready to lose your lives. Ooh! Finally! The world's strongest man is about to join the fight. No one backed away. Instead, they pushed through and plowed a path for Whitebeard. Whitebeard held two hands on the air above him, then, as if grabbing onto something, he dragged the air diagonally downward. Suddenly, the whole island, no, even the sea started to tilt on one side. Lucas watched this while in the air and can't help but awe at the sight. Truly, the strongest man. With another fist to the air, the air cracked and sent a shockwave straight to the execution platform. But before it could reach the execution platform, the three admirals had regrouped and put their arms forward to deflect the attack. The next moment, massive steel walls started to encircle the bay area. The pirates were trapped. All that was left for the Marines to do was to melt the ice foothold they were standing on, and all the pirates would, in one fell swoop, be defeated. This was a good plan, but they had forgotten to take into account two things. One was obviously Lucas, who they haven't been able to control, and the other was Oars. Oars quickly dashed to one of the steel walls which was about to raise and slammed his body on it. Even with the durability of the steel wall, it was still unable to bear the weight of Oars, and it could only be pushed back down. Oars! Damn it! Akainu! Sengoku didn't want to waste any more time and ordered Akainu to attack. Akainu's hands started to turn into magma. Ryusei Kazan. Everyone saw fists of magma falling down on them like meteor showers. The pirates' faces turned pale. They're planning on melting the ice. Dodge! Quickly get out! While the pirates ran about in search for covers, Lucas flew up and expanded his wings as he created a huge dome made of water. As soon as the magma meteors touch the water, a part of the water evaporates while the magma turns into stone. Initially, it was hard to block or deal with the magma meteors, but now that they were stone, it was easier to deal with them. Gomu Gomu no. Gigant Pistol. Heiken. Dragon Claw. Death Wink. Gyojin Karate Oji, Buraken. Everyone unleashed their attacks to break the meteors. Seeing this, Sengoku and the rest gritted their teeth as they looked at Lucas. Lucas! This guy again. In their hearts, the danger that Lucas posed seemed to be greater than Whitebeard now. Unlike Whitebeard, who was starting to weaken, this Lucas just keeps stronger and stronger so fast. Lucas can no longer be left alive. Whitebeard laughed and shouted. Gururara. Men! Oars and the white-haired brat had given us a path. Charge! Hoo-hoo! Everyone charged forward to where Oars was holding down one of the steel walls. Meanwhile, Lucas' face twitched when he heard Whitebeard. Is it necessary to call me out as brat, you damn geezer? Whitebeard called for their other paddleship to resurface, and everyone jumped on it as Oars grabbed the boat to force their way in. Whitebeard and the pirates had made their way in the plaza. As soon as they did, the several division commanders split up and made sure to keep the Shichibukais occupied. Even Crocodile and Hancock had helped in, as well as Jimbei, Sabo, and Ivankov. As for Buggy, Mr. 3, and Bon Clay, well, they were still busy goofing off in front of the visual din and Mushi. Ace shouted. Haruta! Just hold on there. We're coming to get you. Shishishi. Let's go. I'll be right with you. Luffy and Sabo grinned and charged forward along with Ace, while the rest of Whitebeard's crew followed. Lucas hovered in the air and glared at Sengoku. Sengoku, I had told you before, the consequences of going against me is definitely heavy. Garp, it looks like this war insists on the two of us participating. Sengoku's face twitched as he rolled up his sleeves. Lucas' face turned serious. I need to get this over with. Lucas didn't like how much time he had already wasted. It was time to end this war. Deciding as such, Lucas turned into a blur as he flew straight towards the execution stand. Suddenly, Garp decided to move and swung down his fist of love at him. Lucas already expected this and returned a fist of his own. Boom! When it comes to strength, Lucas still loses out. A punch with the explosion of steam on his fist was still enough to push Garp back, even if just a little. Before Sengoku turned to a giant Buddha, Lucas became a huge tidal wave and swept through the whole execution stand. Both Garp and Sengoku wasn't able to deal with the wave and was swept away as well. While in the water, Lucas had separated Haruta and sent him to where Ace was, as they had the key. Haruta's free! Men! Fall back! Whitebeard grinned and ordered for retreat. As long as they can take Haruta back now, they would have won. Pops! I'm back! Good son! Now fall back. Everyone started to retreat now that Whitebeard had given his order. Sengoku coughed a bit after being clear of the water and began to enlarge. Don't think I'll let you get away. While everyone retreated, Whitebeard stepped forward. Pops! Go! Leave this to me. Whitebeard planted his naginata on the ground and stood tall. I am Whitebeard. Chapter 58, Death. Whitebeard held his naginata to the side clad with his quake powers and swung it sideways. Sengoku's face paled as he shouted. Get ready! The world's strongest man is about to attack. As soon as he said that, a huge wave of force seemed to have emerged following the swing of Whitebeard. The Marineford shook and cracked sideways as if an earthquake just split it apart. Akiji and Kizaru no longer dallied with the commanders of Whitebeard and immediately turned to attack the strongest man himself. Meanwhile, Akainu was about to join as well when he noticed Luffy, Ace, and Sabo escorting the free Haruta out. You think that after you've escaped, you can just turn back and run away. Foolish! His lower body turned to magma as he shot towards Luffy and the rest. Ace saw him and turned around, ready to attack Akainu head-on. However, in the fight of fire and magma, it was still magma which wins out. Ace was burned. Magma burns even fire. The relationship of our abilities is one of superiority. Akainu snorted in disdain. Just as he was about to attack again, a water pillar shot towards him. Akainu! You! It's good that you came here by yourself. I will bury you all in this place. Magma and water clashed, creating a huge amount of steam that Lucas could use to his advantage. As Lucas held Akainu back, he shouted back at Luffy and the rest. Go! Leave this to me. No! I'm not going to leave you again, Lucas. As always, Luffy never listened to him and tried to attack Akainu as well. Akainu noticed how distracted Lucas was when Luffy entered the battle and thought this was his chance. With a lunge, he made it seem as if he was about to attack Lucas when he suddenly turned and headed towards Luffy. Ace was the first to react and pushed Sabo out of the way as he used his body to shield Luffy with eyes shut, preparing for the worst. But there was another person who reacted even faster than him. Lucas had been using his observation haki to its fullest extent as he battled with Akainu. He naturally knew what Akainu planned to do. Seeing Ace try to shield Luffy with his body, the scene seemed to overlap that from the anime that he had watched. This was the scene he truly wanted to change. Lucas gritted his teeth and sped up as he got in between Ace and Akainu. As soon as he did, he created a water shield to block Akainu, but he still underestimated Akainu's magma. Boom! Blood started to drip on the floor. When Ace opened his eyes, he found that his body was still intact and he did not feel any pain. Luffy saw Ace was fine as well and looked behind Ace. There was another person standing there with his back on them and his wings stretched wide like always. Lucas looked back with a grin, but they could see blood dripping from his mouth. Akainu's fist didn't go through him, but it still hit him in the chest, causing him to spit blood from his mouth. But he didn't dare to let this chance go to waste. After all, he finally had Akainu at point-blank range. He held onto Akainu with armament haki that he desperately tried to maintain as he slowly charged up his attack. Akainu could feel the steam around them condensing and gathering around them. His face went pale as he knew how deadly that attack could be. Let go of me! Akainu raised a fist of magma and punched Lucas in the face, causing him to feel the burn and pain, but he decided to bear it. Lucas decided to put all his focus on the one attack to kill Akainu. As Akainu tried to break free and Lucas charging up, he spoke to Luffy behind him. Luffy, when we get back, will you still let me on your ship? I idiot. Of course I would. I saved you a room in the cabins. Nami and Robin have been cleaning it every day. Let go of him so we can all return. Look! I even got your phone back from Impel Down. You still need to record lots of memories in it. Don't you want to return your family? That's why, let go. Let's all go home. To the Million Sunny. Luffy desperately tried to pull Lucas, but he wouldn't budge. Lucas just smiled and spoke to Ace and Sabo. Ace, Sabo, please, take him away. Listening to Lucas, Ace, and Sabo could only look at each other and grab Luffy on both sides, who desperately refused. No! No! I won't go. I'm not going to lose you again. Lucas smiled and remembered the day they parted in the past. Goodbye, Luffy. Thank you for picking me up. And now, he has to say it again. Only, he can continue what he wanted to say back then, now. I'm glad, it was you who found me. Look away, Owis. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A few seconds earlier, on the other side of the battlefield, Whitebeard was fighting against Kizaru and Akiji. When he noticed that all of his men had retreated behind him, he swung his Naginata once more and made a fissure behind him that separated him and his men who were retreating. This was also when Ace and Sabo had managed to drag Luffy to the back. Just as everyone saw Whitebeard being stabbed and shot by the many Marines and 2 admirals, a loud explosion engulfed both Lucas and Akainu. Everyone apart from Whitebeard, Kizaru, Akiji, Garp, and Sengoku were blown away from the blast and was thrown on the ground. When the dust settled, they saw a bloodied white-haired man with broken wings behind him now died in his own blood. On closer look, there were shards of ice seemingly forming from his wounds. In front of him was another man with a large hole on his right body which was now missing a right arm. But despite the large explosion, both of them were still alive. Ha, ha, damn it, he's still not dead. Lucas turned and saw everyone already evacuated. Only him and the old geezer Whitebeard remained. Seeing all the wounds on Whitebeard's body, Lucas laughed. Heh, do you regret not being healed now, damn geezer? Gururara, if you did heal me, you would just die earlier than me now, brat. Lucas tried to laugh to distract himself but ended up coughing blood. His ability started to kick in and a warm sensation filled his body. He could feel his injuries being healed slowly but surely. Well, geezer? Can you still fight? Gururara, brat, don't die before me now. Heh, what are you saying? I'm immortal. Lucas calmed himself with a light joke. He wasn't a fool. He knew that it would take time for his body to recover, and it seemed the enemies wouldn't give him this chance. He thought that facing death, he would be frightened and afraid to make a move, but looking at the situation now, he only felt calm and at peace. It had been fun, living in the world of One Piece. He was able to meet the characters he grew up reading and sail with them. He even became a father. It was too bad he couldn't see his child now. This was his only regret. Thinking so, he spoke to Whitebeard again beside him. Say, how does it feel to be a father? Gururara, better than being a pirate king. Heh, Roger's a father too, you know? That he is. Lucas smiled and felt a power he never felt before in his heart. I see, so this is. Shall we? Let's. The next moment, the area in front of Lucas suddenly turned to water which continued to expand onto the Marines in front of them while Whitebeard readied his quake-clad Naginata on the side. Lucas felt his new power once more and uttered. Freeze! Third degree, awakening. Nibelheim. Suddenly, all the water that extended from him let out a chilling air. The water itself didn't freeze, but everything it touched felt coldness deep within their bones. Even Akiji felt cold. This wasn't just the chill of Lucas' water, he seemed to have felt the chill of death brushing over him just now. This was when he noticed Whitebeard making a move as well. No good. Everyone brace yourselves. Boom shatter asterisk. Alas, he was too late. Whitebeard swung down his Naginata, and the whole Marineford shook. Those frozen by the cold water instantly shattered into many pieces. Only a few quick-witted Marines had survived. After delivering that attack, Whitebeard stood still as strength left his body. Before he lose all strength, he shouted. One Piece is real. Soon, his heart stopped. Beside him, Lucas smiled peacefully as frost slowly covered his body. A thought floated in his head. Maybe he'll even get to see the legendary pirate King Roger in the afterlife? Now that would be something. Unlike the burn series of his degree modes, he had jumped directly to the 3rd degree freezing mode. Naturally, his body could not adapt to it just as fast. It only took a moment for his entire body to turn into ice. His heart had just stopped beating. But before it did, a flash of light appeared from within him and caused the ice to shatter into tiny pieces as it drifted in the wind, taking it to God knows where. At this time, Luffy broke free from Ace and Sabo, stumbling a few times and dropping the note Lucas left for him as well as Lucas' phone. When he saw the note, there was only a tiny piece left. Luffy tried to hold onto it, but he found that it had disappeared from his hand. It was no more. Only then did everything sink in for Luffy as he turned and saw Lucas' body shattering and disappearing in the wind. The phone dropped from Luffy's hand as well, which strangely turned to ice and shattered on the ground just like Lucas. Lucas. At this moment, Shanks arrived and saw the war results. He sighed heavily and thought he was too late. The least he could do was to claim Whitebeard's remains for the Whitebeard pirates to mourn. As for Lucas' remains, unfortunately, it was already lost in the seas. He looked back at Luffy and saw him still in shock while being dragged by Ace and Sabo onto Law's ship, which had just arrived, followed by Hancock and Jinbei. Shanks sighed again and turned back to his ship. This is still not the time for them to meet. All over the world, the news was passed on. In the Marineford War, an admiral, a former Shichibukai, and a Yonko had died. Akainu, Lucas, and Whitebeard. All 3 who had left their names in the world had died in the war. Of course, those 3 were not the only ones who died. Countless pirates and marines had died as well. It was just that everyone was focused on these big names. What's more, Whitebeard had confirmed it. One Piece is real. This sentence resounded in everyone's heart, and soon, another era of chaos started. This is the era of Whitebeard. Soon after the war, another shocking piece of news was heard. Portgas D. Ace, the son of the pirate king Gold Roger, has become the new captain of the Whitebeard pirates. To prove his strength, he had deterred every pirate that dared to touch their territories all by himself. Some even said that he held off Big Mom on Fishman Island, but it was unknown whether this story was true or not. More shocking news followed. After the war, the Fleet Admiral Sengoku chose to retire from his position and Akiji took over as the new Fleet Admiral. Kizaru seemed to have disappeared somewhere but never lost his title of Admiral, signifying that he will one day return. The news of Impel Down's Level 6 prisoners escaping wasn't leaked out as the government feared it will only lead to their image worsening in the public's eyes. It was also said that the Revolutionary Army has begun to move as if they were preparing something big. It was unknown what it was. A few days later, another news had shocked everyone. The Shichibukai system had been demolished. It seems that with the recent cases of Shichibukais turning on them and a few nations petitioning for it had led the government to abolish the system. The leading nation who petitioned this seemed to be Alabasta, which was led by not Cobra, but Princess Vivi Nefertari. No one knew what happened, but it was as if she just changed one day and was no longer the kind and smiling Vivi that they knew. Instead, she had the image of a cold and authoritative queen. When the news of the Shichibukai system was abolished, the Marines started to go after the known ex-Shichibukais to apprehend them. Doflamingo had disappeared underground. It was unknown what he was planning, but several underground forces seemed to be making a move. Moria had also disappeared somewhere and was later found dead in the sea along with Absalom. Mihawk is still on his island. No one was powerful enough that could apprehend him. Jinbei is hidden somewhere, no one knows where he is. As for Hancock, when the Marines reached the area where Amazon Lily used to be, it was already gone. The entire island had disappeared from the map. Going back to 3 days after the war, on a certain island, Nojiko had appeared before the Amazons and used her powers to lift the whole island in order to safeguard them from the Marines and government. Luffy had also woken up from his shock and started to smash everything in sight. Both Ace and Sabo tried to stop him from hurting himself but could do nothing. Jinbei was about to step in when another person got to Luffy first. It was Hancock. "Luffy! Please stop. I don't wish to see you hurt yourself. Ergrig. I'm still weak. I can't protect a single thing." Still, it was as if Luffy didn't hear her at all. He continued to smash mountains after mountains with his hands and head, which were already covered by his own blood. "Luffy! Go away! Leave me alone!" Unable to see this any further, Hancock snapped at him and sent a kick at Luffy. "Enough! Godash!" Ace, Sabo, Jinbei, and even Rayleigh had their jaws dropped when they saw what she did. Before they could react, Hancock already appeared in front of Luffy, who was about to snap out at her, only to feel soft mounds on his face. Hancock embraced Luffy on her chest as she cried, "Please, stop hurting yourself. If Lucas was here, would you want him to see you like this? I know that you are hurting from losing someone you cared about, but please think of the ones who are still with you. We are still with you. I am still here, Luffy." As he was embraced by Hancock, Luffy lifted his arms and started to count. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Brook, Ace, Sabo, Hancock. "I still have all of you." Hancock smiled and held Luffy tighter. "That's right, Luffy. I still have my crew. There is a place where we decided to meet up. That's where I need to go." Finally, Luffy broke into tears as he shouted to the skies, "I want to see them again." Chapter 59, Frozen. In a distant world, much different from the world of One Piece. A beautiful woman with long white hair and blue robes sat with her sister by the campfire. They were chatting and getting ready for game night. Unlike her white hair, her sister had long brown hair instead and dressed in a green robe. A man with a reindeer then entered the room and greeted the two. "Anna, Elsa, where's Olaf?" "Kristoff, I thought he was with you," Anna asked as she looked behind Kristoff but only saw the reindeer's fin. "Tada! I'm right here." "Ooh!" Elsa yelped a bit when Olaf surprised her from behind. Satisfied with her reaction, the snowman Olaf nodded arrogantly and sat on the couch as well. Elsa just smiled as she was used to Olaf's antics. Kristoff laughed and approached them. "Haha, shall we start the game then? How about me and Anna against you and Olaf this time?" "Oh, so that's how it's gonna be, huh? Very well, prepare to lose then." Olaf smirked and seemed convinced that Kristoff is bound to lose now. Just as they were about ready to play charades, all of a sudden, a hole formed in midair. Faced with an unknown threat, Elsa pushed her sister behind her and got into a stance. Her hands let out a chilling mist and the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Thud. Everyone heard a thud and saw the black hole drop a person before disappearing without a trace. They looked at the person who had white hair like Elsa's but with bits of blood dyeing it red here and there. His body was also covered in various wounds and burns. More importantly, this person was still alive. "What just happened?" Kristoff asked. And here he thought that he had seen a lot of weird stuff, from Elsa being an ice queen to enchanted forests to giant golems and a horse made of water, but this. Anna looked at the unconscious man then turned to Elsa. "Sis, should we get him to the infirmary first? We can ask him questions when he wakes up." Elsa sighed. Faced with the unknown, their only clue was this man. "Morning." Lucas groaned as he opened his eyes with difficulty. When he came to, he saw an unfamiliar ceiling and wondered where he was. Just as he was about to get up, he heard a cheerful voice from the side. "Oh! You're awake. You shouldn't move so much, you were very hurt." Thanks. I'm fine. Lucas figured that someone had saved him and he wanted to leave immediately so as to not drag his would-be savior into his troubles. He was a pirate, and a pretty famous one at that. He had no doubt that his bounty should be very high at the moment. As such, he might harm his savior if he continued to stay. But when he turned to look at the owner of the voice, Lucas froze. What he saw was a white figure. That was still fine really, but this one, what to say, he had a carrot for a nose, and sticks for a hand, his eyes were also very, unreal. While Lucas tried so hard to describe what he was looking, a certain movie clicked in his brain that matched the thing in front of him. Right, this snowman looks so much like Olaf from Frozen. Wait, isn't this really Olaf? What the hell? I thought I was in the world of One Piece. Why am I in Frozen now? These two are basically two completely separate things. Olaf saw the look in Lucas and nodded understandingly. Sigh, I know what you're gonna say. I'm used to it already. You do? Lucas asked cautiously, he still felt weird talking to a snowman. Yeah. You're gonna ask, just how is it that I become so handsome and cute, right? Well, I will tell you a secret. You see dash. Ahem, Olaf. He has just woken up. Don't bother the guest. Before Olaf could start explaining, another person walked in the room. Lucas sighed in relief that he no longer had to deal with the idiotic snowman, but he was still stunned when he saw who had arrived. She had a snow-white hair that fell to her shoulders, light skin tone that seemed like a fragile glass, and a slender body comparable to Hancock. Lucas was confused. Her bust didn't seem to be this big in the movies. Ah, that was a movie for children, so, wait, that's not the point. Since she was here, it only confirmed that he had, somehow, for some reason, traveled to the world of Frozen. Elsa looked at Lucas warily and asked, Can you tell me who you are? My name is Lucas. Lucas, is it? What is your purpose in coming here in Arundel? Where did you come from? Lucas smiled wryly, he seemed to be interrogated. He remembered back when he arrived in the One Piece world and boarded the Straw Hats ship. He was also in a similar situation. Well, I don't have any purpose in coming here. I don't even know how I got here. The last thing I remember is being in a war. I was supposed to die. Before I knew it, I was here. Elsa fell silent, seemingly in deep thought. As she was contemplating, two people and a reindeer appeared. Lucas recognized them as Anna, Kristoff, and Sven. Elsa, did you find something? Anna asked upon seeing Lucas awake and Elsa in deep thought. Meanwhile, Kristoff approached Lucas and looked at him from top to bottom. Man, are you all right? You were badly injured when you arrived here. I'm fine. How exactly did I arrive here? Huh? You don't know? Well dash. Ooh. I'll tell him. Kristoff stared at Olaf, who suddenly interrupted him with half-closed eyes. And then, Olaf began his one-man show. We were about to start playing charades, which I would have obviously won if it weren't for a certain someone interrupting. Lucas had the urge to melt this snowball. When suddenly, boom! A black hole appeared in thin air. And Elsa was like, Get behind me. Swoosh swoosh, ice on both hands. Then bam! A person came out from the black hole. And Anna was like, Sis, should we? Then Elsa said, Get into the infirmary first, we can ask him questions when he wakes up, so Kristoff carried you here where the doctors healed you, yada yada, and boom. All caught up. Lucas' head hurt listening to him. He turned to the others, who only gave him sympathetic eyes that seemed to say, Get used to it. Kristoff cleared his throat to dispel the awkward air. Cough, well, it is as Olaf said. You appeared from that black hole that suddenly appeared. None of us were prepared for it at all. If you weren't already so injured, Elsa might have just frozen you immediately. Humph, I'm not so impulsive. Elsa snorted when she heard Kristoff, but Anna just rolled her eyes when she heard what Elsa said. Aren't you the most impulsive out of all of us? Lucas sighed. I see, in that case, thank you very much for saving me, however, I must return back. Well, where are you from? Kristoff asked. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Heh, try me. Kristoff was convinced that even though the way Lucas appeared was very weird and unrealistic, he can still be fine hearing where he is from. After all, it's just a place, right? Even if he didn't know where it is, he can't be surprised about it, right? But reality proved otherwise. Lucas glanced at Elsa and the others who nodded at him as if saying that he can say it. After thinking for a bit, Lucas decided that there may be some magical hocus-pocus in this world that can maybe help him, so it was better to tell them. I am from another world. Kristoff nodded and said the prepared words he was thinking in his mind. I see, another world, huh? I don't know dash. Wait, did you just say another world? Kristoff and the reindeer Sven had their jaws dropped to the ground. Both Elsa and Anna were also shocked. Only Olaf was still the same as before. See, I knew my theory of multiple worlds coexisting between our own world but simply vibrating in a different frequency such that the other doesn't touch another is correct. Yeah. That's the multiverse theory. Lucas was surprised to see Olaf be so smart to actually think of that on his own. Multiverse. I was thinking about naming it Olafverse. Where's this multi guy? How dare he steal my idea? Never mind, spoke too soon. Everyone ignored Olaf and focused on Lucas again. So you're saying, you really are from a different world? Not just a different country, but a whole world? Anna asked, still in disbelief. Lucas just smiled wryly and waved his hand. Suddenly, the water vapors in the air condensed and turned into small droplets that filled the room. From where I came from, people with special abilities like mine are quite common. Some can control and turn into elements, some can morph into various kinds of beasts and animals, and some can turn their body into a certain material. Like this guy I know who had a rubber body. Lucas waved his hand again, but this time, his whole hand turned into water and flowed around the room. I myself have the ability to turn into and control water. Elsa watched the water in the air in wonder. All of a sudden, her heart seemed to beat faster. She thought she was the only one, and now, this man said, there's a whole new world with people having special abilities like her. Anna saw the look on her sister and was afraid. She felt like her sister's gonna go somewhere far away that she won't be able to reach. She turned to Lucas and gave him a hateful glare. That isn't proof. My sis also has powers. You can be just from a different continent than ours. Right, if it was still the same world, then she won't feel too far if ever Elsa decided to go with him. Lucas shook his head and stood up. As he did, huge wings appeared from his back. While everyone was still shocked, Lucas spoke again. This is not the world I am from. I know that this world may also have some sort of magic or power. I hope you can help find my way back. I'll help you. Before Anna could say anything, Elsa had already spoken up. Elsa! You can't just agree to him. What if he's dangerous? I can protect myself. I'll just freeze him if he harms me. Still! Lucas watched the two argue and sighed. How can he still not understand Anna's worries? But she was right. Right now, he is a stranger from another world. There is no reason for them to further help him, and Lucas also didn't want to get in the way of the two sisters. It's all right. Forget I asked. I was indeed in the wrong to ask of this to a stranger. And she is right. I am dangerous. Don't listen to her. She's just throwing a tantrum. I'll help you. Elsa glared at Anna as she spoke hurriedly to Lucas. Lucas glanced at her and suddenly, his whole body started to heat up and release steam. After a while, even his skin started to boil. Burn! 2nd degree, boiling man. Everyone felt the heat and quickly backed away. If you are thinking of freezing me, don't bother. I once fought against a man made of ice. Never again will I be frozen. Elsa felt her powers and created an icy wind to ward off the heat, yet they could still feel the hotness in the air. I am a dangerous man. I have also killed before. I will find a way back myself, and I would appreciate it if none of you block me from doing so. Lucas released the boiling man mode and walked weakly to the window. It seems that he still needed more time to recuperate, but there was no need for him to bother them anymore. Elsa saw how weak Lucas looked at the moment and felt that despite his earlier show of force, she knew that he only wanted to threaten them and not actually harm them. After all, with his powers, he can easily force them to help him, yet now he chose to leave. Anna thought otherwise and felt relieved to see Lucas leave. When Lucas flew out the window, everyone looked at each other. Well, that was something. Feeling the awkward silence in the room, Kristoff tried to dispel it by laughing, but neither Elsa or Anna paid him any attention. With a snort, Elsa turned her head away and left the room. Anna sighed and slumped down on the bed Lucas was on earlier. Kristoff smiled wryly and sat next to her to console her. Meanwhile, in a different room, Elsa similarly slumped down on her bed. After thinking for a bit, she felt something hard and pulled it out from her pocket. What she saw was a rectangular black object. This was something she secretly took from Lucas when he was unconscious but didn't get to look at it properly until now. Elsa turned and looked at it, touching it here and there when suddenly, she felt a click and the object brightened. Surprised, she tossed it to the floor and ducked under the covers of the bed thinking it was going to explode or something. She waited for a while and nothing happened. Cautiously, she stepped out from her blanket fortress and picked up the phone again. What she saw seemed to be a picture of Lucas and a few more people with him and laughing along merrily. This was Lucas' wallpaper which he took back when he was still sailing with the Straw Hats. It reminded him of how carefree everything was. Seeing the genuine smile on Lucas' face, she believed that Lucas was indeed a good person. Her curiosity ignited as to what the object is. After several tries, she tapped on something and the display suddenly changed. Now, there were a bunch of smaller pictures that appeared like a tile. Curious, she touched the smaller pics and suddenly the picture filled the screen. Just like this, Elsa had managed to somehow navigate through the gallery of pictures. She spent the whole day browsing and watching the videos as she felt more familiar to this man called Lucas. Without knowing it, it was already nighttime. Elsa only noticed the time when Anna came knocking on her door. "Elsa, it's dinner time." "Ah, I'll be right there." Elsa quickly got up and pocketed Lucas' phone as she got out. While they were eating dinner, a growling sound could be heard from the stomach of a certain person. Lucas settled down in the forest and sat on top of a tree while chewing on a fruit he found. However, his body had long changed from that of a normal person and it was impossible for him to be satisfied with only fruits. He wanted meat. Shocked at the thought, Lucas thinks he was infected by Luffy, that meat addict. Sighing, he looked up at the huge full moon above. Just how am I going to get back to that world? Lucas was completely stumped. He had never tried to travel between worlds consciously before. Do he just grunt and wish for it to happen? Grr! Well, it was worth a shot. Sighing once again, Lucas felt his pockets and found his phone was missing. Those guys probably have it, huh? Lucas scratched his head. Should he sneak in and steal his phone or just ask them? After the way he left, it felt awkward to return. Meh, I'll just steal it. After deciding so, Lucas flew back to the castle and found an open window. Using observation hockey to make sure no one was there, Lucas went in and had a look around. Time flew and Lucas has yet to find his phone even after going around the castle 2 times. Then, he felt someone approaching the room he was in. Using observation hockey again to scan the person, he laughed wryly. Turns out, his phone was with Elsa the whole time. Just as Lucas was deliberating on what to do, he overheard a voice from outside the room and noticed that it was Elsa talking. Confused, he stretched his observation hockey again and found no one there with Elsa. Only now did Lucas notice there was a tune in Elsa's voice as she spoke. All this time, I wonder, what would life be if I were in another world? Is she singing? Like, actually singing? Dumbfounded, Lucas suddenly heard a background music in the surrounding. Where the hell is this music coming from? A world full of wonders. A world full of magic. A world where I am no longer one of a kind. Lucas wasn't able to react at all when Elsa opened the door to the room. He was still stupefied with the sudden musical. Elsa saw Lucas and was also surprised, but she continued to sing. Now I no longer need to dream. A man from another world is right in front of me. Is this lyrics even right? Does she really need to sing while talking? Lucas swore in his mind and was about to retort loudly, but that was a mistake. The instant he opened his mouth to speak, a weird voice and tone flowed from it instead. I just want to go home. To the world, which I came from. I don't wish to be a trouble anymore. What the actual hell? Did I just sing? Lucas really wanted to roar and curse at this world. Please take me away. I don't want to be in this damn world. With tears in the corner of his eyes, he continued to sing along with Elsa until he actually carried her and flew to the sky. He didn't know why thought, his body just moved on its own. A whole new world. Isn't this already a different song? More importantly, it's a different Disney song, damn it. In a distant world, Aladdin and Jasmine were about to board the magic carpet but slipped and fell. Damn it! Who cursed us? Finally, the singing stopped. Lucas and Elsa stood at the end of a cliff somewhere and watched the night sky. Looking back at Elsa, who had a flushed face, Lucas' heart skipped a beat when Elsa suddenly closed her eyes and leaned her face close to him. What the hell's happening? We just sang together and now we're gonna kiss. What's wrong with this world? Just as Elsa's lips were about to touch Lucas, Lucas felt pain on his cheeks and his eyes snapped open. Oi, what the hell are you smooching over there? Get up. It's already breakfast. Ah. Wait, where am I now? Chapter 59.5, Lucas. On the now floating island of Amazon Lily, Rayleigh heard what Luffy said and spoke up. Are you absolutely certain of that? What do you mean? With your current strength, do you want to go back there and head to the New World? Towards what Rayleigh said, Luffy seemed to have woken up. He just wanted to see his crew again, but should he? After what had just happened, Luffy knew that their strengths were still low. It was just like Lucas had said. If they can't master this thing called hockey, going to the New World is simply suicide. Seeing as Luffy had realized what he meant, Rayleigh smiled and gave his offer. I have a proposal for you. Naturally, it is entirely up to you, whether to accept it or not. In another corner of the Grand Line. Buoyant Archipelago. Jaya. Long nose. How long are you going to keep running? Jabra is currently in his half-wolf form as he jumped about the jungle chasing Usopp. Just like in the original story, Usopp had eaten a lot of food and had grown fat. This was mainly because after recovering from his injuries, he used the excuse of recuperating in order to stress eat a bunch of food. One day, he finally stopped when he heard Jabra speak in his sleep. That's it, get fatter, the fattest is always the most delicious. Actually, Jabra was simply dreaming of eating sheeps that jumped over the fence in his dreams and landed on his mouth, but Usopp completely misunderstood it. Hence the start of this wild chase day and night. When a news crew delivered the news of Lucas' death, Usopp slapped himself for fooling around all these days. He wanted to leave the island, get a boat somehow, and find Luffy, as he knew that being in that war, Luffy must have seen everything firsthand. Usopp knew how much Luffy would be hurting now. He can't stay here any longer. Of course, going out to sea without preparation is simply asking for death. Heracles tried to stop him while Jabra just sneered and ignored him. About 3 days after, another newspaper dropped on him. Seeing Luffy in the front cover beside another 2 men which the news named as Sabo and Ace, Usopp was relieved to see Luffy safe. Then, he continued to look at the picture and understood. Finally, he stopped escaping the island and turned to Jabra and Heracles for help to get stronger. While Heracles taught him about the various plants and their uses, Jabra whipped Usopp's fat body into shape. For Jabra, even though Lucas is dead, the mission still remains. Plus, he was kind of looking forward to beating up Usopp too. Torino Kingdom. Just like Usopp, Chopper had asked to leave the island to set off somehow and find Luffy. Kaya saw the worried expression in Chopper's face and sighed. She had met Lucas as well back then, and she can tell how much Lucas had cared for his friends. To know that Lucas had passed away, no doubt, they are definitely hurting from losing him. Chopper-san, you must understand. Lucas knew the dangers he would be facing, that's why he sent us to find you guys. He probably didn't want you to be alone when the worst happens. So we could also get stronger together. I know, but still, I need to find Luffy. He's seen what happened, he's definitely more in pain than any of us. That's why, I have to be there for him. Unable to convince Chopper any further, Kaya can only sigh and follow him as well. Though her studies on this island are still not complete, as she thought, she can't leave Chopper by himself at all. The two rode one of the giant birds and flew to the skies. When they passed by another news coup, Chopper took a newspaper and was shocked to see Luffy on the front page again. He was relieved that he's doing fine now, but also confused. After getting a good look in the picture, he understood something and asked the bird to get back. Chopper-san, we're returning? It's as you said, before returning, we need to get even stronger. Kaya tilted her head to the side as she was confused about why Chopper would suddenly change his mind. Kurigana Island. After Mihawk returned and told Perona that Moria had died, Perona made a huge fuss as she cried, but Mihawk didn't care much. He was more concerned as to who killed Moria and why. On the other hand, Zoro continued to push on and slice his way out of the island. Zoro panted hard while facing the weapon-wielding baboons blocking his path and groaned in frustration. Damn it! They just keep coming and coming. On the side, Kaku saw Zoro having a hard time and sighed as he shook his head. With your injuries, you can't possibly beat all of them, you know? And even if you do, can you even sail a boat properly and go back? Shut up, rectangle nose. Zoro shouted but knew that Kaku was right. Still, what was he meant to do? Just stand still and wait. Zoro gritted his teeth again and attacked. Suddenly, the weapon-wielding baboons, also known as humandrels, paused and stood still in fear. Looking back, Zoro saw the object of their fear, Mihawk. It seems you're still loitering about in my island, Roranoa. Shut up. I'm just leaving. Why are you in such a hurry? With such wounds no less. You're the one who told me what happened to Luffy and Lucas. How do you expect me to stay put? I didn't even know anything about such a massive battle. Zoro gripped on his sword tightly in frustration. Seeing him like this, Mihawk sighed and made his final offer. Sunset is upon us, go back to the castle with me. They will not follow you there. I don't take orders from you. Then what about me? Suddenly, Zoro seemed to have heard a familiar voice from behind and couldn't help but turn his head to look. As soon as he saw who had spoken, his eyes went wide as he never thought that he will be able to see this man again after leaving that island. Sensei. Zoro-kun, I know that you are hurting inside, but before leaving, you must tend to your wounds. But... Kushiro smiled warmly and handed a newspaper to Zoro. This just came earlier, perhaps it will change your mind. We will be waiting for you in the castle. After saying his piece, Kushiro no longer minded Zoro and turned around to go back to the castle. Mihawk's eyes narrowed as he looked at Kushiro. He did not sense his presence at all. Just who is this man? Mihawk looked back at Zoro, who now fell silent as he read the newspaper. Finally, he stood up and went back to the castle as well. Kaku sighed and followed them back, leaving Zoro alone. It took him a few hours to understand what the picture meant. When he did, he went back to the castle as kowtowed in front of Mihawk and Kushiro. Please, teach me to become stronger. You would have me train a man who will defeat me? Yes. Hearing such a straightforward answer, Mihawk grinned. Very well. Beside him, Kushiro also smiled. Zoro-kun, you have gotten stronger, I'm sure Kuina would be proud. I'll no longer hold back. Are you up for it? I am. Future country of Baljamoa, a winter island. After Frankie learned what happened to Lucas, he ran around Vegapunk's lab to try and get Vegapunk's blueprints to upgrade his own body. Inside, he saw a huge button with a skull and crossbones, so he went up and pressed it thinking it was a pirate symbol. Then, asterisk boom. Asterisk. This is the infamous future country incident known to the world as the Nightmare of Baljamoa. Kumadori's jaws dropped when he saw the huge mushroom cloud over the island. Damn it! How is he supposed to explain this now? Namkura Island. Harahitania, the land of poverty. When the long-armed thieves came and attempted to rob and kidnap again, Brook and Blueno acted and captured them in a cage. Having helped them deal with the thieves, Brook sighed in relief as he thought that he had paid his debt to these people who had helped him after being sent here. He continued to face the people with a smile and cheerful attitude, but behind him, he was gripping onto a piece of newspaper tightly. Brook was still concerned about Luffy and Lucas. After helping these people, he could leave with Blueno and return to Luffy. And now that we've captured this strange tribe with 2 arm joints, we can make a fortune showing them off to the public. Hold it! Wait one moment, everyone. Wouldn't that make you people know better than them? Brook let out a cold sweat when he heard the people in the village speak. Hearing what Brook said, the villagers were shocked. What? You want us to free them? But if we do that, they might. Brook knew he had to fool them, so he played with their misunderstanding of him being Satan. He grabbed onto the iron bars and glared at the 3 long-armed thieves with his hollow eyes. Worry not, I have formed a devil's pact with these crooks. Now listen here. If you ever break this pact and begin your evil doing in this land again, I will return and consume your hearts. Gaia. After being released, the 3 crooks made it look like they were about to leave but returned to kidnap Brook, is what should have happened. It seems Blueno's durability made them believe that they can indeed get back and get out whenever they wanted, so they could only leave as they flee for their lives. As they were about to leave, Blueno handed Brook a piece of paper. This is? From Lucas. He told me to give these to you if those 3 from the long-arm race didn't come to get you. Though Brook was confused, he still took the paper and read what's inside. Brook! If you're reading this, then it means that I'm gone and that you are also on your way back to Luffy. I want to let you know that I did not regret what I'm about to do, or well, in your case, what I had already done. Luffy is stronger than you think. He will get over my death soon, and he will return stronger. Once you all get back together, you will need a source of funds. Out of everyone, I'm counting on you for this. With your musical talent and ability, you will definitely become a big hit one day. I wish I could have seen it. Anyway, there is more to your powers than simply being reincarnated after dying. I think you will also find out about this as you perform more of your music. You can ask the people of Harahitania to help you host your concerts. I think that the land of poverty may very well become the land of wealth once you become a sensation. Blueno can help you as well with his ability, and I can assure you that everyone is also doing fine at the moment, so you can perform to your heart's content. Finally, you are the oldest amongst everyone in the crew. Please take care of everyone for me. Your Nakama, which you've never met before. Lucas. After reading through the note, Brook finally knew why everyone in the crew seemed to care about Lucas a lot. He folded the paper neatly and stored it in his skull, to which had shocked Blueno, who was watching him by the side. Brook looked back at the setting sun and thought, Please don't worry, Lucas. Though we have not met officially, I promise you that I will take good care of everyone. Thus, the Soul King Brook made his debut. Momwaro Island. Ivankov had just returned and saw Saji and Fukaru seemingly loitering about on his island. Upon reading the newspaper and learning that Ivankov was involved in the war, Sanji came to him and asked where Luffy is now so he can leave, but Ivankov wasn't willing to say. After all, Ivankov doesn't know the Straw Hat crew himself. He can only rely on the wanted posters to know if they were a part of his crew. Sanji kept insisting he was, but refused to admit that the picture in the wanted poster is his. Ivankov didn't want to be careless and trust Sanji completely, so even if there is the slightest of doubt, he can't reveal the whereabouts of Luffy to him. Actually, Fukuru knows where Luffy was, but it was funny to see Sanji like this, so he didn't say. Having fed up about Ivankov's antics, Sanji challenged him to a duel only to be beaten senseless. Seeing Sanji's determination, Ivankov tossed him the recent newspaper. After reading it, Sanji understood Luffy's intention and was no longer in a hurry to leave. No, he still wanted to leave, but he needs to get stronger. Beside him, Fukuru shivered. Damn it, Chopapa, why do I feel like we're still going to stay in this hell longer? I should have told him where Luffy is. East Blue. In a certain incomplete bridge. Robin found out about what happened to Lucas and cried silently in her room when the door opened and revealed Betty. Betty saw Robin's face and also let out a tear of her own at the corner of her eyes. Silently, she walked beside Robin and gently embraced her, which seemed to have prompted Robin to cry out louder in her embrace. She swore she'd never cry like this again. The last time she did, it was when her entire island was wiped out in front of her. This time, it felt like her world had once again fallen apart. The only reason why she still held on was because she had a new family now, her friends. Luffy and the others must have heard the news as well and are mourning. Especially Nami. As soon as she thought of Nami, Robin stopped crying and stood up. She needs to find Nami and make sure she was okay. For Nami, she needs to be stronger. Where are you going? Betty asked as she watched Robin walk out of the room. To a sister whose heart is as broken as I am, I need to make sure she's okay. She's fine. As Robin left the room, she heard a man's cold voice and turned to see Koza leaning on the sidewall with an expressionless face. What do you mean? I'm saying, that Nami girl you mentioned is fine. There's no need to leave. How can you tell that? Her sister from East Blue is there with her. I also left a card with them and made sure that they will contact me if anything happens, so dash. That doesn't mean she's fine. Robin shouted, and the tears she stopped started to flow again. You don't understand. Seeing Robin cry and shake made Koza frown and gritted his teeth. He walked towards Robin and grabbed her collar as he pushed her against the wall. Of course I don't understand. But that doesn't mean I will let you walk out of here and die out there. Lucas gave me a mission, his final mission. And that is to make sure you stay and get stronger. What do you think he will say if he sees you this week? At least he's alive to see me. He's dead. Robin fell silent and the tears wouldn't stop falling from her eyes. I'm not telling you to simply forget about it and move on. I'm telling you, he's dead because he has to face this war alone. Because we, are all still weak that he keeps doing it alone. Koza clenched his fist and tears also started to flow at the corner of his eyes. Even though the time he knew Lucas was short, he had grown attached to being his friend and his vice-captain, not to mention that he had also helped him in the past before he went too far in the rebellion. To Koza, Lucas is both a dear friend and his benefactor. How can he not be sad upon hearing his death? There's a reason why we are both here, Nico, Robin. To get stronger. Strong enough to protect everyone we love. I don't want to fight, but I sure am not willing to be useless. Having said that, Koza let go of Robin and turned around, no longer willing to look at Robin or care about what she'll do. Robin was still silent, seemingly thinking about what Koza had said. Then, Betty walked to her with a worried look and handed her the recent newspaper, thinking it might cheer her up a little. Looking at the image of Luffy, Robin nodded. I understand now, Betty-san, please lead us to Dragon. In the newspaper that the whole world is now looking at. The image of Straw Hat Luffy standing beside the new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and son of the Pirate King Roger, Portgas Ace, as well as the right-hand man of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. Everyone wondered what was going on in their minds. Right after the huge war, they actually came back to Marineford where Luffy rung the ox bell 16 times. Not only that, he also scattered flowers and engaged in a silent prayer as they held their hats to their chests with their head down. To everyone else, this was something like a memorial service for the fallen Lucas and Whitebeard as well as the others who had lost their lives in the war. This was still okay. The problem was Luffy ringing the bell 16 times. Proper observance of a tragic event involves only 2 chimes. To sound that bell a full 16 times can only serve as a declaration of war. This was because, at the end and the beginning of each year, the bell is run 8 times to see out the old year and 8 times to see in the new. This is the proper meaning of the 16 full chimes. However, it is clearly not yet the season for that. This can only mean one thing. This bell was rung as tribute to the old age and the advent of the new age. On the headers of the newspaper was a string of bold text. Straw Hat Luffy, Fire Fist Ace, and Revolutionary Sabo claim this as their era. Still, for the rest of Luffy's crew, they only understood one thing. Luffy never wears a tattoo. Yet in this picture, he had one. On his right arm was a string of numbers and letters, 5D2Y, where the 5D was crossed out. They all understood what Luffy meant to say. They wouldn't meet up in 5 days' time anymore. Instead, they will see each other after 2 years. A few months had passed since the war that shook the world. In a certain floating island, a strange back cloud formed above it as it rumbled and flashed with lightning. The dozens of old men studying the weather were confused as to how this thundercloud formed. Their instruments weren't able to predict or measure it at all. But there was no time for them to worry about this thundercloud. The dozens of old men were instead biting their nails as they roamed and paced around a certain house. Followed by the roars of thunder was soon the cries of a newborn baby. As soon as the baby opened her eyes for the first time and saw her mother, she smiled. At this moment, the thunder clouds also cleared in the blink of an eye and revealed the large full moon that hung above. Nami smiled warmly as she held onto her child. Seeing her child's white hair, she can't help but remember Lucas and what happened to him. Looking out the window, a tear formed in her eyes as she looked at the large moon. Luna, your name is Luna. Do you like it? Nami turned back at Luna in her arms and smiled. It was unknown whether Luna understood her, but she laughed and giggled while touching her mother's face. Beside Nami, Nojiko sighed and turned to Kaya and Chopper. It was a good thing that she quickly came to get them when Nami passed the 9-month mark. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. Califa was also able to help. With her powers, the delivery went smoothly. Chopper looked at Nami and the baby Luna and also sighed in relief. Phew, it was my first time helping deliver a baby. It's good that both Nami and the baby is safe. Fufu, you did great, Dr. Chopper. Hee, you too, Dr. Kaya. Everyone in the room, even Califa, were all smiles as they watched the baby Luna smile and laugh. For some reason, why they see her innocent smile, everything in the world seemed better. But she also reminded them of a friend they once had who was no longer with them. Nami embraced Luna in her arms and muttered, "Lucas." Chapter 60, Return. It all began on that fateful day. When a human ate me. Before this, I was something that everyone wanted. An object of greed and jealousy. A man had held me and claimed that he will be the new god of all souls. And he did. Another man held me and claimed that I was not supposed to be created. A pity, there will always be someone who will create me for whatever purpose. Another held me and claimed that I should be destroyed. Ridiculous. No person nor weapon can destroy me. Another held me and claimed that I need to be protected. How absurd. I am something that can only be created yet unable to be destroyed. Since when did I need to be protected? Another held me and claimed that I needed to be hidden. But for how long? Then, that man turned my image into a weird fruit. He put me in the refrigerator like some fruit from the grocery and left. Not even a day had passed, that man's son opened the refrigerator and ate me. Me! I was eaten by some kid. But despite being eaten, I was still not destroyed. Instead, I lived inside of that boy and became his power. The boy had the ultimate power, yet all he does is laze around and read mangas. I lamented the fact that my host this time is someone so normal. Since I had become a part of the boy, I naturally had access to his memories. I knew what manga he was reading and I was interested. One Piece, huh? What an interesting story. The weird fruit I was imaged after was something akin to the devil fruits in the world of One Piece. Did that man think I was something like the devil? How foolish. I am something even better and more powerful than the devils. Then, I had a thought. The simple and boring life that this boy led does not suit me. Instead, if we can live in this world of One Piece, maybe things will become interesting? That's why, on a whim, I picked a timeline and brought the boy to this new world. I must say, it was indeed the right choice. The boy felt my power and became something akin to a water Logia devil fruit user of this world. Actually, he can be so much more, but it was also fun seeing the boy grow on his own. He wanted powers to counter the Sand Guy's powers, I gave him powers. He wanted wings, I gave him wings. When he killed, I suppressed the nauseating feeling that emerged from his mind and calmed him down. When he becomes tired, I send a wave of energy to get him back up. When he faces his first loss, I pushed his power further. It was fun to see the boy grow into a strong man little by little. However, when it comes to healing other people or restoring other objects, I still need to draw energy from somewhere. And the only energy available for that is the boy's life force. I am unable to speak to the host. I want to urge him not to use this ability too much as it will end up killing him. I, for the first time, did not want my host to die. Without knowing it, I had started to care for the boy along the way. In protest, I had limited his powers instead and no longer actively assisted him in getting stronger. Still, the boy pushed on and did what he always believed in. Until that day. War. Strangely enough, the scene of war felt familiar to me. The boy had participated in this war to help a friend of his. And it ended with a fist full of magma to his chest. But the host is quite tenacious. He still stood his ground even with so many injuries on his body. I tried to quickly heal himself, but there was no time. The enemies are about to attack. Thinking about it, I ignited the feeling of awakening in him once more as it may help by the host some time. However, I was wrong. The host pushed his limits so much that his body couldn't handle the extreme coldness that he had released. Damn it! I can feel it. The host is thinking that he will die. He mustn't think that. If he does, then he will really die. Boy! Quickly think of something else. Anything will do. As long as you think of it, I can do something. It was unknown whether he heard me or not. But before his heart stopped beating, the boy thought of meeting the Pirate King Gold Roger in the afterlife. I chose to ignore the afterlife he mentioned and twist the facts a bit. You want to meet the Pirate King? I shall grant you this wish. That's why, don't die, Lucas. In a certain part of the sea, a huge ship sailed as it lifted the colors of a pirate. Anyone seeing the skull mark on the flag would want to turn away without any hesitation at all as it signified who this flag had belonged to. On this ship, two kids were arguing over the binoculars. One kid had red hair and a straw hat while the other had a red round nose and looked like a clown. Suddenly, the red-haired kid noticed something in the ocean, so he quickly grabbed the binoculars when the clown kid wasn't paying attention. Ah, hey! Damn it, Shanks! Shoo! Quiet down, Buggy! I see something. What see something? There's only ocean everywhere. Buggy grumbled and tried to take the binoculars away, but Shanks wouldn't let him. Instead, he was focused on a certain spot in the ocean. Now that he looked closely, his suspicions are indeed right. Man overboard! Captain! There's someone on the ocean. A middle-aged man wearing a captain's hat with their pirate mark on it raised a brow and walked over to look. Without needing for a pair of binoculars, the man just squinted his eyes and saw far away. There, he indeed saw a white-haired man floating on the water with bloody marks all over his body. What is it, Roger? Rayleigh, there seems to be a man over there. The silver-haired man beside him with round glasses asked. Someone? Isn't that a corpse? No. Can't you hear it? His heartbeat. He's still alive. Rayleigh rolled his eyes and shrugged. I can't hear things like you can, Roger. Afterward, Roger ordered a fishman on his crew to get the man in the waters aboard his ship. It only took a while for them to see him up close. When the man was brought on the deck, they could see his burn marks cover his skin, yet amazingly, it's being healed as well and fast enough to be visible to the naked eye. Shanks saw the man and was amazed. Wow, this guy seems like he was just in a war. Idiot! How can he be in any wars? Look at where we are. We're in the middle of nowhere. Not even an island in sight. Buggy immediately retorted whatever Shanks said. Roger looked at the bloodied man and turned to someone beside him who had a bandana over his head and a flower-like hair opening up around his back. What do you think, Crocus? Can you patch him up? Doesn't really look like he needs it after a while, but I will do what I can. Crocus lifted the man and brought him in the cabins. After a while, he came out and reported that the man is now in stable condition. Roger nodded and waited for the man to wake up. A week flew by as they sailed the seas. Some of the crew took turns watching over the man they had picked up in the sea, while some had already forgotten that he was still here. At this moment, Shanks was looking at the unconscious man in curiosity along with Buggy. Man, this guy sure can sleep a lot. Well, he seems to be hurt quite badly. PSHH, if it were this great Buggy-sama, then dash. Before Buggy could start bragging nonsense, the unconscious man's eyes snapped open and sat up in shock. His hand turned to water and immediately wrapped around Buggy's neck, who was unable to dodge due to the surprise. Where am I? Aya! Let go of me! The man looked at Buggy with a frown, then revealed a surprised look. In his surprise, he retracted his arm and turned back to normal. Shanks was still surprised that his hand became water. He didn't know that a water logia fruit existed at all. Finally seeing the man let go of Buggy, Shanks figured that he meant no harm, seeing as he didn't hold Buggy for long. Well, you are in a pirate ship at the moment. Pirate? That's right. I'm Shanks, this guy here is Buggy. What's your name? Lucas. At this moment, Lucas was still muddle-headed as he tried to understand this situation. One moment, he was in Marineford and was about to die next to Whitebeard. The next moment, here he is, looking at what seemed to be child versions of Shanks and Buggy. Hold on, if I remember correctly, both Shanks and Buggy had apprenticed in the Pirate King's ship, right? And Shanks also just mentioned that they're in a pirate ship at the moment, so... Lucas' face twitched as he jumped up the bed and ran to the door as he wanted to confirm his thoughts. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a black-haired man wearing a captain's hat and coat with his back turned on him. Hearing the commotion behind, the man turned around and saw Lucas. He grinned. Oh, you're finally awake, boy. There's no doubt, this man is the Pirate King. Gold, Roger. Chapter 61, Thoughts of the Past. Boy, you're finally awake. Hold on a bit, it seems we walked right into marine ambush. Just wait there for a while and not show yourself. Still confused over what was happening, Lucas did as he was told and remained hidden. Roger looked back to the front and grinned. Men! Onward! Let's break through their encirclement. Oh you. What followed next was a series of battles. Lucas continued to watch on with a dumbfounded expression as he watched the Pirate King wave his sword and sink many marine battleships. He was still unable to believe what he was seeing. Shanks appeared next to him and saw his look. Grinning, he placed both his hands to the back of his head with a laid-back expression as he spoke. Captain's pretty amazing, huh? Oh yeah, Lucas, are you a pirate as well? Yeah, I guess. Lucas answered while still absent-minded. He was trying to figure out how he ended up here, in the past. Still, despite thinking so hard for a while, he still couldn't come up with any good explanation. Come to think of it, the first time he appeared in this world was also quite weird. Lucas remembered reading around after the Reverie arc and that Luffy and the rest were about to head to Wano, but for some reason, when he was sent to this world, he appeared in the Alabasta arc. So to say, he had already gone back in time once. Is dying the way to go back in time? No, I still have my injuries, which means that I didn't die, rather, I nearly died. Lucas continued to think. Is this also a part of his power? To go back in time? If so, can he also go forward in time? Lucas tried to feel his power but found that his abilities are in some sort of weakened state, as if jumping through time had exhausted his powers. Lucas didn't really know why he thought of that, but that was the only explanation that made a bit of sense to him. If he can't use his ability to go back, is there something else? Lucas could vaguely remember some kind of fog in the anime that can let you travel through time, but that was a filler arc, it wasn't reliable to be taken as a lead. Time, that was it. Wasn't it that Momonosuke was sent forward in time by their mother? If so, she could also send me forward in time. I need to go to Wano somehow. Lucas once again looked at Roger, who is currently still battling the Marines. An idea hit him in the head. This man will one day be known as the Pirate King. It was impossible that he didn't get to visit Wano at some point. Following him should let him reach it. After deciding this, Lucas turned back to Shanks and asked, "Do you guys have a mask that I can borrow?" "HM? I don't have one, but Buggy might. As long as it isn't a clown mask." Lucas went to find Buggy again and asked for a mask. When he didn't listen, Lucas raised his hand again with a threatening smile. Remembering what had just happened, Buggy swallowed his saliva and showed him his stash of stuff. Lucas sighed seeing the various odd things in his room and picked up an ordinary knight's helmet instead. After donning the helmet, Lucas ran back to the deck and jumped in the ocean, which shocked both Buggy and Shanks. "Ah! Isn't that guy a devil fruit user? Does he want to die? Doesn't seem like it." Sure enough, they soon saw Lucas swimming nimbly in the ocean as he controlled the water around him to propel himself. His speed was like that of a fishman, if not better. Lucas targeted one of the Marines' battleships and sent a huge blade of water which sliced it in half. From afar, the blade of water could be seen as a huge shark's fin that plowed through the battleship. Roger naturally noticed this as well and couldn't help but turn over to look. At this moment, Lucas stopped in front of the Oro Jackson and swung both hands to the side. Suddenly, two huge waves surged from the sides and crashed on the battleships, attacking on both sides. What is this? Retreat! No time. Grab onto something. The Marines were just as surprised at the huge waves as the pirates along with Roger. With a simple push by the waves, an opening was formed in the encirclement. Roger snapped out of it and laughed out loud. "Men! This is our chance. Let's go!" Seeing that no one was able to follow them anymore, Lucas shot up and landed back on Oro Jackson's deck. After removing the helmet, Lucas was greeted by Shanks and Buggy, who looked at him with stars in their eyes. Roger and the rest also laughed and greeted him. "Boy, that was an amazing power. Are you a devil fruit user?" "Ah, but how could you be fine in the water?" Lucas smiled wryly and shrugged. "I guess I'm an exception. We haven't formally met. My name is Lucas. Thank you for saving my life." "Ha ha ha. It's nothing, all we did was pick you up in the sea. You are healing fine by yourself already." Roger shook Lucas' arm with a grin. "My name is Gold, Roger. Welcome aboard my ship. It's a pleasure to be here." After talking around and being introduced to everyone, Shanks couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Lucas, where exactly are you from?" Being asked such a question, Lucas can't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. Back then, he was also picked up from the sea, and the Straw Hats also asked him this question. Now, he was picked up from the sea by the future Pirate King, and Shanks, still wearing the straw hat, is now asking him this question. Looking at Roger, who was listening intently, Lucas was a bit dazed and spoke. "I'm from the future. Huh. Huh. Lucas blinked in confusion. Somehow, he just blurted the truth like that. It was the same with Luffy too back then. Like him and Roger have this aura that makes you trust them completely. It's weird. Is this the will of the D that they keep mentioning? Nah, maybe it's just that these guys are protagonists. Yup, we'll leave it at that. As expected, as soon as he said that, the crew burst into laughter. Ah! From the future. You sure know how to make a joke, Lucas. Ah! Ha ha ha. Well, it's fine if you don't want to tell us where you're from. You're more than welcome to stay here on my ship in the meantime. I guess this is the normal reaction for saying such a thing. Still, looking at Rayleigh here as well reminded him of how he had reacted when he first met him before, Whitebeard too and his crew. Does this mean that I'm in some kind of loop? I was already living in the timeline that I went back from the future? But then how come Buggy didn't have any reaction when he saw him and impel down? Speaking of which, where is Buggy? Lucas asked Shanks, who just shrugged. Probably in his room with his treasures. Okay, Buggy's an idiot. He probably forgot about me, which was why he didn't react before. Lucas no longer bothered to think about it. It was simply a waste of time. Instead, he needed to focus on how to get back. As such, he turned to Roger once again and asked, "Have you been to Wano before?" Wano? I've heard about that closed country, but I've never been there yet. Why? I need to find someone there. She can help me go back, forward to my time. Roger raised a brow and scratched his mustache as he looked at Lucas. You weren't kidding? You say you really are from the future? Well, I think so. Are you going to ask me what happened to you all? Lucas asked warily. He didn't know if telling them about the future will make things better or worse. As he hesitated, Roger simply laughed. Ha ha ha. Where's the fun in that? Listen up, you lot. I forbid anyone to ask about their future to Lucas. I will throw anyone off my ship if they do. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what to say. Roger continued and raised his sword high. We make our own future. Written or not, we forge our futures ourselves. Oh you. Seeing this scene, Lucas smiled wryly. It seems there was nothing for him to worry about. In fact, Lucas doesn't really know if him being here will change the timeline that he had lived. But it was better to be safe than sorry. This was why he wore the helmet earlier when facing the Marines. As for the water ability, since they could see me swimming in the water without any problems, they will probably think of it as some kind of Fishman karate move rather than the use of devil fruit. To the Marines, Lucas will be labeled as an unknown fishman wearing a knight helmet. In the future, he can just be careful and not get too involved in everything. That should be fine. Oh yeah, about bringing you to Wano. I can't do that yet. Huh? Roger suddenly said, which made Lucas curious. Come to think of it, he hasn't asked where they are at the moment. Suddenly, another person arrived from the cabin with bandages on her head. Captain, are we close yet? Olvia, I see you woke up as well. We should be near the comm belt soon. Then we'll be in West Blue. Olvia? West Blue? Thinking of these two things made Lucas freeze in shock. And seeing the woman who appeared made his jaw drop even further. That white hair and those looks, she really does look like her daughter. Right, the woman in front of Lucas at the moment was none other than Nico Olvia. But, why is she on board the future Pirate King's ship? Perhaps Roger saw the confusion in Lucas' eyes, he explained. This is Olvia. We met her when we were touring the first half of the Grand Line while she was looking for some stones. Poneglyphs. Lucas and Olvia both spoke to correct Roger, which surprised him a bit. Olvia was also surprised that Lucas knew about it, but before she could ask, Roger continued. Right. That Poneglyphs thing. Anyway, it seems she got separated from her crew after some accident where we found her. Since then, she's been staying with us till the second half. Right now, We're just escorting her back to West Blue. What to say, the future Pirate King seems so laid back. You're that free? Ha ha ha. That's what being a pirate is for. Freedom! That's not really what I meant. Lucas smiled wryly and thought about how similar Roger and Luffy are in some aspects. Right, they're both idiots. He could see Rayleigh sighing and shaking his head. It seems he was already used to these antics of his captain. After introducing Olvia, Roger introduced Lucas next. Olvia, this is Lucas. We picked him up from the sea and said he's from the future, ha ha ha. Roger still felt it was pretty funny introducing a guy from the future that he started laughing again, which made even Lucas feel embarrassed. Olvia raised a brow at that and held her arm out with a teasing smirk on her face. Nico Olvia. I'd never met someone from the future before. Seeing the annoying smirk, Lucas' mouth twitched as he shook her hand and reintroduced himself. Anyway, none of them seemed to fully believe that he was from the future. Maybe this was for the best? Looking at Olvia still alive and well, Lucas sighed as he thought of all those people who had died too early in the story. What if he prevented the O'Hara bombing? Would he still be able to meet Robin? Is meeting her really more important than letting her find true happiness with her parents? There's also Belmere, Nami, and Nojiko's foster mother. What if he can save her as well? Even Usopp's mother, or Ace's mother, or Sabo's unfortunate accident. There are so many people he can save in the past that Lucas felt guilty not doing anything. Even if he did go back to his time, can he face the Straw Hat crew with a clear conscience? Or does he need to keep lying about where he was? Lucas continued to think about the past he knew and what to do with it while staying on board the Oro Jackson. There wasn't much to do here as there were plenty of people already helping out with maintaining the ship. Roger also said that he was a guest and didn't need to help out. Still, not doing anything had made him feel stressed over what to do. Ultimately, he went and asked if he could help with anything, just to keep his mind focused on something else. Roger seemed to feel that Lucas is carrying this heavy burden. He doesn't know what it is, but he knows that if he keeps carrying this all by himself, he will break. One day, he found Lucas staring at the sea on the deck, seemingly lost in his thoughts again. Roger scratched his chin while thinking. After a while, he decided to pick up a wooden stick and walk behind Lucas. While Lucas was staring absent-mindedly at the vast sea, he felt his spine shiver and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! The railings exploded from Roger's stick, which was clad in armament hockey. What are you doing, Roger? Ha ha ha. Boy, I just remembered you didn't go through the initiation of my crew. Fight me! Hearing this, Lucas broke into a cold sweat. What initiation? I'm not joining your crew. After seeing what you did back then, I'd be an idiot if I didn't rope you in. Without waiting for Lucas' reply, Roger attacked again. Lucas quickly dodged and stepped away. Damn it! Geezer, you best not force me on this. I already have a captain. One day, he'll be the Pirate King. Pirate King, eh? What a good title. I shall take it instead. Seeing Roger attack him again, Lucas swore in his mind. This damn asterisk and caret percent a dollar hashtag a dollar and percent caret. Though Roger is only using a stick, the sheer power he held was still enough to heavily injure him. Lucas grimaced and expanded his wings behind him. Roger saw the wings and was a bit surprised and also amazed. Oh, what a nice trick you got there. Now I really want to get you in my crew. Dream on! Lucas flapped his wings and shot himself forward with both arms crossed in front of him. Roger grinned and waved his armament hockey-clad stick towards Lucas. Lucas tried to maintain his observation hacket to judge their time of contact so he could activate his own armament hockey, since he still can't maintain it for too long without pushing himself too much. What he didn't expect was, before they could even get in contact, Lucas was hit by something in midair and was thrown to the ground. Lucas spat out blood as he tried to get up and look at Roger in confusion. Haha. I can tell you're not very good with armament hockey, so you try to activate it only when in contact. Interesting. Roger laughed. But, that won't work on me. TCH. Lucas didn't have time to speak when he saw Roger already lunging to attack him. He quickly split himself as he turned to water and attacked Roger from both sides. Still, Roger's grin didn't disappear. Water clone, eh? He tossed the stick to the air and held both arms to the side, seemingly waiting to take on Lucas' attack. Lucas felt a bad premonition and tried to dodge, but he was too late. Both his heads were already grabbed by Roger with his arm clad in hockey as he slammed the two Lucas on the ground. Lucas didn't waste more time. He reformed himself in the middle beneath Roger and became a huge geyser that shot Roger to the sky. This time, while in the sky, Lucas thinks that he will have the upper hand. Lucas formed various water droplets from the vapor in the air and closed in on Roger, who was unable to dodge. Boom! Before Lucas could even breathe a moment of rest, Roger, who appeared to be clad in armament hockey from head to toe, appeared and shot in front of him. What's more, the stick that he tossed to the sky earlier now fell and was caught in his arms. With a grin, he smashed the stick down hard on Lucas' head. Sure dash. Boom. Back on the deck, Lucas gritted his teeth and glared at Roger, who had just dropped. Well? Still don't want to join my crew? Don't think you won just yet. Lucas continued fighting Roger and even activated his Boiling Man mode. When that was useless, he tried to use his new Frostnip mode, which was the first degree of his new Freezing mode. Still, despite pulling every single trick he had, Roger seemed to be one step ahead of him each time, and it would always end with him down on the ground. Meanwhile, the others watched the two fighting and didn't know what to do. Olvia asked Rayleigh when he saw Lucas getting beat up. Why haven't I heard of any initiation for joining the crew? Ah. That's 'cause there's no such thing. I don't know why Roger's doing this, but at least it seems that boys no longer have that heavy atmosphere around him. You're saying the captain's beating him up because he wanted to lighten him up? Rayleigh shrugged. Maybe. Olvia sighed and shook her head. Men, why are they all such idiots? She looked back at Lucas, who still refused to admit defeat despite being beaten up numerous times. After giving him one last look, she turned around and no longer paid any attention. For your reference, this is the timeline that I made myself as a guide. Timeline. Present, Marineford arc. 37 years ago, Wano flashback arc. 30 years ago, Lucas goes back in time to this point. Current present. 28 years ago, Nico Robin was born. 26 years ago, Rogers finds he has contracted a deadly disease. Also the year Nico Olvia leaves Robin. Also the year Roger meets Kazuki Oden. 24 years ago, Rogers finds One Piece. 22 years ago, Rogers was executed. 20 years ago, O'Hara bombing. Chapter 62, Decision. Lucas and Roger continued to fight every day as it started to become more like a daily routine for both of them. Each time, Lucas would get beaten up repeatedly without being able to get a clear hit on Roger. Every morning, Lucas would be waking up to Roger's attack. It reached the point where Lucas had to maintain his observation hockey when he sleeps. Roger would always stop when it's breakfast time and continue thrashing Lucas after dinner. The only time Lucas could take a rest was in the afternoon and when Roger sleeps. This continued to become a normal occurrence on the ship as it sailed the calm belt. One day, after Lucas had Crocus patch him up, he walked to the deck to take a moment of rest. He needed to rest well before Roger finds him again later after dinner. As Lucas looked for a spot where he can sit and relax, he found Olvia quietly sitting at the side as she held a book on her lap. Her image seemed to overlap with Robin's image in Lucas' head. These two are really similar in a lot of ways. Olvia never talked to him much during his stay here in Roger's ship, and Lucas also didn't know how to face her. Lucas sighed and thought that he would have to face this choice sooner or later, so he decided to approach her. Looking at the book she's reading, Lucas' expression became weird. Rainbow Mist? I thought you weren't someone who believed in time travel. Olvia raised her head and showed an amused look. You know this book? Somewhat. They say that this rainbow mist is a mysterious fog that is actually a gateway to another dimension, right? Lucas spoke as he tried to remember the filler arc in his head. He really didn't pay too much attention to those filler arcs, but if this is true in this world, then maybe it could be the key for him to go back to his time, or even back to his own world. Olvia nodded and asked, "Do you really believe it? Such things like other dimensions?" Lucas showed a wry smile and nodded. After all, he himself is from another world. How can he not believe it? How come you are so sure? Think about it this way. There are two choices. Choice A and choice B. Let's say that at some point, you chose choice A, but at the same time, there is another reality out there where you chose choice B. Do you think that these two are still in the same dimension? No, it would appear as if they are the same, yet not at the same time. Right. These two realities move in the same direction but are parallel to one another. Who knows, maybe a choice A from many years ago has made the reality we know today to be completely different from choice B from many years ago, creating a completely different world. A different dimension. Olvia nodded and seemed to be deep in thought. Lucas smiled and looked at the sea outside. In fact, it doesn't even need to be a choice. It could be anything as minute as the waves of the sea or the breeze of the wind. They say a mere flutter of a butterfly can create a storm on the other side of the world. That's just how big the universe is. Like a smart guy used to say, anything that humans can imagine is a possibility in reality. Olvia blinked in surprise as she looked at Lucas. Everything that seemed to come out of this man's mouth seemed so unreal, yet somehow believable. Is he really from the future? Can you tell me about the future? Didn't Roger say he will kick anyone out who asks about it? I'm not a part of his crew. Just humor me. Guess that's true. Lucas scratched the back of his head and sighed as he sat down next to Olvia. What do you want to know? How far from the future are you from? I'm still not sure actually. Do you have a daughter yet? I don't have a husband yet. Guess it has to be more than 28 years in the future then, maybe 30 years just to round it up. Their conversation was short but held plenty of meanings already. Olvia's head started to hurt as she thought about it. Does he mean that I would have a daughter? But with whom? Also, why does he have to round up the years for? Lucas could feel Olvia glaring at him, which made him laugh dryly. He knew he had probably said too much, but it was her fault for asking too. After thinking for a bit, he felt around his pockets and surprisingly found his smartphone. Wasn't this with Luffy before we separated? How come it's with me now? No matter, let's throw it in the magic trash can where all the other unexplainable stuff is. It was useless to think about questions that he had no answers for and no one to ask. What's that? Well, you can think of it as a device that lets me store images, videos, and such. Is this from the future as well? Nah, this is from another world. Maybe it was best if I didn't say that, oh well. For what it's worth, Lucas enjoyed teasing Olvia, who seemed to be the kind of woman who only believes in facts that she can see. Lucas shrugged and tried his best to ignore Olvia's tell-me-everything gaze. After finding a picture, Lucas showed it to Olvia. This is her, your daughter, Nico Robin. Looking at the image on the screen, Olvia can't help but feel that the woman in that picture looks similar to her own image. I guess this man isn't lying, he really is from the future. Looking at her future's daughter smiling and seemed to be free from worries, she felt relieved despite not giving birth to her yet. Strangely enough, she already felt a connection to Robin. There was one thing she was confused about though. Why is my daughter on a pirate ship? Lucas heard her question and fell silent, not knowing if he should tell her about her own future or not. Gritting his teeth, Lucas ultimately decided to tell her. To Lucas, it was more important for Robin to be happy with her mother even if it meant no longer meeting her again. All he wanted was what was best for Robin. Maybe he's wrong, but this is his selfish desire as well. 8 years after she is born, O'Hara was judged to be a devil's land, and a buster call was ordered to wipe it out from the map. Olvia was shaken from the sudden news and grew even more worried. Robin was the only survivor, and she was given a bounty of 80 million as a kid. They call her the Devil's Child, Nico Robin. Lucas could feel Olvia shaking beside her, but he still continued. For 20 years, she had lived alone and without anyone she can trust. Ultimately, she started to join pirates and underworld gangs to survive and hide from the government, just so she can live long enough to discover the truth of the Void Century. Finally, Lucas smiled and looked back at the picture on his phone. After 20 years of surviving alone, we met her. She was an enemy at first, but she became a friend to us. A part of our crew, she became an indispensable nakama. I'd like to think that she has also achieved happiness with us. Lucas looked back at Olvia and spoke seriously. Olvia, as much as I want the chance to meet her, I don't want her to suffer the way she did. Even if this is another reality, I hope that you would live for her and stay by her side. Always. Olvia seemed to be still processing what he had just said, so Lucas didn't rush her. He also knew that the information he told her was too much, but it had to be done. Lucas has decided. If he truly cannot return to the time he is from, then he will do whatever it takes to save those who had died too early in the story. Olvia continued to look at the image of her future daughter's smiling face while in deep thought. Just as Lucas was about to leave her be, Olvia switched to the next picture, which made Lucas froze. In the picture was both Robin taking a selfie while in bed, with him beside her, still sleeping like a log. What's more, Robin had her lips puckered and was kissing his cheek with a playful wink. It can also be seen from their bare shoulders that they weren't wearing anything beneath the sheets. At that instant, Lucas felt a cold shiver deep in his bones. It was even colder than Akiji's ice. Lucas turned his head to look at Olvia's expression with difficulty and saw her smiling face. Yet at the same time, her eyes don't seem to be smiling at all. Author, let's take a moment of silence for our this Batarkov beloved MC. After dinner, Roger went to find Lucas but found him already half dead on the deck. Huh? Why is there a corpse here already? Confused, he scratched his head and found Shanks and Buggy, who was shivering at the corner. Hey, what happened? D-Demon. Huh? While Shanks was able to answer, Buggy had already fainted with foam in his mouth. The next day, when Buggy woke up, he already forgot everything that had happened, as if his brain instinctively deleted his memory to preserve his sanity. As such, the only 3 people who knew of this event was Shanks, the half-dead corpse Lucas, and the demon. The days continued to pass as the crew touched down in West Blue and reached O'Hara. During this period of time, Lucas had stuck close to Olvia, seemingly wanting to quell her anger by humoring her with various things. Sometimes he would show her some tricks or some videos on his phone. Sometimes he would tell her unbelievable stories. To Lucas, he merely wanted to appeal to his would-be mother-in-law, but to everyone watching, it looked like Lucas was courting Olvia. Now, looking at Olvia, who was about to leave, Lucas let out a deep sigh and held her back. Olvia, remember what I told you. Humph. Knowing that my future daughter will get to be with a pervert like you, I'll definitely not die. Should Lucas say he's glad or not, maybe this was a mistake. Olvia turned around and was about to leave when she suddenly stopped. Turning her head slightly, she spoke again. You better know how to take responsibility, pervert. Huh? Lucas was surprised and was about to speak, but Olvia already left and disappeared from his sights quickly. In the end, Lucas sighed again and shook his head. Suddenly, from both his sides, he felt 2 elbows poking at him. It was Roger and Rayleigh. Both of them had a knowing look and a smirk on their faces. Lucas could only rest his face on his palm. These damn geezers. I already slept with her daughter, what do they think I'm going to do to her mother? Lucas wanted so badly to beat them up, but knew that he will only end up worse if he tried to, so he could only hold himself back. The crew resupplied and left quickly, since Roger didn't want to attract Marines to Olvia's homeland. As they left the island, Lucas gave one last look at the island before turning away. On the island, Olvia also looked back on the ship with unknown thoughts. On her hand was a picture she had secretly printed with a special dent and mushi. It was a picture of Lucas and Robin smiling together. Giving the picture one last look, she sighed and hid it. Olvia, what's up? Ah, it's nothing. Just remembering something. Olvia turned and saw a black-haired man who looked at her worryingly. I see, it must have been quite an exciting adventure. Indeed. For a moment, there was this silence around them. After a while, the man spoke again. Listen, Olvia, this time, when we lost you, I was really worried, and I realized. Olvia looked at the man who was trying his hardest to speak out his feelings. She chuckled and was about to speak when another man appeared in her head. That man who told her unbelievable yet interesting stories, that man who showed her various videos on his so-called phone. Meeting that man had made her feel as if there truly is more to this world. He was basically proof of the impossible. She then remembered the picture and shook away her thoughts. With a smile, she looked back at the man and held his hand as they started to walk away. Olvia knows that she cannot fall for that man. He is already with her daughter, and she knows that her daughter is genuinely happy with him. That's why. Back on the ship, Roger and Rayleigh kept watching Lucas, who was leaning on the rails on the deck sighing for the nth time already. Seeing him like this, Roger nudged at Rayleigh. Hey, don't you know a lot of ladies? Go cheer him up. What do you mean, Roger? You know more about this than I do. You go cheer him up. I don't know anything about this. Should we call Shucky? Better not disturb her. Good call. How about we send him to Suru? Send him to the Marines. No way. He's my crew. But he hasn't accepted yet. Plus, he is technically not a known pirate at this time, right? Maybe they won't arrest him? Who knows, maybe he could melt the heart of that ice woman Suru. Roger groaned when Rayleigh pointed this out. Still, he needed to point something out. Nothing in this world can melt that woman's heart. Ever. While the two were bickering and discussing this, Lucas approached Roger. I've decided, Roger. Roger looked surprised to hear Lucas' decision and laughed. Ha ha ha. Interesting. All right, boy, let's do it that way. Thank you, Captain. As the crew began to re-enter the new world from the comm belt, Lucas' rigorous training began as Roger started to hammer armament hockey into his body. Despite the cruel and harsh training, Lucas gritted his teeth and persevered. After all, this was a rare chance to be taught by the man who would one day be known as the Pirate King. It would be a waste to let this opportunity slip by. Stronger, stronger, and even more stronger. Chapter 63, Memory. Days continued to pass as Lucas trained aboard the would-be Pirate King's ship. Sometimes, when they reached an island, Lucas would simply stay on the ship. Sometimes, he would wear the helmet and join Roger and the others explore the island. Because of this, he had also gained a bounty from the Marines. They called him Shark Knight as they didn't know his name and because of the shark fin-like blades of water that he would use when in the sea. The Marines seemed to be fully convinced that he was a rare species of shark fishman or something. Some rumors even say that he had a shark head, which was why he keeps wearing a helmet. Roger and the others laughed at Lucas quite a lot because of this. His training with Roger could be said to be even worse than he had imagined. Each day, Lucas would barely make it out alive as Roger became more and more serious. Still, he does get stronger at a visible speed. Even Roger and Rayleigh had sighed in amazement when they saw his improvement. One day, when Roger and the crew set out to explore an island in the New World, Lucas decided to stay on the ship to take a moment and rest his body. As he lay down on the deck with a towel over his eyes, he was about to doze off when he sensed someone approach. Lucas had spent a lot of time on Roger's ship, that he had already met all the crew and was quite familiar with them. Enough that he could tell that the person approaching wasn't a part of the crew. Add to the fact that Lucas had already gotten used to maintaining his observation hockey at all times, and even in his sleep, Lucas could already feel this intruder getting closer to attack him. Lucas didn't move and pretended to sleep. Once the intruder was near enough to strike, Lucas caught the intruder's feet and threw him across the deck. Quickly getting up, Lucas held the towel on his face and tied it to the back of his head so his face remained unseen. Granted, he is basically blindfolded at this point, but with his observation haki, he didn't need to use his eyes to see. He can't tell who the person attacking him was, but he could tell that the intruder is about to make another move. Despite the blindfold, Lucas dodged the attack and closed in to grab the intruder's chest in an attempt to grab his clothes and throw him on the ground. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he did, he heard the intruder shout in surprise. "Why, you bastard!" And there's also this soft feeling in his hands. Oh wait. Lucas' smile froze as he realized that the intruder was in fact a woman. While still pinned to the ground, Lucas could feel the woman's anger rising. She grabbed on the rifle that she had on her back and aimed the muzzle at Lucas' face. Bang! Lucas quickly dodged and jumped back with both his arms raised. I think we got on the wrong foot here. Shut up. Stay still so I can shoot your face. Lucas could only laugh dryly and continue to dodge. He could tell that the skill of this Marine officer isn't that high. She must have been a part of another Marine force and simply found their ship by chance. Seeing her attacks getting dodged easily, the Marine felt annoyed. She can't believe that some no-name pirate in the New World would be so much stronger than her. Thinking back on it, her colleagues had warned her plenty of times that pirates in the New World are on a completely different level than those in Paradise. But she didn't believe it. She requested to be transferred to a branch in the New World which had shocked her colleagues. The first half of the Grand Line was one thing. The New World, this is where the big-time pirates all are. Vice Admiral Tsuru noticed her and also tried to dissuade her. In the end, she put her under her wing so she can show her how dangerous the New World can be. At the same time, Tsuru can keep a closer eye on her. Now, after they received word that Roger had appeared on this island, they went to try and capture him. It seems Vice Admiral Garp had also joined in. She felt overwhelmed when she saw their fight and knew that there are indeed pirates in this part of the sea which she cannot hope to handle. Which was why she left to see if she could find their ship instead. Maybe if she did, she will be recognized as well. Sure enough, she did find the ship and saw only one person on it. That guy was simply sleeping on the deck without any guard up. His face was covered by the towel so she couldn't see his face. Still, she tried to match his features from the wanted posters of Roger's crew and found no match. This was just some no-name pirate. She may be too weak to battle with Roger and his main force, but she could handle this guy. Thinking she got lucky, she crept close to attack. But obviously, we know how that all turned out. Seeing the guy easily dodge her attacks in a laid-back manner and even blindfolded made her more and more irritated. Damn it! What the hell is wrong with this sea? A no-name pirate is this strong. Only one thought was in her head at the moment. I'm convinced. I just want to go back home. Naturally, no one answered her plea. On the other hand, Lucas felt troubled by taking care of this weak Marine officer and sighed. Finally, he disappeared and reappeared behind the Marine to knock her out. The Marine fell unconscious in his hands. Judging that it should be safe now, he removed his towel blindfold/mask and looked at the Marine in his hands. He didn't recognize who she was, but it wasn't as if he could just kill her too. He's not that heartless after all. After thinking about it, Lucas decided that he should just leave her in some village on the island. After she wakes up, she can just call for someone to pick her up. Yep, that should be fine. The only problem is there even a village here? Or a town? Lucas had never been to this island and he also didn't leave when Roger and the others left, so he didn't know the situation. In the end, Lucas sighed and simply carried the unconscious Marine on his back as he explored the island to look for civilization. The result? Where am I? Right, he got lost. There was no helping it. The island was actually a huge jungle and everything looked the same to Lucas. It was hard to get a bearing when the trees are huge enough to cover the sun, so he couldn't tell which direction he had been walking. Lucas thought that he had simply walked a straight line, yet after hours of walking, he still hasn't seen the other end of the island. What the hell is up with this island? Despite shouting like that, no one was there to answer him at all, and the Marine on his back is still unconscious. After another hour of walking around, he came across a waterfall and a small lake. Thinking that it may be a good time to rest, Lucas let the Marine down and walked to the lake to drink some water. He was just about to grab some water when he saw something under the lake. It seems to be a person. Looking at the attire, the person was also a Marine. Is this some marine island or something? Why do I keep meeting Marines? Lucas sighed and thought about it. If the Marine there is still alive, he can just leave the Marine to him and leave. That way, he doesn't have to deal with her. Deciding as such, Lucas controlled the water to lift the Marine up so he could simply grab the Marine. However, the Marine might ask some questions if he sees Lucas completely dry. Feeling that explaining will be troublesome, Lucas got in the water to get wet. He can just dry himself easily later. After getting the Marine up from the water, Lucas raised a brow, seeing that the Marine was also a woman. However, her face wasn't familiar to Lucas at all, so she should be some extra character. There was no need to cover his face. Anyway, he can just say that he's a local and not a pirate. There was another problem though. The Marine he pulled from the water wasn't breathing anymore. Lucas doesn't need to care about it, but since he already pulled her up, it would be a waste not to help her all the way. She's also kind of a beauty, even though she seemed to be older than him. Lucas performed CPR in an attempt to revive the Marine. Soon enough, the Marine coughed up water and woke up groggily. Cough cough, where am I? Ah, you're awake? The Marine stared at Lucas blankly as she was still trying to understand the situation. Lucas scratched his head and tried to explain. I'm not a bad guy, okay? I found you in the lake and performed CPR on you. It's a good thing that you're okay. CPR. The Marine touched her lips while still confused. Suddenly, everything seemed to have clicked in her head as she started blushing furiously. Her hand turned black and she swung it towards Lucas at high speed. It was a good thing that Lucas didn't let go of his observation hockey as he quickly dodged the hockey-clad slap. Whoa! Lady, you can't just slap me for saving you. Ah! Sorry, it was reflex. What damn reflex is that? You actually used armament hockey just to try and slap me. Who the hell is this woman? The Marine coughed to clear her throat as she fixed her posture and bowed slightly. I apologize for trying to hit you. My name is Suru. Thank you for saving me just now. Ah, it's no problem. Lucas nearly cursed. Gadamit. This is supposed to be Tsuru. That old hag. Isn't she about 44 years old by now? Why does she look so hot still? Then, he realized something. Tsuru saw his face. This isn't gonna cause problems in the future, right? Lucas tried to act cool and not show anything in his expressions. He cleared his throat as well and spoke. Right. I also found this one here at the beach. She was unconscious already by the time I saw her. I'm trying to see if I can find any of her colleagues on the island as well. Since you're okay now, it should be safe to leave her to you. Tsuru looked at where Lucas pointed and saw a familiar woman. I see. Thank you for saving her as well. It's fine. I didn't really do anything. Lucas felt weird talking to Tsuru. Even though he can see her as a beautiful woman now, his mind sees her as an old hag in the future. He didn't know how to talk to her at all. Damn! I can't believe I kissed her in the mouth. Lucas doesn't know if he should feel shame or what. Still, Tsuru didn't really know what was going on in his mind. She continued to speak and asked Lucas. I shall take care of her then. But, can I ask, where did you come from? HM? I live here, I guess. You guess? See, some pirates captured me from my hometown a few years back. Things happened and I got marooned on this island. I don't have a way back home. The confusion Lucas had felt facing Tsuru completely threw his excuses all over the place. As such, he could only start to bullshit an excuse. Tsuru nodded and seemed to be in deep thought. Lucas saw this and started to sweat. Did she buy it? Nah, this is Tsuru we're talking about. She's probably had me figured out already and is planning on attacking. I see. In that case, come with me to my ship. I shall give you a ride. Ah. She bought it. Therein lays another problem. Obviously, Lucas had lied. He can't go with her. Now he had to think of another bullshit reason to decline. No need to be thankful. I am merely doing my job. Plus, I can get to thank you properly for saving me. Tsuru let out a sweet smile which made Lucas choke up his excuse. In the end. Thank you. He accepted. Great! Come, let's go to my ship. Tsuru picked up the female marine and carried her on her back as she started to walk. Lucas was following behind with tears on his face. What am I meant to do now? As they began to walk, they came across a group of pirates. It was Roger's group. Roger looked at Lucas with eyes that seemed to ask, what the hell are you doing over there? Lucas could only smile wryly with eyes that seemed to say, it's a long story. The two of them continued to communicate with their eyes. What do you mean long story? Explain. You performed CPR. You actually kissed that cold-hearted woman. Ha 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 ha. And now she's repaying her debt to you by getting you out of this island. Ha 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 ha. This, ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Lucas could already see Roger's shoulders shaking as he tried to stop himself from laughing. Lucas had no idea how Roger actually understood what was happening though. However, this was an opportunity to get away from Tsuru. Just as he was about to start speaking, Tsuru pushed the marine on him and shouted, Go! Take her and run straight north. I'll hold him off. But dash. No buts. This man is Gold, Roger. He is unlike any pirate that you have ever seen. Quickly get out of here. Lucas became teary-eyed. That was supposed to be his line. Lucas gritted his teeth and grabbed Tsuru's hand as he threw her to the back. WH-. Before she could speak, Lucas tossed the marine back to her and stomped his feet to the ground. As soon as he did, he created a thin blade of water that sliced the entire island in half. He also controlled the ocean currents to push each half apart to lengthen their distance. Looking at Tsuru on the other half of the island, Lucas smiled. At times like this, it's supposed to be the man's job to get left behind. Take care not to drown again, Tsuru. Having said that, Lucas charged at Roger and pushed him further in the jungle to disappear for Tsuru's sight. As soon as they did, ha 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 ha. At times like this, it's supposed to be the man's job to get left behind, PFT-. Take care not to drown again, Tsuru, PFT-. Ha. Lucas' face started blushing from shame while Roger and the rest laughed their asses off. Right now, Lucas just wants to find a hole to bury himself. I can't help it. She needs to think I'm dead and not connect the current me to the future me. Otherwise, there will be a whole lot of problems. Ha. Still doesn't make it any less funny. Ha. Needless to say, Roger and the rest didn't seem to get over it after years had passed. This memory had become a black stain in Lucas' history. As for Tsuru, Tsuru had already returned to their ship along with Garp and the remaining Marines. The female Marine who Lucas knocked out had voiced her wish of returning back to paradise after encountering setbacks in the New World. She wished she could simply stop the small-time pirates in her home sea instead. On the other hand, Garp was scratching his beard when he saw Tsuru stare off in the distance. Tsuru-chan, everything okay? I'm fine. But... I said I'm fine. Leave. Garp sighed and turned to leave. Tsuru continued to stare into the distance. It was unknown what she was thinking. Chapter 64, Exchange. As the crew continued to sail the New World, Lucas had started to become unsettled due to the fact that he had been taking a long time in this era. He really wanted to go to Wano and find Momonosuke's mother to get her to send him back. Truth was, Momonosuke's mother having this ability was still under speculation back in his time before he was sent here. The last thing Lucas remembered reading was Luffy and the rest leaving Zo. He has no knowledge of Wano and what happens next. It would be a lie to say that Lucas didn't feel scared. But this was something he was going to face sooner or later. There was no use in dwelling on the feeling for long. What he needed to do remains the same. One day, Roger and the rest landed on another island and was attacked by Marines once more. But this time, Garp or Tsuru wasn't present. Though there was still a Vice Admiral present on the Marine side, Roger was able to easily beat him. Lucas had joined them as well in order to take his mind off things and just let loose. He was still dissatisfied with how fast the battle ended. Roger was feeling the same as well as he held the Marine by the scruff of his neck. Go summon Garp or Sengoku. You lot are just boring me. GHH. Suddenly, Buggy shouted from the top of a huge boulder behind. Captain! Captain Roger! Whitebeard's ship is on the other side of the island. We just fought a battle, Roger. Rayleigh knew what Roger was thinking as he saw his smirk, so he tried to dissuade him. Needless to say, Roger didn't quite listen to him at all. Whitebeard, It's been a while. Shanks laughed while eating some chocolates he found somewhere. Lucas looked at the chocolate bar and wondered how long had it been since he last ate one. While Shanks was distracted, Lucas swiped a piece and took a bite as he lifted his helmet for a bit. Hey! Come on, Shanks, it's just a small piece. Still, Whitebeard, Meeting him again is kind of awkward. Lucas remembered how familiar Whitebeard was with him and had a thought. It seems, this would be the time that Whitebeard meets him, huh? Roger tossed the Marine aside and grinned. All right. Let's have a little fun, then. A battle to the death, because we're both so very alive. As it is, I don't have much longer. This may well be the last time we see each other, Whitebeard. Lucas sighed when he heard what Roger said. A few months ago, Crocus had diagnosed that Roger had a deadly disease and did not have much time left. That time, Lucas had stepped forward to tell him that he could heal him, but Crocus stopped him. Even without telling him about it, it seems he was able to tell the side effects of Lucas healing and told Roger. When Roger heard about it, he became mad and started to attack Lucas. Bastard! I forbid you from using this power on me. I will kill you if you do. Since then, Roger had also started to ignore Lucas like a kid throwing a tantrum. Before Lucas could speak again, they felt someone seemingly charging in straight towards them. Roger laughed excitedly. Here he comes! The samurai! The one we heard about. At the distance, a man with a huge knot behind him and a weird hairstyle that went to both sides of his head appeared in front of them while wielding two katanas. Nitoryu Oden, Gon Madoki! Gwa! Lucas frowned and disappeared from his spot. The next moment, he reappeared in front of the samurai while wielding a huge black scythe. This was something that he had come up with during his training with Roger. To clad his water with armament haki and solidify them into whichever shape he wanted. Water arms, black scythe. The samurai's eyes flashed and he waved his two swords towards Lucas. A knight, huh? Boom. Their clash caused a small shockwave with them at the center. Just as the samurai was about to acknowledge Lucas for his strength, the two of them were suddenly thrown away by a huge blast. Huh! GH-. The two crashed to a nearby tree, but that didn't stop the samurai as he quickly got back on his feet and shouted as he ran. What the hell was that? Incredible! Ah, Hey! I won't go there if I were you. Lucas saw the samurai heading to where the blast originated, so he tried to stop him. Naturally, the samurai didn't listen at all and still went. The moment he did, he saw Roger and Whitebeard crossing blades. Well, maybe not quite crossing exactly. They aren't even touching. Right, both Roger's sword and Whitebeard's naginata were still about a meter or so apart, but it was already considered to be a clash. Another huge blast came from between the two and pushed everyone back. Both Roger and Whitebeard grinned as they faced each other and didn't care how everyone was blown away. You look good, Roger. How many years has it been, Newgate? Give me everything you have. Guerrerara. Wah! Seeing the two all pumped up and raring to go, Lucas laughed dryly instead. These damn monsters, can't they at least mind their own crew? No one seemed to pay attention to him as both sides got ready for war. Come on, men! Loot them! The Roger Pirates vs. the Whitebeard Pirates. The battle between these two great pirate crews lasted 3 days and 3 nights, with the upper hand constantly shifting from side to side. Lucas tried to hold back a bit as he could see that everyone was doing the same. No one died in the battle, and it seemed like this was all just a friendly competition between the two. 4 days later. What an outrageous shirt! Where did you get it? Wait a minute, you're drinking too much. We agreed everyone would have the same amount. This southern sake is just too good. I'll give you 3 crates for it. Looking at the scene beside Rayleigh, Lucas sighed. Does this happen often? With the Whitebeard crew, yeah, it always ends in a gift exchange. Beside them, Shanks and Buggy were also having a discussion. Hey Shanks, do you see that guy with the hat? Yeah. He didn't sleep during the truce we had for the last few days. Huh? Why? I heard he's never slept in his life. Huh? How is that even possible? I'm jealous. You would have twice as much time to enjoy your life if you didn't need to sleep. Hearing what Shanks said, Lucas almost slipped. Is this really Shanks? Is anyone wearing that straw hat an idiot at one point or something? Buggy also thought the same as he said. It's not that simple, idiot. He's a monster. Lucas fell silent as well as he looked at the guy they were discussing. This was none other than Blackbeard himself as a kid. In fact, Lucas did indeed think of killing this guy during the confusion, but figured it may bring even bigger problems. At the moment, he still hasn't defected and is just a child. Even if he were to explain the reason, Lucas has no doubt that Whitebeard would still kill him for it. Maybe he can get out of it somehow, but it wasn't worth the trouble. Thinking back on it, when he met Blackbeard before, he didn't seem to recognize Lucas at all. This was why he was able to easily kill him back then. Knowing that, Lucas decided to be more careful when he's around. Another thing worth noting was during their fight before, Lucas had used his steam burst attack to, so to say, lightly blow away some Whitebeard members. However, Marco had gotten in the way and accidentally made the explosion a lot bigger than it was supposed to be. Thankfully, Lucas knew what would happen when his steam burst combined with Marco's flames, so he was able to quickly divert his attack elsewhere, causing a huge chunk of the island to disappear. This was actually what caused the fight to stop 4 days ago. Lucas sighed again and looked back to where Roger was sitting with Whitebeard and the samurai. After thinking for a bit, he walked towards them as he needed to say something. That samurai is connected to Wano. Maybe he can help with Lucas' time problem. HM? Ah, Lucas. You're here. Come and sit. Ah, you're not ignoring me anymore, Captain? Shut up. Don't make me hit you again. Lucas chuckled while shaking his head and sat next to him facing Whitebeard and the samurai. He was still wearing his helmet, but since Whitebeard knows him already and he wanted to request something from the samurai, Lucas figured it should be fine to show his face around them. His back is turned from the others anyway. Whitebeard saw Lucas' appearance and scratched his chin. I thought you had a shark head? Wahahaha. Well, he certainly looks like a rascal. Hey! You look even more like a rascal than I am, damned captain. Which part of me looks like a rascal? Aren't I very handsome? Author, says who? Lucas started to explain. Well, it's like this. I needed to hide my face from the Marines and everyone else as it would cause some troubles in the future. HM? Are you sure it's fine to tell them about this? Lucas nodded when Roger asked him. Whitebeard knows who I am anyway. It should be fine to tell him. I know you. Sort of. You see, I'm from the future. Whitebeard and the samurai looked at each other and started laughing. Gururara. Future, eh? You sound just like that girl. Ha ha ha. Right, Toki also said she's from 800 years ago. Lucas didn't mind about their laughter and caught on to what they said. Toki? She said that? Do you know where I can find her? I need her help to send me back to my time. When the two heard this, they finally stopped laughing and raised a brow instead. It seems, this guy was serious? You're saying, you really are from the future? Yes. About, I think 26 years from now. Right. It has been 4 years since he found himself back in the past. As such, Lucas is a bit impatient to get back now. Whitebeard fell in deep thought before asking again. You say I knew you? Right. We fought side by side in a war that would change the era. One of your sons was taken and was about to be executed. I was there with my captain and Roger's son to help. I was supposed to die that day. Yet for some reason, I find myself 30 years in the past. Lucas wanted to tell him more about Blackbeard's betrayal. If he did, it would only backfire on him and would change the whole thing. Whitebeard was about to speak again when Roger suddenly grabbed Lucas' shoulders with a glare. Hold on! Back up, I have a son! Ah! Oops! Seeing Lucas with a T expression with his tongue out only irritated Roger as he smacked his head. Don't just oops me! What did I say about telling future stuff? Ah, are you going to kick yourself out, Captain? I'm kicking you out. As if to prove his point, Roger planted his feet on Lucas' face and kicked him away. Only after a while did Roger calm down and started smiling weirdly. A son, eh? He. Lucas, Whitebeard, and the samurai showed weird expressions of disgust as they looked at Roger. Noticing their looks, Roger coughed and changed the topic. Ahem, anyway, continue that time travel conversation later. This is more important. Look! Lucas sighed and gave up on it temporarily. He'll just look for them later when Roger's finished with whatever he wanted to say. Roger pulled a huge piece of paper with ancient markings on it. HM? These are, from the Poneglyphs? I thought you weren't interested in this stuff? If I showed interest in it, Olvia won't be getting off my ship. You have no idea how troublesome it is to have that woman on board the ship. Besides, I was trying to dissuade her not to pursue this path since the world government had banned it. She will only get into more trouble if she continues that path. No, I completely get you. It was only natural to get rid of that demon. Lucas shivered when he remembered what she did to him before. Let's just say it was better not to think about it. Ever. Again. The samurai picked the paper and started to read it, which surprised Roger and Lucas. Can you read it? Yes, I can. I can translate it for you, but why did you transcribe this? These symbols are a secret code. The way to decode them was passed from generation to generation to the firstborn of the Kazuki clan from Wano. Roger nodded and explained. We took this 13 years ago. We were able to do what no one else had done. Reach the end of the log pose. The island Roadstar. But, when we finally got there, I realized it wasn't the last island. Our log pose couldn't guide us further because the needles kept spinning. But Roger became more and more excited as he spoke. I'm sure there's one last island. An island you need to reach in order to travel the whole world. A feat never done before. Roger took the paper once again and pointed at it. It has these inscriptions marked on 4 special red stones. I believe they're clues to the final island, but the world government banned the deciphering of poneglyphs long ago. I used to think they were ordinary objects, so I was surprised when I discovered that they were essential reference points for achieving our goal. Roger stretched both his arms wide and laughed. That means the world government doesn't want anyone to reach the final island. Their actions only confirm the legends that there's a huge treasure hidden there. If we can get there, surely we'll be the biggest pirate crew in the world. The biggest. That's right. And then I'll be... What? Hearing what Roger had said, Whitebeard, Lucas, and the samurai stared at him dumbfoundedly. The next moment, Whitebeard started to laugh loudly. Gururara. What a load of crap, Roger. Are you a kid by any chance? Wahahaha. Roger didn't care about it and simply laughed as well. The samurai still had his mouth open, completely speechless to the point of being unable to move. Lucas laughed as well and shook his head. Having finished laughing, Roger stretched his hand with his index finger pointing up. Please let me borrow Oden for 1 year, Newgate. This is my last request. Unlike Olvia, he's strong. There's no problem with bringing him along. With him by my side, I know I can get to the final island. Hey! Why are you deciding this by yourself? Roger even started to bow down. I beg you, Oden. Please sail with us for 1 year. Stop it! This is shameful. You shouldn't bow to me. However, seeing him like this made Whitebeard even more irritated. Quit screwing around, Roger. Do you really think I'll let you take a member of my family? With his anger, the sea started to shake and huge waves formed around the island. Oden felt conflicted. What do these stones have to do with the Kozuki clan? Was this meeting with Roger a mere coincidence? Before he could even think straight, he was already bowing to Whitebeard as well. Whitey-chan. I want to get to the bottom of this. Please let me go with them. Whitebeard had the same disgusted look he had earlier now directed at Oden. You look disgusted. No kidding. Of course I hate the idea. We're brothers, aren't we? But it's only for a year, Whitey-chan, please. Looking at the weird scene in front of him made Lucas think as if Roger was trying to get the approval of his wife's father to live with him in the city, but the father wasn't willing. Having that weird idea in his head, Lucas shook his head to get rid of it and spoke up as well. How about this, aren't we having an exchange gift? I'll go with Whitebeard and Oden can go with Roger. Anyway, Lucas didn't want to reach the final island with Roger's group. It was better and a lot more fun if he did it with Luffy and the others. Plus, if he sticks with Whitebeard, he can learn more about this Toki girl. Good idea. Let's go, Oden. Oi! At least show some reluctance, you damned captain. Chapter 65, Wano. Before Lucas separated with Roger's crew, he approached Shanks and handed him a piece of paper. What's this? It's, shall we say, instructions. I know you're not simple, Shanks. I hope that when the time comes, you can protect them. Them? Yes. You will understand when you read the note. I trust you won't tell anyone about this. Lucas looked at Shanks' eyes with seriousness. Shanks looked at the paper then back to Lucas. I understand. I'll see what I can do. But don't blame me if I can't do it. Haha, I know you can. Well then, till we meet again, hopefully, in about 26 years into the future. As Oden sets off with Roger together with his family, Lucas on the other hand, stayed on Whitebeard's ship with a weird expression. He still can't believe that Roger would just forget about him just like that. That damned captain. Lucas sighed and turned towards Whitebeard. Right, you mentioned this Toki girl? Where can I find her? Whitebeard gave him a side glance before chugging on his drink again. You already met her. Huh? Didn't you know? Toki is Oden's wife. For a moment, Lucas stood there with his jaw on the ground, unable to move. Why, away it. Wait! If Oden is Toki's husband, then that kid he was carrying is Momonosuke? But who's the other baby girl? Was it mentioned that Momonosuke had a sister? Lucas tried to think, but he can't quite remember the facts. All he knew was that there were speculations of Momonosuke's mother having the power of time. He didn't know about Oden or anyone else related at all. There goes my chance. Lucas looked at the distance again with a sigh. Whitebeard saw this and waved his hand. If you want to go back, get out. No, it's fine. An agreement is an agreement. Besides, I can just wait for them in Wano. Suit yourself then. Whitebeard no longer cared as he stood up and shouted to everyone. Time to go, kids! Time flew by as Lucas sailed with the Whitebeard pirates. At first, the crew didn't really accept him as a crewmate, but after a few expeditions and a few more months together, they gradually accepted him as a part of their family. Lucas still hasn't shown his face to most of them, but he did show his face to Marco, Jozu, Vista, and the other future commanders that he knew about. It wasn't just the Whitebeard crew that paid attention to him. The Marines also became fearful when they heard that the Shark Knight had switched to Whitebeard. This combo was simply too fearful. At times, Lucas would also ask for a spar with Whitebeard only to end up losing again and again like with Roger. Still, the fights had made the two closer and Whitebeard eventually acknowledged him as a son. Finally, the crew arrived at Wano where they dropped off Lucas. You sure you don't want to come with us? Whitebeard asked. I need to wait for Oden and Toki to come back. I must return to my time. Fine then. I'll see you when I see you. In the future. Whitebeard laughed and was about to board the ship when Lucas called out again. Whitebeard! HM? What is it? Lucas' mouth opened and closed, but no voice came out. He had grown rather fond of this old geezer and wanted to warn him about Blackbeard, but Lucas knows that without any evidence, events will still happen as it had. Finally, he forced out a smile and shouted back. Make sure to take care of your health, damn geezer. Gururara. Are you cursing me already, brat? On that note, the two separated once more and Lucas was left behind in the shores of Wano. Looking around, Lucas felt unfamiliar to the place and decided not to stick out too much. Lucas bought a plain black yukata and a red haori which he found in a shop nearby. After dressing himself like a local, Lucas didn't know where to go next, so he simply wandered around. Since he's also not sure if being recognized here would do something to the future, Lucas wanted to go look for a mask. After all, wearing a helmet here would be pretty weird. While walking around trying to look for a mask shop, he saw a stand at the side selling demon masks. Being too lazy to look for another shop, Lucas went and bought one. It's a red demon mask with fangs protruding on the sides. After wearing the mask and looking at his appearance in the mirror, Lucas smiled wryly. Well, he's bound to stick out with this getup. Anyway, after settling his appearance, Lucas found an inn and stayed there in the meantime. As for where he got the money, it was from the pickpockets he encountered while roaming around. All he needed to do was pickpocket them back. It's actually pretty easy with his ability too. Now, all he needed to do was wait. Thankfully, he only needed to wait for a few weeks to get the news of Oden's arrival. Hearing the commotion outside, Lucas left the inn and silently followed the several people rushing to the beach. He recognized two of them being Kinemon and Kenjuro. Sure enough, Lucas can indeed see Roger's ship on the shore and Oden coming down while carrying his wife. Looking at her complexion, she seems to be sick. Seeing Oden, Kinemon, Kenjuro, and three other people all got on their knees and greeted him. Lord Oden! We've protected Kuri in preparation for your return. Please become Wano's ruler once again. Silence! The one who shouted wasn't Oden, but his wife who still looked sickly. Haven't you considered Oden's feelings? He'd feel awful if his adventure ended because of me. So, enough. I'll continue to travel. After dropping off Toki, Oden turned around and no longer looked back. He could tell that if he turned around, he won't be able to leave anymore. Looking at this, Lucas sighed and finally decided to reveal himself. It's alright, Oden. I'll take care of them. HM? That voice, I see. Then I can rest easy. Roger also noticed Lucas and waved. You're also here. How's that bastard Newgate? Still alive? He'll live longer than you, damned captain. Wah! Lucas sighed again. Seriously, Roger doesn't seem to be taking his own well-being seriously. Meanwhile, Kinnaman and the others were confused to see Lucas, who wore a demon's mask. Who are you? I'm a friend. Don't worry. Just call me Akoni. Lucas didn't feel like revealing himself to them at the moment, as it may cause some issues in the future. Still, it should be fine if he tells at least Toki. It seems that Roger and the others are only here to copy the road poneglyph in this country and leave. Roger seemed to be close to reaching his goal, and also close to reaching his end. Lucas saw them off before following Toki and the others back to the castle. Once Toki was settled in, Lucas touched her hand and used his powers to heal her. He could have done it on the shore, but if he did, Roger would get mad again and go on a rampage. Kinnaman and the others were first alarmed to see Lucas touch Toki, but after seeing Toki's complexion return to normal, they all celebrated. Amazing! What was that? Is that the so-called life transfer jutsu? What life transfer jutsu? Is that a thing? Well, he's not entirely wrong though. The one who said that was the one wearing ninja clothes and a large head called Reizo. There was also a fishman among the group wearing a cone straw hat called Kawamatsu. Then there's the male with the heart of a woman, Kikunajo. Luckily, Kinnaman had told him about Kiku's gender, so he didn't make any mistakes. The cat and dog, Nekomamushi and Inuyarashi, had also stayed behind this time around and didn't follow Oden back to Roger's ship. The next day, Lucas found Toki again and asked her about her ability. She was playing with Momonosuke and the baby Hiyori when he arrived. Once he made sure there wasn't anyone else in the room using observation hockey, Lucas removed his mask. Let me reintroduce myself again. My real name is Lucas. I've been wanting to meet you, Lady Toki. Ah, no need to call me lady, Oden had told me about you. The man from the future, is it? Lucas had already expected this, so he nodded. Yes. I was also told that you had come from the past. 800 years ago? That's correct. Then, you finding me, I take it that you want me to send you back to your time? Yes. About 26 years from now, I hope that you can help. Listening to Lucas' request, Toki appeared to be hesitating before finally sighing and answered. Unfortunately, I am not able to control this power yet. I don't know if I can send you 26 years from now or maybe 800 years from now. 800. Lucas laughed dryly. If that did happen to him, what is he meant to do then? Thinking about it, why would Toki even travel so far into the future? Was it really because she couldn't control her power and she ended up going too far in time? Lucas sighed. Since this was the case, there are 3 options available for him. The first option is to take the long route, spend 26 years in this world. If he did this, he can at least prevent the deaths of those characters that had died early. But he would be an old man by the time he sees his own kid, and he didn't want that. The second option is to try and awaken that ability in him that allowed him to time travel, which he doesn't even know where to start or if he can really do it. This option is unreliable, but still worth trying. The third option is to wait or train Toki with her powers so she can send him back to the future more accurately. Well, there's also that rainbow mist thing, but Lucas has no idea where to look for that or if that is even real in this world. In any case, he can go with options 2 and 3 simultaneously, and if all else fails, then he has no choice but to go with option 1. Having decided as such, Lucas decided to remain in Wano to help Toki access her powers and also train his own. During the day, Toki would help out the townspeople in any way she can. If someone dares to cause trouble, Lucas would be there to back her up. His appearance as a demon has been well recognized by the people of Kuri as an object of fear. Parents would say to their kids that if they don't behave, the Red Oni will come and eat them. When Lucas heard about this, he would always sigh dejectedly. No matter what, he can't let his own kid go to this place. However, he is quite popular with Momonosuke and Hiyori. Even with the mask on, Hiyori doesn't seem to be quite frightened while Momonosuke just thinks he's cool. After dinner, Lucas would look for Toki again when no one else was present and they would both practice on accessing their powers. There was an unsettling rumor that had occurred because of this, so Lucas had no choice but to stop his night visits. Toki is indeed beautiful, but Lucas is not so lustful that he would take someone else's wife. One day, several armed men arrived in Kuri. You only need to look at them to know that they came for trouble. Kinemon and the others quickly arrived and stopped the intruders. Stop! What is your business here? Kakik, of course, we have business here. We're here to collect the money for Lord Orochi. Nonsense. We already paid the tax for this month. Kinemon gritted his teeth and shouted back, but the intruders only chuckled coldly. The price just rose up. You're still lacking some more. This isn't right. He can't just increase the tax whenever he likes. Seeing the situation about to become ugly, Toki quickly stepped up and pulled Kinemon back. Kinemon! It's fine. We'll pay the remaining tax. Don't fight them. But Lady Toki. No buts. Listen to me. Toki asserted her tone more as Kinemon gradually calmed down. Still, you can see from his clenched fist that he has not entirely calmed down at all. The intruders saw this as well and continued to laugh as they approached Toki with lecherous eyes. Hee hee, that's right. Listen to the pretty lady. Well, if you can't pay up, we don't mind being paid in another way. Cuckoo cuckoo. One of the men was about to grab Toki's hand when another hand had reached out first to grab his. Huh? The man looked confused and was about to shout at the person who grabbed him only to see a man wearing a demon's mask glaring at him coldly. Suddenly, the arm which grabbed him started to release steam and a sizzling sound could be heard. Ah dash! Hot! 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 Let go of me! Sorry, is the water too hot for you? Lucas clenched his fist, destroying the hand completely as the man squealed in pain. The other men finally reacted and they were about to draw their swords, but they were all blown away in a fraction of a second. Before they could regain their senses, a black scythe appeared from Lucas' hands which he used to slice down everyone, last one of them, well, except for the last. Looking at the trembling last man crawling on the ground, Lucas gave him a kick and pushed the bodies of the rest to him. Pick them up and return to your master. Why, you're letting me go? Of course, after all, I need someone to send a message. Lucas nodded and retraced the black scythes. The last man asked, still trembling. A message? Lucas smiled and remembered a particular phrase from a movie in his homeworld. He had been looking for a good excuse to say something like this and now he can. Right. Tell your master. Kuri is under my protection. If you are looking for tax, I can tell you I don't have money. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills I have acquired over a short but deadly career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. If you don't make a move on this land, that will be the end of it. I will not look for you. I will not pursue you, but if you don't, I will find you, and I will kill you. Chapter 66, Kaido. Having said that, Lucas turned around satisfied but suddenly felt like he was missing a line somewhere. But if he turns back again to say it, it would be embarrassing. It's a must to act cool when copying Liam Neeson. It's unfortunate that he can't say it over the phone, but well, maybe he can say it again someday. Right, isn't there still Doflamingo's arc? He can be a good partner to act that scene out again. In a distant land, a kid wearing sunglasses suddenly sneezed inexplicably. He tilted his head in confusion as he didn't understand why he sneezed. Back to Wano, the remaining man dragged his dead colleagues away and ran as far as he could. Lucas ignored the stares of Toki and the rest as he silently walked back to the castle. Elu, Akoni-san? Why did you? I promised Oden I'd look after you all. I intend to keep that promise. Be it now, or in the future. After some time, in the Shogun's castle. The man that Lucas had spared had just returned and reported what happened to Orochi with a shaking voice. Beside him, there was a large man with dark long and bushy hair. At the sides of his head, you could see horns sticking out as well. This man was none other than one of the four emperors, Kaido. Orochi trembled when he heard what Lucas had said. The truth was, he was a cowardly person by nature, but since he's backed up by strong people, he still finds a bit of courage to do whatever he wants. When he heard what Lucas had done, a vivid image of a red demon appeared in his mind and he couldn't help but shiver. On the other hand, Kaido only raised a brow. Oh ho, what an interesting guy. This isn't the time for that. Are you going to help me deal with this or not? Heh, don't worry. Didn't he say it? He'll be coming here himself if you lay a hand on Curry. No need for me to bother going there. Orochi fell silent and started laughing out loud. That's right. Why does he need to be scared? Isn't the one known to be the strongest creature alive beside him? Why should I be afraid of some demon? Right, I may have a bit of trouble if I seek him out himself, but if he comes here by himself, I can prepare a lot of things. Maybe he won't even reach Kaido and just die from the traps and ambush. As soon as Orochi thought of that, an obscene smile crept on his face as he started to laugh again. Then, he noticed there was still someone else other than him and Kaido in the room. He smiled coldly at the man kneeling before him. What are you still doing here? Then, I'll excuse myself now. Bang! Without noticing it, Orochi had already picked up a pistol and shot at the man suddenly. The man looked at Orochi with disbelief as he tried to ask while clutching onto his chest now full of blood. Why? Lord, Orochi. He didn't even get an answer before he died just like that. Orochi glanced at the body and snorted. Humph. Your comrades had all died already, do you think I needed you alive? After dealing with him, Orochi called for someone to clean up the mess and also provided another set of orders. Once done, he started to coldly smile again. Curry Castle. Lucas continued to calmly wait while trying to access his powers, but to no avail. Sighing, he decided to train on his body instead as he started to do some workouts. That night, Lucas laid on his bed while thinking of various things. About the well-being of the Straw Hats. About Nami and their baby. About Robin, Vivi, even Hina. He also thought about his own crew who should now be led by Koza. He felt a bit worried that the former CP9 members might make things too hard for him, but he trusts that Koza can handle it. As he was thinking of these things, soon, he began to drift off to sleep. However, this didn't last long as he soon detected something with his observation hockey. His room is just right next to Toki's and the kids, so he can immediately act when needed. Sure enough, there were several figures creeping close to her room. Lucas silently turned to water and sneaked inside Toki's room. When the several was about to strike at Toki, Lucas appeared from behind them and held down their mouths. There were 4 figures all in all, so Lucas had created 4 water clones to deal with each of them. His hand turned into water as it filled in the mouths of the intruders, drowning them silently. Lucas thought for a moment and tried something as well. His healing ability was said to be him giving his life force away to heal someone, but can it work in reverse? With this thought, the water that he had sent inside their bodies was retracted by him along with the blood and the water in their bodies, which then filled him up. He can feel that he had indeed been somewhat reinvigorated, but there was this bad taste in his mouth, so to say. He didn't actually taste anything, but the feeling of taking a life and taking it for his own is just unpleasant. Anyway, he's still alive and kicking. There was no need to do this sort of thing all the time. Lucas looked at the dried-up corpses and sighed. He checked to see that Toki and the kids were still asleep before disappearing with the corpses as he took them outside to dispose of them. Looking at the attires worn by these intruders, it was evident that they were ninjas sent by Orochi. It seems that he did not take his threat seriously. That or he wanted me to walk into a trap. Lucas smirked. Very well, consider it that you've angered me. Let's see what you have for me. An hour later, Lucas arrived at Orochi's castle and blatantly walked inside. Huh? Who are you? Outsiders aren't allowed in this dash. Without a word, there was a black flash and his head fell down the next moment. The other guards were about to react, but they too had been sliced off in the next second. Lucas continued to encounter samurais and sometimes pirates from Kaido's crew, but he sliced them all off without hesitation. The hidden ninjas responsible for the supposed ambush showed themselves holding a short blade and lunging at Lucas at the most opportune moment. Lucas didn't bother to move and simply let the blade strike him. He can feel that there was no haki imbued in their attacks, so there was no reason to dodge at all. He made sure to control the water well enough so that there won't be splashes or anything. What he wanted was to create an image of an undying demon in Orochi's mind. Just as the ninjas were about to celebrate from their successful attack, they were all sliced the next moment, leaving them confused. Sadly, they were already dead and would have no way of knowing what happened. The other samurais and pirates stared at Lucas dumbfoundedly. Right now, Lucas was covered with blood and multiple katanas were struck all over his body, but he acted as if he didn't feel anything as he removed them without care. Steam started to appear on his body, which created an eerie scene to everyone. To everyone's eyes, it was as if his eyes were glowing from behind the mask and they all started trembling. Demon! No! He can't be human. They all tried to flee but were a step too late. It only took a few seconds before they were all sliced in half. Lucas glanced at the bodies and continued to walk towards where Orochi is. He had already locked onto him with his observation haki the moment he had arrived. On the way, Lucas met with all kinds of traps and ambushes. Be it ninjas, pirates, poison arrows, poison gas, none of which were effective on him at all. Orochi watched as Lucas silently approached closer and closer to him, completely unaffected with all his tricks and plans. He started to tremble and even fall on his butt while crawling backward. Wait. Please think about this. I can hire you. I'll give you money. Women. Power. We have no hatred with each other. Lucas ignored him and continued to walk closer. All right. Don't you like Oden's woman? I'll give her to you. That Oden will die sooner or later anyway. You can just get her now. I can make it happen. Hearing this, Lucas finally paused. What did he say? How did he come to the conclusion that I like Toki? Lucas frowned. Because of his night visits, the others indeed had these suspicions about him, but this was supposed to be only known by Oden's retainers. In that case, how did Orochi know about it? Could it be? Lucas grimaced. It was a good thing he only revealed himself to Toki and the kids. Otherwise, it may be troublesome in the future. After pausing for a moment, Lucas continued walking. I told you. If you didn't come to look for trouble, I won't look for you. But you did, and now I'm here. But there's no reason for you to hate me. You're not even Oden's retainer. Orochi started to panic even more, but before Lucas reached close enough, he suddenly stopped. A barrier, huh? Do you honestly think this is enough to stop me? Lucas saw an old man holding a guitar-like instrument, but his index and middle fingers on both hands were crossed. This was a unique gesture of the barrier devil fruit users. He didn't expect to see it here. Was he the previous owner of the fruit? The old man saw Lucas gaze at him and trembled a bit. Suddenly, Lucas' gaze sharpened and the old man's eyes rolled to the back as foam started to appear from his mouth. It wasn't just armament and observation haki that he had trained during his time on Roger and Whitebeard's ship. He had found out that he also had the Emperor's haki in him and learned to control it from the best, the Pirate King himself. A barrier like this cannot stop his Emperor's haki. With the barrier user unconscious, the barrier naturally disappeared as well and Lucas was able to reach Orochi. Lucas didn't want to waste more words as he lifted his scythe and was about to slice Orochi. However, a sudden explosion erupted from the wall behind and a large man shot towards him with insane speed. Lucas saw this and quickly reacted to defend himself. Having blocked the attack, Lucas was pushed to the back of the room but still stood his ground. He looked at the person who arrived and frowned. "Kaido!" The two stared at each other for a while before Kaido spoke first. "So you're the red demon I keep hearing about. Aren't you an interesting guy?" "Sorry, but I don't swing that way." "Worororo. I wonder if you can still joke about when I'm done with you." Kaido no longer spoke as he lifted his huge spiked mace and dashed straight to Lucas. Lucas materialized another black scythe and prepared to meet his attack head-on. "Ho, what an interesting ability!" Boom! The two clashed with a loud explosion. With that one clash, Lucas was pushed back by at least a dozen meters back. TSK, sure enough, this guy has immense power. Even Whitebeard isn't on the same level when compared to strength alone. But, there was no need to compete in strength. Lucas has many means in his arsenal. Half of Lucas' body started to be covered with steam while the other half started to let out cold air. Kaido was confused to see two different kinds of power seemingly come from Lucas as he still couldn't tell what kind of devil fruit he had eaten. When Lucas attacked with his steaming right scythe, there would be small explosions upon impact as well as a scorching heat that followed after. When Lucas attacked with the cold left scythe, the air would freeze where his weapon passed and his attack would also have some sort of ice power that comes with it. Hot and cold. Lucas had barraged Kaido with these kinds of attacks. Still, it wasn't strong enough to cause Kaido any big injuries at all. Kaido sneered and continued his offense without caring for his defense. He knew better than anyone how strong his body is. With a powerful overhead blow, the ground cracked on Lucas' feet as he tried to defend against it with both his weapons. "You have an interesting ability there, sadly, it's not enough to deal with me." "Heh, we'll see about that." Suddenly, two black arms sprouted from behind Lucas which were also wielding black scythes and struck down on Kaido. It seems Kaido didn't expect this kind of attack and was also surprised that Lucas was able to stab onto his shoulders. He swung his mace again and blew Lucas to the wall with an enraged swing. "Heh, compared to the strongest man, you're still weaker than him." "Grr! Bastard! Newgate is nothing compared to me." This time, Kaido was truly angry. His whole body started to transform which destroyed the castle as it expanded into a dragon. Lucas' face twitched when he saw this. "Fuck me! I didn't know he was a dragon devil fruit user. Compared to Momonosuke's little dragon form, this is too big." Lucas no longer dared to hold back and expanded his wings to take flight and hovered in front of Kaido. "Am I supposed to be impressed?" "Okay, I am actually impressed, but there's no need for him to know that." Kaido laughed and glared at Lucas. "Worororo. And what can a bird like you do against me?" Lucas smiled and swung both his scythes to the side while increasing their size. "Don't you know? Birds eat worms like you. And I haven't had my breakfast yet. Asterisk rohewayer. Asterisk. Aya!" Their two emperors' haki unleashed to the fullest and clashed. From a distance, you could see the clouds split and the sea part as it created a huge shockwave throughout the island. In the future, people would tell the tale of a dragon and a demon fighting against each other in the skies. This was a fight that had lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 67, Return Again. The night after the battle that shook Wano, Lucas returned to Curry Castle to recuperate. When he had returned, his whole body was soaked with blood and various cuts and bruises appeared on his body. Kinemon and the rest were surprised that he was still able to stand at all. A few days ago when they had learned that Kaido was battling someone, they ran over to take a look. At first, they thought they could at least help the person fighting Kaido, but seeing the two battle, they all realized that they didn't have any power to intervene or assist at all. Lucas also saw them try to help, but the fight had reached a crucial point. If Kinemon and the rest had joined, they wouldn't be able to help but rather become a liability instead. In fact, most of his earlier injuries were gotten from him trying to protect the others from the clashes of their fight. He shouted at them to get back to Kuri and protect Toki instead. Kinemon and the rest felt irritated that they could not help, but they all realized that being here will only hurt Lucas, so they all retreated. Like that, they had been anxiously waiting in the castle for the outcome of the battle. When Lucas did return and they saw his injuries, they can't help but be ashamed of themselves as they felt that this was their fault. Akaoni-sama. Kinemon and the rest rushed towards Lucas to assist him. Toki quickly hid Momonosuke and Hiyori behind her so as to not let them see the bloody sight. Still, she wasn't exactly a big person. The two kids were still able to see Lucas' image, and this image was burned in their memories. Lucas coughed up blood and fell on his knee. Cough! Don't mind me, these will heal soon. Just patch me up. Akaoni-san. Are you perhaps still thinking of going back? Toki asked when he heard what Lucas said. Lucas just chuckled as he sat down to take a breather. The battle's not done. Right now, we are both heavily injured, so we're both recuperating in this period of time. The next round is coming soon. Seeing Lucas take a bandage and simply wrap it around his wounds without care, Toki bit her lower lip and shouted, "Everyone leave! Be but Lady Toki dash. I said leave." Understood. Kinemon and the others looked at each other before quietly leaving. The only ones in the room now were Lucas, Toki, Momonosuke, and Hiyori. When the others had left, Lucas checked again with his observation hockey to make sure no one was nearby before removing his mask, which was already a bit broken. "What is it? If you're gonna say something to stop me from fighting, forget it. Why are you doing this?" Lucas sighed and continued bandaging himself while speaking. "I told you, I made a promise to Oden. I don't break my promises. But look at you. At this rate, you're going to die. Well, you see, I already tried dying. Didn't really work out. Besides, I just learned from Orochi that there's a traitor among Oden's retainers. I don't know who yet though, but don't worry, I'll find out." Lucas laughed as if he didn't really care what happens to him. Maybe a bit of him just wanted to look for an excuse to die rather than accept the fact that he can't return back to his time anymore other than waiting for 26 long years. Or maybe a bit of him thinks that if he dies, he will simply wake up in his own time again. Toki bit her lip again when she saw that Lucas isn't taking his life seriously. Finally, she grabbed his hand. Lucas thought that she just wanted to stop him from bandaging himself and pay attention to her instead. He sighed and was about to speak again when he saw Toki's hand started to glow. "Toki, what are you doing?" "I'm sorry, Lucas, I lied." What are you saying?" A thought appeared in Lucas' mind and his face immediately paled. Still, he continued to ask Toki, seemingly afraid that what he thought was true. "Toki! Stop it! What are you doing?" "Sorry, Lucas. I thought I can make you stay a bit longer and help us fight against Orochi. I was wrong." Tears started to appear at the corner of Toki's eyes as she smiled. "I'm sorry, I tried to use you, but seeing you like this, I can't do this anymore." "Toki! Don't do this! It's fine, okay? Just stop it. Please!" Lucas tried to break free from Toki's grasp, but it was as if there was this strange power that's holding him in place. He can't even turn into water as well. "Goodbye, Lucas, may you live well, in your time." "Toki! Don't dash!" A blinding light exploded in the room which caused Kinemon and the others to return to the room only to see Toki hugging the crying Momonosuke and Hiyori. As for Lucas, he was gone. All that was left was the broken demon mask on the ground. A few days later, Kaido had continued to wait for the red demon to reappear, but strangely enough, it was as if he had disappeared into thin air and not a trace of him could be seen in the entire Wano. Orochi was convinced that the red demon had either fled or bled himself to death. Either way, he grew more arrogant with one less powerful enemy in the way. He even sent some ninjas to attack Kuri again to probe if the red demon was still alive. In the end, the ninjas were able to even injure Toki's leg before Kinemon and the rest had intervened. This practically concluded that the red demon is gone. More days passed. The day Oden returned finally arrived. Inside the Kuri castle, Oden asked Toki after having the other leave for a moment. "Where's Lucas? How come I haven't seen him? I returned him back to his time." "HM? Ah, I see. Haha, good for him. He's always been meaning to go back. It's for the best." Toki smiled as well and chose to hide the truth from Oden. This didn't last long, however, when Oden learned what happened in his absence from Kinemon and the rest and the fact that Toki was even injured. When he heard that Lucas had almost died battling Kaido to protect his family, he was angered to the point that he jumped out the window and ran straight to Orochi. While events continued to unfold in Wano, a certain white-haired man was busy being tossed around in space and time. After Toki had used her powers on Lucas, Lucas found himself in some sort of dimensional tunnel. There was this strange pull on his body, seemingly guiding him to the other end of the tunnel. Was it because he was conscious this time? Last time he had traveled in time, he did not see this place at all. Lucas tried to move around in an attempt to go back, but there was no use. Suddenly, as if there was some sort of invisible hand grabbing him, he was forced to make a turn. However, this was supposed to be a straight path. If he turns... Bam! Lucas felt a sudden force hit his whole body and the strange pull guiding him before was gone. It was as if he was now, free falling through space and time. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Grand line. On a certain seabed, a rather large female shark mermaid wearing a hood swam and saw a flash of light appear behind the corals. Once she reached the place, she saw an unconscious white-haired human lying on the sea ground. Strangely enough, this man appeared to be breathing properly. The shark mermaid tilted her head in confusion. Is he a fishman? But he didn't seem to have webbed fingers or fins. In any case, she still decided to help out the man as she carried him back to her place. When the mermaids of the Mermaid Cafe saw her carrying a man, they flocked around to gossip. Wow! What is this? Madame Shirley brought home a man. A human man. He. Shirley rolled her eyes and tossed the man to the mermaids. I found him outside unconscious. He doesn't seem to be human since he could breathe underwater. Anyway, let him rest in one of the empty rooms. Kai. The mermaids giggled while carrying the man. If Lucas was awake, no doubt he would have found himself surrounded by the soft bodies of beautiful mermaids. Alas, he will never know now. Time passed. Lucas finally woke up with a groan as he held his head in pain. I am never doing that again. Where am I? Lucas looked around and saw that he was inside some sort of room. Did I accidentally appear in someone else's house? While thinking that, someone appeared from the door. Lucas recognized her and he immediately knew where he was. The only problem now is, when he is. You're awake. I am. Thank you for, saving me? I guess. Lucas sighed at how much he has been waking up in strange places lately. He even had a dream where he woke up in a certain Disney movie, but that was just a dream, right? Looking at the person, or rather, the mermaid in front of him, Lucas looked around the room again and asked. I take it I'm at Fishman Island? Yes. Were you not expecting to be here? Well, I guess you can say that. Lucas smiled wryly and chose not to speak anymore. In any case, he needs to assess the situation right now. This is gonna sound weird, but do you perhaps know when the war in Marineford happened, or did it not happen yet? The mermaid raised an eyebrow as she puffed some smoke from her pipe. Are you talking about that big war that happened on the surface? From what I recall, that happened about 2 years ago? 2 years! Hearing what she said, Lucas sighed and fell in deep thought. It seems that Toki did send him back to his time, only, why did it have to be 2 years later? Was it because of that weird pull that knocked me off the weird tunnel? And why in Fishman Island? Lucas ruffled his hair with all the questions in his mind. Unfortunately, no one was able to answer these questions. Sighing again, he looked back at the mermaid in front of him. This mermaid wore a hood and had short dark hair. Her figure is also quite big for an average mermaid, or human for that matter. The fortune-telling mermaid, Rayleigh. Rayleigh looked at Lucas with a raised eyebrow again and asked, "You all right?" "I'm fine, anyway, I'll recover from these wounds soon." "What wounds?" "HM? What do you mean, what wounds?" "I meant these dash." It was only at this moment that Lucas found that his entire body was completely fine. There were no injuries or scars, everything was fine. Weird, I was heavily injured from my fight with Kaido, how could? Was it the ocean? What, am I Percy Jackson? Despite thinking of these, when he remembered Kaido once again, he can't help but be anxious to know what had happened to Wano. He wanted to go to the New World to check, but if 2 years had passed since the war, then everyone else must be gathering already. Lucas thought. I just don't know if they had been to Fishman Island already or are they just about to arrive. Thinking this, Lucas asked Rayleigh again. By any chance, have you seen a man wearing a straw hat around here? Not really. So they haven't gotten here yet. Luffy and the rest are quite noisy, it would be impossible to not know they were here if they did arrive. Rayleigh kept quiet the whole time as she looked at Lucas, seemingly in deep thought of her own. Finally, she asked him. So are you going to tell me who you are, or are you just going to keep asking these weird questions? Ah. Sorry about that. I am, just call me Luke, for now. Lucas thought for a bit before deciding not to tell her his name. After all, he has no idea what sort of news the Marines have been passing around or what revealing his identity would cause. It was better to be safe for now. Well, whatever. Around here, they call me Madam Rayleigh. Ah, once again, thanks for taking care of me, Rayleigh. Lucas did a slight bow while still sitting on the bed, which made Rayleigh irritated. Did you hear what I said? Oh, sorry. I assumed you meant only those from around here call you madam. I'm not really from around here. Ahem, anyway. I should be on my way, it's dangerous if people see me here. Dangerous? I'm a pirate. Ah, I see. So? Seeing Rayleigh's lack of care, Lucas' face twitched. Huh, do you honestly want a dangerous pirate to stay here with you? Rayleigh let out a teasing smile and approached closer. She took the pipe from her mouth and used it to lift Lucas' chin up, forcing him to look at her in the eyes. And what are you going to do to me, dangerous pirate? Lucas wasn't really intimidated as he had already dealt with the likes of Roger, Whitebeard, and Kaido, but there was just no way he would lay his hands on her without any reason. Plus, he isn't clear what happened to him after the time jump, so he felt like he owed her something. What was he meant to do? Push her down? Well, not like that's impossible, anyway. I'm already a father. I should stop these frivolous thoughts. Lucas shook the thought out of his head and just retreated strategically. What do you want then? As long as I have it, it's yours. As long as it doesn't break my moral code, I'll do anything. Just out with it. Foo-foo, anything? Rayleigh smiled sweetly, but to Lucas, she just appeared like a demon collecting on her debt. Lucas hesitated before nodding. In his mind, he's thinking that if it's too excessive, he'll just escape. To hell with his dignity. Good! You are now the new bodyguard of my mermaid cafe. Ha! Lucas' mouth went agape as he heard the ridiculous order. Hold on a minute here. I just told you I'm a pirate. How can you just trust me with a job like that so easily? Rayleigh didn't mind him shouting as she calmly answered while puffing a smoke. I saw the mark behind you. Mark? Is she referring to my tattoos? Back in Wano, he did ask for a tattoo on his back to mark his adventures in the past. On his back were 4 pirate skulls and one other logo. They were all arranged in a similar fashion as the logo of the world government. On the center was the skull mark of the Straw Hat Pirates. Above it was his own mark, the Guardian Wing, or was it called the Sea Reaper Pirates now? On the right was Roger's own skull mark, while on the left was Whitebeard's skull mark. As for the one below, it was the logo of the Kazuki family. Toki had insisted that he had the right to carry that mark as well, as he had become the godfather of Hiyori and the fact that he had exchanged sake with Oden one time. Lucas tried to tell her that they were just having a drink and it wasn't the ceremony of sworn brothers, but she still insisted. When he kept refusing, she used the ultimate weapon called Hiyori to defeat him. Remembering Hiyori's crying face, Lucas felt even more anxious to look for them in Wano. But right now, his best bet was to wait for Luffy and the rest and sail with them. He could just go there himself, but if he did that, not only would he not see his child, he would also feel as if Toki sending him back here would be wasted. While Lucas thought about these, he was even more confused by what Rayleigh said. Which mark are you referring to? Uncle Roger's pirate flag, of course. Roger, just what did you do here? Chapter 68, Fishman Island. You know Roger? Rayleigh nodded at Lucas' question. He came by to Fishman Island once or twice when I was a kid. Back then, he would give me all sorts of candies too. Roger, why the hell are you acting like some shady uncle about to kidnap a kid? Lucas sighed. At this time, Rayleigh already turned around and didn't bother answering more questions. If you can stand, get up and do your job. How long do I have to stay here? I'm kinda in a hurry. When you're no longer needed. Like I said, when the hell is that? Lucas wanted to ask, but Rayleigh already left the room, leaving Lucas alone once again. Seeing that he didn't have any voice on the matter, he sighed and got up. He needed to think of a plan to get out of here as soon as possible, but he can't just leave now that Roger seemed to be involved. For better or for worse, Roger was still his captain at some point. He has to give him the minimum level of respect at the very least, even though he's already long dead. Plus, even if he does leave, he still didn't know if Luffy and the rest are already in Sabaody or if they are on the way here already. He might even pass them by without knowing it. Thinking about it, his best option was to stay put and wait for them here. That way, he can be sure that he will meet them soon. With that in mind, Lucas gave up and temporarily lived in the Mermaid Cafe as its guard. He was well accepted by the mermaids, but he felt uncomfortable with all the stares he's being given. When he told Rayleigh about wanting to wear a mask to hide his identity, Rayleigh agreed and tossed him a full set of armor. What's this? Armor. To protect you from harm. Why does this line sound familiar? Oh yeah, Luffy said it before, just before we reached Jaya. When he found some rusted armor from the ship that fell from the sky, he wore a set of armor and said those lines, just before Nami destroyed it to bits. Remembering that scene, Lucas can't help but feel a bit afraid wearing the armor. Is this really supposed to protect me? Rather, do I even need it? Rayleigh continued to speak. Uncle Roger gave it to me before and said those lines. But, these are for a male shark fishman to wear and not something I can use. You can have it for now. That damn captain. Lucas sighed but still wore it. It was better if he wore the whole thing, as it will disguise his identity into that of a shark fishman instead. At least it will remove any suspicions for now. Having worn the whole thing, the atmosphere around Lucas seemed to have changed. Even Rayleigh fell into a trance when she saw him but quickly shook it off. The other mermaids were all squealing and gossiping amongst themselves. Since then, those that visited the Mermaid Cafe would see Lucas in full armor standing tall beside the door. Troublemakers were forced to keep their hands to themselves when Lucas gave them a passing glance. Sometimes, some rough fishmen would arrive to cause a scene, but they were all thrown out by Lucas. One day, a familiar fishman arrived in the shop. Waha! It's been a while since I last saw you, Rayleigh. Ah! Is it you, Jinbei-san? Rayleigh recognized the voice and turned to look. It was indeed Jinbei. Lucas also recognized him as they had fought side by side all those years ago in the Marineford War and in Impel Down. What brings you all the way here, Jinbei-san? Just visiting an old friend. After that stunt we pulled 2 years ago, I can't be seen staying in Fishman Island too much. At this moment, Jinbei turned and saw Lucas in full armor. He can't help but ask Rayleigh. Who's this guy? You have guards now? This is Luke, our new guard. It can't be helped. Hody and his gang seem to be up to something and their group seem to be getting rowdier by the day. A little protection seems necessary. Hearing what Rayleigh said, Lucas nodded in his mind. So the cause is that Hody guy? Well, that's good. After Luffy and the rest thrashes them, I can also leave. Lucas didn't have any thoughts of interfering too much. For one, he wanted to know how much stronger the crew had become. On the other hand, the situation in Fishman Island is quite complicated. At the moment, the residents of Fishman Island are divided into 2 categories. Those who hate humans, and those who don't. If a human were to beat Hody Jones just like this, the Fishman will only think that humans are an arrogant species that thinks they are superior enough to stick their nose in their fishman business. If a fishman beats Hody Jones, then the Fishman will think that they don't need the help of humans and will develop into a superior mentality against humans. It's a complicated scenario that won't be solved simply by beating Hody. As such, he cannot just rashly intervene. Jinbei nodded and looked back at Lucas. Suddenly, he charged forward and launched a palm attack. Lucas already knew this thanks to his observation haki despite the suddenness of the attack. He calmly looked at Jinbei and stretched his arm, meeting Jinbei's palm with his own. HM-. Boom! As soon as they clashed, Jinbei's eyes widened. The next moment, he was repelled and was forced back a few steps. Lucas chuckled when he saw the confusion in Jinbei's eyes. He seemed to be confused how he, a former Shichibukai, was actually forced back by a guard. A cafe guard at that. What's wrong, Jinbei? You look like you've seen a ghost. Lucas grinned as he removed his helmet, showing his face to Jinbei. Seeing Lucas' appearance, Jinbei thought that he looked familiar. When he finally remembered who he was, his jaw dropped to the ground and his eyes opened wider. He had the same expression as when Enel discovered that his lightning was not affecting Luffy. Lucas took a quick picture before acting normal. Yep, it's now saved in my gallery. Rayleigh looked at the two with a raised brow. You two know each other? I was the guy who broke him out of Impel Down. Rayleigh looked surprised. If that was you, then. Yep. Told you. Dangerous pirate. Lucas smiled wryly. It seemed Rayleigh finally figured out who he was. Jinbei finally snapped out of it and immediately grabbed onto Lucas' shoulders. Lucas! You're alive. What are you doing here? Don't you know what Luffy is going through? Jinbei shouted as he shook Lucas back and forth, making him feel a bit dizzy. See, calm down, Jinbei. It wasn't like I didn't want to show myself earlier, it's a long story. When he heard this, Jinbei finally calmed down a bit and asked. Explain. It's a bit unbelievable, but before reaching Fishman Island, I was in a place where I couldn't leave for a few years. Believe me, Jinbei. I wanted to return as soon as I could, but I couldn't. When I finally arrived here, 2 years had already passed. I didn't know where the others were, but I figured if they're going to the New World, they will still have to pass through here. So here I am, waiting. Lucas explained his situation very briefly. He didn't know if it would be okay to tell Jinbei about the time travel part, or rather, it felt like it would only get complicated if he told him about it, so he just summed it up like so. Jinbei fell silent for a moment before asking once again. And what if they already passed here? I asked Rayleigh if she's met a man wearing a straw hat. I refused to believe Luffy would not have caused a racket here, so if he did come here already, Rayleigh would have known about it. What if they decided to stop searching for One Piece? What if they decided that they were too weak and no longer continue their journey? What if the death of their friend made them give up in traveling the seas? Hearing this, Lucas smiled. Luffy? Give up One Piece? You must be thinking of another Luffy then. I refuse to believe that they are so weak-willed that they will give up just like that. I'll wait here for as long as I need to, until they arrive and continue our journey together. Jinbei looked into Lucas' eyes for a few seconds before finally sighing. He shook his head and chuckled. You know them well. Lucas laughed at that. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh yeah, didn't you say before that you teach me Fishman karate? Ah, you're right, I did say that back then. Haha, very well. Meet me in the sea forest when you can. I'm usually just resting there. Will do. Unfortunately, he was only able to look for Jinbei a few days later when Rayleigh finally agreed for him to take the day off. The Mermaid Cafe was also closed as the mermaids rested and went shopping. Lucas quickly left and found Jinbei sitting on a rock beside a tomb in the sea forest. This must be the grave of Shirahoshi's mother, Otohime. Yet another character who had died early in the story. Damn it, did Shanks fail? Lucas sighed but didn't blame Shanks. Back then, he was just a kid when he handed him the paper telling him to save the people in the list. Otohime was one of them. But looking at the grave in front of him, it was enough to tell that he had failed in saving her. Lucas was about to call out to Jinbei when a group approached him. The fishmen parted and revealed a slim mermaid and a buff merman in the middle. Huh? Isn't that Fukaboshi and Otohime? As if to confirm his thoughts, Jinbei laughed and greeted the two. Your Highness, Queen Otohime and Prince Fukaboshi. It's good to see you both alive and well. Lucas saw them chat happily and felt weird. Am I in an alternate reality now? But Rayleigh and Jinbei still seemed to recognize me from the previous timeline. Assuming that I was already in a time loop before, then it means that I was already in the timeline where Otohime was alive? But then, what about the others I told Shanks to save? Is Olvia still? Lucas sighed as he continued to keep thinking about these things. Jinbei noticed Lucas was nearby and waved at him. Lucas! You're here. Come over. Lucas walked over to them and looked at Otohime curiously. Jinbei thought that he didn't know who she was, so he introduced her. This is Her Highness, Queen Otohime. Beside her is her son, Prince Fukaboshi. Everyone, this is Lucas. He once saved my life. Otohime smiled and bowed slightly. She seemed to give off the same feeling as Toki regarding their temperament. On the other hand, Fukaboshi seemed slightly excited when he saw Lucas. Maybe it's because he wore this cool armor. A pleasure to meet you, Lucas-san. It's an honor to meet you, Sir Lucas. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you both as well. Otohime smiled and suddenly said, Shanks-sama had mentioned you to us a lot in the past. He said that you would one day visit this place and that it was thanks to you that I was saved in the past. When Lucas continued to ask, he finally understood the current situation. With her alive, the situation in Fishman Island wasn't as worse than it was in the original, but there is still friction within it. The petition to integrate with the humans that she had asked the people to sign was also forbidden by Neptune, as he was afraid that Otohime might fall in danger once again. Because of that, there wasn't much impact on the timeline that Lucas knows. Similar events will still continue to unfold but would happen a bit differently than what he remembers. There is also the world noble that Otohime had protected, Josgard. It seems that after the incident, Josgard had turned over a new leaf and was no longer an arrogant world noble. In fact, he's been helping the fishmen behind the scenes by buying as many fishmen he could on the surface so he can send them back. The rescued fishmen then turned into loyal soldiers of the royal army, while the mermaids became loyal maids in the palace. As for the grave here, well, it isn't actually a grave. It was just a simple monument placed here for some reason. Shirahoshi is still locked in her room though. Vanderdecken still found out about her and is busy sending weapons over to her using his marked devil fruit. The difference now was that she isn't so sad anymore, as her mother would visit her every night. Hearing about these, Lucas felt confused. Are the effects of saving Odoheim really this minimal? Lucas felt like he's not seeing something. However, no matter how hard he thought, he wasn't able to grasp what it is that he's not seeing. After chatting for a few minutes, Jinbei and Lucas finally moved on to training. Using the Fishman karate that Jinbei taught him, Lucas was able to make more use of his water ability. The piercing power had improved, as well as the control and overall power as well. The secret of Fishman karate is mastery of the water in the user's direct vicinity, using its power to send powerful waves impacting the water within the opponent's body. Because every creature has a high percentage of water in their body, the users of Fishman karate are able to battle opponents that are usually highly resistant, if not immune, against blows and punches. It is a bit different from Lucas' water control, but the main idea was the same. All Lucas had to do was use it a bit differently. When Jinbei saw how fast Lucas mastered Fishman karate, his face twitched uncontrollably. "HM? What's wrong, Jinbei?" "Nothing. This damn monster." Jinbei sighed in defeat, while Fukaboshi seemed to be watching Lucas with glittering eyes. With his mother still alive, he wasn't so stern and serious all the time anymore, and would even act like a kid sometimes. After the training, Odoheim invited Lucas and Jinbei over to the palace to have a meal. Jinbei declined and Lucas was also about to decline, but Odoheim and Fukaboshi insisted. Jinbei also convinced him, saying that it should be fine since the world thinks he's dead. Since all of them were insisting, Lucas gave in and followed them to the palace. Anyway, I also wanted to see what the Ryugu Palace looked like in person. Watching it in the anime was already enough to let Lucas know that it was an amazing sight. Seeing it firsthand must be quite breathtaking as well. Ryugu Palace. Lucas arrived at the front gate, and indeed, the scenery was simply amazing. Lucas was at a loss for words. Actually, it was hard to describe how amazing the scene was. Odoheim chuckled when she saw Lucas' expression, while Fukaboshi grinned with pride. Inside, Lucas met with King Neptune and the other two brothers Riboshi and Menboshi. Beside them was another regular-sized mermaid with similar looks to Shirahoshi but had golden blonde hair like Odoheim's. Huh? Odoheim didn't care about his expression and simply introduced them to him. "Lucas, this is my husband, King Neptune. Beside him are my sons, Riboshi and Menboshi. And this is my youngest daughter, Kirahoshi." Ha! Chapter 69, Gathering. For a moment, Lucas just looked at the mermaid Kirahoshi in shock. She did look like Shirahoshi, with only the hair being different and the size was like a normal human kid, but Lucas didn't think that Shirahoshi would actually have a little sister now. Seems like King Neptune and Odoheim had a lot more time to make a new child now that she's alive. While Lucas was warmly welcomed by King Neptune and the others, above the sea, there was a strange stillness in the air, as if it was the calm before the storm. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something to happen, as they could feel that a huge change was about to come. On a certain floating island, a straw hat was placed on top of a unique rock. Currently, the floating island had entered a winter climate and snow had accumulated on top of the straw hat. A beautiful woman with long black hair and a curvaceous body called out, "Luffy!" "Yeah, I'm coming." A black-haired man wearing a long-sleeved red vest approached the hat as he rested it on his head. "Has it really been 2 years already? Stop dilly-dallying and get going already." A cold voice rang out from behind him. Luffy turned around and saw a tall man wearing a white top hat with a pigeon resting on his shoulder. Luffy laughed. "Shishishi, Lucci, you seem to be even more excited than me." "Humph. Don't be ridiculous. I simply don't want to remain here with you any longer." As if to make his point, Lucci's feet blurred and the next moment, he disappeared from where he stood. 2 years ago, when Rayleigh took him to this floating island, which was supposedly Lucas' main base, he met Lucci once more. That time, Lucci had said that Lucas left him an instruction. That instruction being to train with Luffy and at the same time, compete against each other. This meant that within these 2 years, not only was he being trained by Rayleigh harshly, Lucci was there to make it even harder for him. Luffy was actually able to learn Haki in a single year, the other year was spent with him and Lucci in constant battle. Day in and day out. Remembering the past couple of years, Luffy shook his head. That guy, always using Zoro whenever he can. Don't mind him, Luffy. Let's go, the others are already waiting. Let's go, Hancock. To Sabaody Archipelago. Grand Line, Sabaody Archipelago. The pirates who have survived the first half of the Grand Line have begun to gather here once again in droves. Everyone still remembered the events that occurred 2 years ago where a world noble was killed in front of a marine admiral. As such, when the people began to notice the number of pirates increasing, everyone grew tense. In fact, there was even a weird rumor going around. The Straw Hat Pirates are recruiting. I can't believe it! After 2 long years with no news about them, they suddenly showed up here and started recruiting. They're planning to expand their crew and go wild in the New World. The thought gives me chills. Maybe I'll see about joining up myself. But is this news even real? Should be. Even that Soul King Brook is confirmed to be here already. But, isn't he doing a concert? He's probably retired from the pirate life already. Listening to their conversation, an orange-haired woman holding a child smiled. Mommy! Are we going to watch Uncle Brook? Luna, it's very noisy in the stadium. But don't worry, later, we can ask Uncle Brook to sing for us on the ship, okay? Yay! Nami smiled at the little Luna sweetly. She bent down and grabbed Luna by the waist to carry her and settle her down on a floating bubble bike she had bought. Right, she actually bought it instead of renting it. The reason was simple. Luna wanted it and refused to rent. Actually, Nami was really confused. As her child, she had obviously thought Luna to become a money grubber, so despite being almost 2 years old, Luna already knows how to use money well. But for her to still want to buy a bubble bike here in Sabaody despite Nami explaining numerous times that she can't play with it outside the island, Luna still insisted on it. When Luna tried to pull a teary on her, Nami conceded defeat and bought the damn thing. She must have gotten this unreasonableness from that idiot Lucas. If he's still alive, he owes me 1,000 belly. Nami grudgingly thought in her mind. Back in Ryugu Palace, Lucas sneezed all of a sudden. Huh? Are you sick, Lucas-sama? HM? Ah, I'm fine. Someone's probably praising me somewhere. Grove 33, Sabaody Archipelago's concert arena. Sabadome. Brook! Brook! Soul King! Thousands of people filled the arena as they all shouted and cheered for Brook. Special effects exploded and smoke filled the stage. When it dissipated, a skeleton with an afro lifted the mic to his mouth as he pointed to the crowd. Hello! Let's make today the best anniversary ever. Brook-sama! Brook pointed his bony finger to the skies. Ladies and gentlemen, born to be wild. Why, ah. The cheering couldn't be stopped and could even be heard from all across the archipelago. Behind the stage, Blueno looked at the crowd and sighed. Finally, this is the last one. Grove 44, the beach. A blonde-haired man with curly eyebrows stood on the beach with a serious expression on his face as he lit a cigarette. Looking at the passing people in front of him, his eyes locked onto certain people, women. A woman! Sanji's eyes turned to hearts as he looked at all the women passing by. Beside him, Fukuru was similarly the same. Hoo-hoo, to think I will be this affected by women. Fukuru, let's go get the ladies. Choppa Papa. Let's go. Behind them, the people from the Kamabaka kingdom looked at the two with half-closed eyes. As if anyone would go out with those creeps. Sanji-kyun. Fuku-kyun. Don't worry, even if you are creeps, we still like you. Go to hell. And never come back. Both Sanji and Fukaru shouted at them with their middle fingers pointed to the sky. As for what happened to them on that island, it was better left unsaid. A certain bar. Nami took Luna along to the bar to have a bite and for her to drink and relieve some of her painful memories which resurfaced. Naturally, it was because he was reminded of Lucas. The other reason is that her expenses had doubled after having a kid. It was mostly because of the latter. Kid's meal for the kid. And give me your strongest beer. Coming right up. Soon, Luna was busy gorging on her meal while Nami was chugging on her own drink. There was a ruckus from the seats on the corner which made Nami frown. Huh? Did I mishear you? A 55 million bounty. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out and the person who was shot immediately fell to the ground covered in his own blood. The man who shot the guy was a rather large man with a strange straw hat and wearing a red vest. Go back and read the flyer. I specified at least 70 million bounty. I won't deal with any captain lower than that. I can't believe you had the gall to set foot here. Beside him was an orange-haired woman with an elongated face, a thin guy with a blue hair, and a large man with a long nose, though on closer inspection, the long nose looked to have been taped on his real nose. Together, they are Straw Hat Luffy, Cat Burglar Nami, Cyborg Frankie, and Long Nose Shooter. Luffy looked at the man he shot and sneered. Go home, you piece of shit. I am the son of Dragon the Revolutionary. We have no use for people who'll just slow us down. We are the chosen pirates. We're on a whole other level. We can't just let anyone join our crew. Looking at the situation, the others clicked their tongues in secret but didn't dare to speak up. Instead, they engaged in quiet discussions on their own tables. That Straw Hat Luffy sure is merciless. What do you expect? They've accomplished a lot. Nami looked at them and sighed. She no longer bothered and simply concentrated on drinking. Beside her, Luna also saw what happened and asked Nami. Mommy, is that Uncle Luffy? Haha, no. Don't pay attention to those guys, they're nothing. Who knows whether she spoke too loud or the others had a better sense of hearing. But the instant she said that, the whole bar went quiet. Luffy also heard what she said and asked angrily. Oi, that chick over there. Just who are you calling nothing? Maybe you don't recognize our captain. You are speaking to the one and only Straw Hat Luffy. Nami went over and pointed a gun at her. Before she could speak again, another figure appeared from the door. Hisatsu Midoribashi, Devil. Boom. Suddenly, a green pellet shot at Nami which exploded and turned into a giant man-eating plant. Gah! What the heck? What is this? Some sort of plant. Not only did the strange plant attack Nami, it also stretched its vines to Luffy and the rest. Nami turned to look at the familiar voice and saw a long-nosed man. Oh! Usopp. It's been a while. Look at you. You've gotten muscular. Ahaha. This is all thanks to my training. HM? Why is there a kid in a bar? Usopp looked at the kid beside Nami and was confused. Who would let their kid in a bar here of all places? Wait a minute, white hair, and her face seems to resemble Nami as well. And Nami, this kid. Ah! That's right, you haven't met her yet. Luna, this is your Uncle Usopp. Usopp, meet Luna. She's my daughter. Usopp's jaw dropped to the ground and for a while, no words could come out of his mouth. When he finally snapped out of it, a resounding voice rang out from the bar which could be heard outside. Wait. Nami already saw that coming and had her fingers covering her ears already while Luna did the same. When Usopp finally stopped shouting, Nami waved her hand. Anyway, what's that thing? Is that yours? What do you mean anyway? Is this something you can just brush off like that? Oh, yes. That's my new weapon, Pop Green. I haven't just been sitting around staring at the ocean for the past 2 years, you know. And just like that, Usopp was distracted. Not. What the heck? Explain to me what just happened. Well, it was worth a shot. Nami sighed and explained. Like I said, she's my daughter. Who's the father then? How come I didn't know you were seeing someone? And she looks like a 2-year-old already. It's Lucas. He's the father. Usopp calmed down when he heard that. He was immediately reminded of what had happened to Lucas. He didn't know that he and Nami were in a relationship, but with him gone, Usopp didn't need to be a genius to know how painful it was for Nami. Usopp looked at Luna and seemed to see an image of Lucas overlapping her face. He sighed and patted Luna on the head. He turned to Nami and asked, "What are you going to do now? I mean, you can't seriously be thinking of bringing her along, you know how dangerous this sea is." "Oh, don't worry about that. Anyway, let's get out of here. This isn't the place to talk. Also, I've got a favor to ask you." Nami quickly pulled Luna and Usopp along as they ran out of the bar. Behind her, small bubbles of dark clouds were forming on the ceiling. "Wait! You bastards! Who do you think we are?" Usopp finally saw what the enemies looked like and was shocked. "Huh! Luffy! Ignore him, let's go!" After Nami pulled Luna and Usopp out, a thundering explosion rang out from within the bar. Boom! Guy! Outside, Usopp looked at the bar, which had been reduced to rubbles and charred black as if lightning had struck it from within. Looking back at Nami, he saw her taking something from Luna. Confused, Usopp walked closer to take a better look. "Did you get them?" I got their money and jewelry, mommy." Hee hee, good girl. Only one thought was in Usopp's mind. She is certainly Nami's daughter, all right. Chapter 70, The Real Deal. Grove 13. Shaki's Rip-Off Bar. Sanji had just arrived and saw Shaki and Duval along with the others from the Flying Fish Riders gang. Fukaru had disappeared somewhere, claiming that he will be returning with his colleagues and won't be joining him back. As soon as Sanji got to the bar, he asked who had already arrived and found out that he was already a bit late to arrive than the others. "What? That stupid swordsman actually got here first. And Frankie-chan was second. He got here 10 days ago and already headed over to the ship." Shaki nodded and continued. "Nami-chan and Luna-chan got here third. Nami Swayan. Where is she? Where is she now?" As soon as Sanji heard Nami's name, he started spinning and hearts appeared in his eyes once more. Suddenly, he stopped. "HM? Luna-chan? Who's that?" "Fufu, just wait and see." Shaki chuckled and no longer spoke. It was best to leave this as a surprise. As for whether this surprise was good or not, well, only time will tell. Sanji looked at Rayleigh in confusion, but he just shrugged and ignored him. He looked at Duval, who was wrapped in bandages next, but they also didn't speak when Shaki sent a glance at them. Completely confused, Sanji could only wait and see this Luna-chan for himself. Anyway, they are both out shopping at the moment. Counting Luna-chan, next is Usopp-chan, who arrived fifth. He arrived 3 days ago. Sixth is Chopper-chan, who came yesterday. And then you. However, Sanji was no longer paying attention as he wanted to go out to look for Nami already. Shaki didn't care and continued to speak. Brook arrived today for his concert. In other words, only Robin-chan and Luffy-chan are left. HM? Concert? Sanji asked as he didn't know what had happened to Brook. Shaki pushed a flyer to him with Brook's face on it. It wasn't a wanted poster, but rather, a flyer about his concert today. Huh, he's pretty popular now, huh? Somewhere in Sabaody Archipelago. A few men in black hid at the corners of the building as they eyed an individual in the streets. One man raised his denden mushi and spoke in a quiet tone. "I've spotted Nico Robin. Don't kill her. Bring her back alive." Understood. Meanwhile, Robin hid behind a building while holding onto 2 pieces of paper. One was the flyer for Brook's concert, and the other was the recruitment of the Straw Hat Pirates. What on earth is going on? Robin frowned. Based on what he knew of Luffy, he shouldn't be the kind of person who would be doing something like this. As for Brook, she also had no idea why he would openly announce himself like this. They were all wanted people, and after the stunt Luffy and Lucas pulled 2 years ago, they were also being chased by the Marines. This was why she chose to lay low and observe the situation for now instead of heading straight to Shaki's bar. Grove 47. Hey, hey! Zoro, Sanji, Robin. We haven't seen each other in so long, what's going on? Chopper saw the 3 familiar people and called out to them. Though, one of them seemed to be holding onto a fox with a hat. And they all looked different as well, and smelled different too. Still, Chopper thought that this was only because 2 years had passed. Other than Nami, he hasn't seen the others yet. Kaya, who was walking beside him, appeared confused. Is this Zoro-kun? How come he looked so different than before? However, Kaya didn't pay too much attention to it. To her, she had only met Zoro briefly and wasn't too familiar with him, so maybe she had remembered it wrong. Look, Zoro! Kaya is also here with me. You know her, right? Speaking of which, where is Usopp? However, Zoro didn't answer. Instead, he looked over to Sanji and whispered. Oi, that thing's following us. What is that talking to Nuki anyway? I told you, look at this. Sanji showed a wanted poster to Zoro. The image on the poster looked exactly like the one following them. Zoro and Sanji looked at Chopper. It's really him. The crew must have abandoned him here before landing on their deaths. He's following us because he thinks we're his former masters, right? But who's the chick with him? Zoro asked. Though they were discussing in hushed tones, Kaya was still able to hear what they were talking about and immediately concluded that they weren't who they said they were. Feeling that it may get dangerous, Kaya stopped Chopper. Chopper-san, I don't think that's them. Why don't we go to where your Viver card is showing you first? That's not them? Zoro, Sanji, and Robin heard their discussion and immediately made their move. Shit! He's made us. Anyway, just grab him first. We'll slowly tame this bastard. As for the girl, I think the captain will like her. Seeing the 3 attack them, though Chopper was still confused, he was ready to make a move as well when suddenly, 2 men in black appeared and dashed towards Robin. Robin was unable to react in time, and before she knew it, he was already sacked and taken away. Huh! Robin! No good! They took Robin. We need to save her. Chopper-san, like I said, she's not the real deal. Kaya sweated. Why is he getting worried over his enemy? Act dash. You're right. Zoro and Sanji saw what happened as well and were surprised. They didn't think that Robin would actually get kidnapped. The two looked at each other, then to Chopper and Kaya. The next moment, they ran. Forget about those guys for now. Not good. We need to tell the captain that Robin's been taken away. Chopper and Kaya looked at each other in confusion. I guess they really were fake. As if to confirm it, they saw 2 familiar figures approaching them. HM? Ah! Isn't this Chopper? Kaya too! This smell, Nami. Usopp. Ah! Little Luna is here too. Usopp-san. This time, Chopper confirmed with his nose as well. They are definitely the real thing. Kaya saw Usopp again and excitedly rushed to him with a hug. Still confused, Usopp asked Kaya. Kaya! Why are you here as well? I've been studying with Chopper-san for the past 2 years. I've grown stronger too. From now on, I will be Dr. Chopper's assistant nurse. Usopp's jaw dropped to the ground a second time today. What the hell? Usopp saw that Chopper already knew Luna, and Nami also wasn't surprised to see Kaya. He felt like he was the last to know everything. Just what is going on? Hee, we visited Nami in the past to help her give birth to little Luna. Kaya chuckled when she saw the incredulous expression on Usopp's face. While they talked about what had happened to them in the past 2 years, Robin had arrived at Grove 17 where their ship was anchored. Sunny! We've kept you waiting for 2 whole years. Seeing the familiar ship, Robin felt a bit relieved and excited as well. It's been a while, but it was time to sail once more. HM? Oh! That Nia's beauty can only be. A figure appeared on top of the deck and saw Robin. He raised both his arms up and slanted to the side, which formed a star on his arm. The super archaeologist of our very own Kriiiiwiu. If it ain't old Robin. Despite the cool pose and appearance of this person, Robin's expression didn't change at all. Only after a while did she smile. You never do change, Frankie. I have changed, you idiot. Take a good long look at the sheer romance packed into this body. Behold a remodeling the likes of which the world has never seen. Hell, I've exceeded the bounds of human intellect. Yes, quite. I don't think I can associate with you as a person any longer. Oi, oi. Are you calling me a pervert? You sure know how to give a man a compliment. Grove 42. Hey, Mr. Fisherman. How's the haul today? I'm looking for a bargain. Sanji saw a fisherman nearby and approached him. It was time for him to restock on the ingredients before they leave the island. However, the fisherman seemed to have been preoccupied with something. Ah! What's wrong? He's gone! That green-haired guy. Green! Only one person appeared in his mind when he heard that. What happened? I've gone and done something terrible. See, just now, this guy with 3 swords happened to come by here and says, I'm bored, so I want to do some fishing, so I tell him, I'll be taking my boat out soon, so you just wait for me on the boat. Sanji can already tell where this was going. But listen! I swear I told him to wait on my fishing boat. But you know what I found when I came over here? He was only fast asleep on the gigantic pirate ship right next to it. By the time I arrived, it was too late. The ship was all coated and sank right down into the ocean. It must have headed off for Fishman Island. Hearing all this, Sanji's face twitched uncontrollably. That idiot! Before he could say more, bubbles were rising up from the sea and a huge shadow could be seen coming up. Boom! The water exploded and revealed a huge galleon. Only, it was split in half. On top of it, there was one man sitting on its broken mast. Sanji saw him and sighed. What, you're back already? Not that I care. Ugh, I got the wrong boat. Meanwhile, another ship had just arrived in Sabaody. Luffy, you need to understand, the Marines are looking for us. We need to act discreetly, okay? Don't worry about it too much, Hancock. Let's go. Luffy laughed and pulled his hood down to cover his face as he walked to the city. Hancock sighed and turned to her crew first. Listen, you guys return to Amazon Lily. I will stay with Luffy from now on. If you need anything, just contact us. We'll see each other again once we resurface in the New World. Understood, Hebeheim-sama. Hancock nodded and pulled her hood as well and chased after Luffy. Hubby, don't leave me. Stop calling me hubby. We're not married. Hee. Watching the two of them leave, the Amazons chuckled. Ah, Hebeheim-sama has all grown up. While the rest of the crew were meeting up, Luffy and Hancock passed through Grove 46 and saw a commotion. There seemed to be a gathering of pirates in the area. Luffy looked at the stage and saw familiar figures. Ah! It's Zoro and the others. Let's go meet them. Luffy. I don't think that's them. Hancock tried to stop Luffy, but he was already on the stage, so she could only follow him. The crowd was shouting his name as well for some reason. Big Boss Straw Hat. Big Boss Straw Hat. Huh? Why were they calling me Big Boss? Zoro and the others saw Luffy approach and frowned. Who's this guy and what nonsense is he spouting? They wanted to chase him away, but this was a big moment for their captain, so they ignored him for now to avoid making a scene. Suddenly, Marines arrived and surrounded the area. Straw Hat Luffy! You are all under arrest. Surrender now or you will be put down. Gah! How did they recognize me? Luffy noticed Luffy as well and was confused. What is this guy spouting? Just when the two sides had engaged in battle, several pacifistas appeared and started shooting laser beams. Shit! Pacifistas! Time to escape! Luffy saw the situation was getting dangerous and quickly gave his order. Sentomaru saw he was escaping and chased after him. When he looked at him closer, he frowned. He immediately understood the situation and was angered. To think that they were actually fooled. Straw Hat is not a piece of worthless trash like you. Booga dash! Sentomaru slammed his broadaxe on Luffy in his anger. Everyone saw what happened and was shocked. BB Big Boss Straw Hat. PX5, who is this man? Sentomaru clicked his tongue and asked one of the pacifistas. Bounty, 26 million belly, pirate triple-tongued Demelo Black. Hearing what the pacifistas said, everyone was shocked once more. A fake! Luffy was also surprised. What, he was pretending to be me? Then those guys too? Luffy, let's leave before they notice us. Hancock tried to pull Luffy away to escape, but a pacifista had already targeted him. Bounty, 400 million belly, pirate Straw Hat Luffy. Boom! A laser beam shot out from its mouth and shot at Luffy. Thankfully, Luffy and Hancock were fast enough to escape, but their robes had fallen off, revealing who they were. Everyone was once again shocked for the third time. Man, that was close. What was that for? All my precious food is in this bag, you know. At this point, everyone's jaw had dropped to the floor and their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. It's him. The real deal. Straw Hat Luffy has arrived. Luffy grinned as he saw a pacifista headed towards him. He stretched his arm and suddenly turned black. Gear second, armament. Jet pistol. Boom. The pacifista that they had so much trouble in the past was now blown away by him without any effort. Hancock wasn't idle either. Her legs turned black as she sent a kick over to another pacifista which was similarly blown away. Luffy! We should go and meet with the rest. No use wasting time here. Gotcha! Luffy took his bag again and started to run. Sentomaru saw they were about to escape, so he quickly chased as well. You think I will let you? Shishishi. Well, see ya. Luffy wasn't bothered about him and only needed to move a bit faster. For 2 years, he had been fighting against Lucci who kept using Zoro. It wasn't a problem for him to move faster as well. As they ran away, they met up with Zoro and Sanji who had arrived due to the commotion. Sanji! Zoro! Whoa! This time, it really is you. You guys. It's been forever. Luffy! Rayleigh just called. Everyone's waiting at Grove 42. Ah! I is that, the Pirate Empress. Sanji's eyes locked onto Hancock and suddenly, blood spurted from his nose. When a pacifista suddenly blocked their way, his expression returned to normal and was even more angered. Zoro also touched the handle of his sword and prepared to make his move. Move it! Don't block my sight. Boom! The pacifista was sliced in half and its neck was bent in a weird shape. Seeing the pacifistas being easily taken care of, Sentomaru grimaced while the others were already too shocked to say anything. The Marines snapped out of it and quickly called HQ. Blackleg Sanji and Pirate Hunter Zoro have appeared. Requesting backup. Lots of backup. As they ran away, Luffy saw a familiar figure on top of a huge tree root and stopped. Rayleigh! Luffy grinned and raised his fists high. Rayleigh! I'm gonna do it! I'm gonna become the Pirate King. Looking at the man in front of him who was being chased by Marines, Rayleigh let out a drop of tear. Head straight for the top, Luffy. Chapter 71, New Beginning. Before the Marines could catch up to Luffy and the others, Rayleigh appeared in front of them and slashed a line on the ground. My apprentice is setting sail. Do as you please, but I suggest that you do not cross this line. The Marines looked at the line and paled. Are you kidding? Who would still cross the line when you say it like that? Meanwhile, another group of Marines arrived from another direction and tried to intercept Luffy and the others, but another figure appeared in their path. The person waved her hand and a transparent ghost-like figure appeared and shot straight through the Marines. The moment it did, the Marines who were hit suddenly got down on their knees and wept. I don't deserve to live. I want to be a flea. Zoro saw who was responsible and became irritated. Gay Dash. What are you still doing here? Perona pouted and glared at Zoro. Is that any way to talk to the person who brought you all the way here? Why, if it weren't for me, you'd be lost God knows where. Zoro was unable to refute at all. In fact, the reason why he was irritated with this woman was because her powers had been tormenting him for the past 2 years. While Mihawk and Kashiro were training him, Kaku and Perona made things even harder for him. He could still handle Kaku, but when this girl uses her powers, it was as if all his previous training was for nothing. It's really gotten to his nerve. Sanji saw Perona and his bleeding nose spurted even more. Kaya! What the hell is wrong with you? A real woman, a real woman. Of course I'm a real woman. Are you sick or something? Perona was completely disgusted by Sanji. At any rate, you need to set sail as soon as possible. There are battleships approaching. What? Suddenly, a huge shadow loomed over them. They looked up and saw a huge bird in the sky. On top of it, Chopper looked down on them and waved. Guys! Chopper! With the new ride, they were able to safely make their way to Grove 42 where the others were. Looking at the Sunny below, Luffy grinned. You guys. Sunny! Luffy! At this moment, the Straw Hat Pirates, minus Lucas and plus a few more people, had finally reunited after 2 long years. While the rest were excited to see each other once more, Sanji saw Nami and Robin's cleavage from above and the blood on his nose spurted even more to the point that he actually flew. Sanji! When Sanji landed on the deck, he had already lost a lot of blood, but his eyes still looked like hearts and he seemed to be content. Zoro looked at him with a half-closed eye. Just die. On the other hand, Luffy saw Frankie's new look and his eyes started to shine. Whoa! FF Frankie. Hold that thought, Luffy. We need to get out of here quickly. There are battleships approaching. Nami tried to stop Luffy from getting distracted, but it was already too late. Luffy didn't budge at all and kept staring at Frankie. It didn't help that Frankie made his pose as well. However, he soon snapped out of it when a cannon fired towards their ship. The battleships are here. Luffy and the rest were about to deflect the cannon fire, but several figures were already a step ahead of them. Seeing these people, Luffy grinned. Shishishi. What, so you came after all, Lucci? Just shut up and get going already. Lucci snorted and turned into his beast form, as did the rest of the former CP9 members. The Marines saw them as well and were shaken. Those guys. Aren't they the former CP9 members? That's Rob Lucci. Quickly retreat a dash. Too late. Lucci appeared before them and swung his fists. Roku a gun. Boom! Beside him, Kaku and the others all similarly destroyed a few more battleships as well. Lucci looked back at Luffy and the rest. You weren't the only ones who had gotten stronger from our training. Another ship appeared on the side and started to fire at the Marines. Hancock saw her ship and shouted out. You all! What are you still doing here? Hebeheim-sama. Let us take care of these guys. Marguerite waved at her from the ship. It was only at this time that Robin and the others noticed Hancock as well. Come to think of it, isn't she the former Shichibukai Hancock? Why is she here as well? Ah, she'll be sailing with us from now on. What? The dying Sanji suddenly resurrected when he heard that. He thought that Hancock was simply escorting them out. He didn't think that she would join them. Doesn't this mean that not only are there 2 beauties on the ship, but there will now be 3? Luffy didn't care about his dilemma and saw a familiar face beside Usopp. Ah! Isn't this that sick girl in your hometown, Usopp? Hee hee, I'm Kaya. It's been a long time, Luffy-san, Zoro-san. I will be joining in from now on as well as Dr. Chopper's assistant nurse. Oh! A beauty nurse. Sanji's heart nearly jumped out. 4. There are now 4 beauties on the ship. It's no longer gonna stink of men. Luffy laughed as well. Haha. I see. Welcome aboard then. We'll celebrate later. Right now, it's time to set sail. Nami and the others quickly moved at Luffy's order. Frankie jumped to the sea and opened the valve to pump air into their coated ship to create the bubble. Soon, a bubble-like roof had formed above them. After pumping air to the bubble, Frankie proceeded with releasing the buoyancy bag below their ship, which is now the only thing that was keeping them afloat. I've released the buoyancy bag. All right. We're going down. Everyone, raise the sails. Sails? The crew looked confused at Nami's order. Aren't they sinking? Do they still need sails? Robin answered instead. Apparently, coated ships can use sea currents as a substitute for the wind to sail the ship underwater. There's more to it than just sinking? Of course! The bottom of the ocean is just as dangerous as above it, and it's filled with all kinds of sea currents. Nami rolled her eyes at Usopp's comment. As for Luffy, he didn't really understand it exactly, but he understood one thing. Nami, are we setting sail? That's right, Captain. Luffy nodded and looked at everyone on the deck. Well then, men. I have tons of things that I've been wanting to say to you all this time, but for the moment, let's leave it at this. Thanks for going along with my selfish whim for these past 2 years. Everyone grinned at that. Like this was the first time they had been swept away with his selfish whims. Above Luffy, the sail had spread out depicting a skull wearing a straw hat and crossed bones. Luffy raised his head high and shouted. Set sail. Yeah. Fishman Island, here we come. Below the sea, in Ryugu Palace, Lucas was currently with Odoheim and King Neptune as they introduced their other daughter Shirahoshi to him. While chatting with them, he seemed to have felt something and looked up at the sky, or rather, to the world above the sea. Who knows whether he really felt something or just felt the need to look up. But one thought had appeared in his mind. Have you guys finally set sail? Lucas smiled. At the side, Shirahoshi asked him curiously. What's the matter, Lucas-sama? Did you see something outside? It's nothing. Just remembering a few friends. Friends, huh? They must be amazing people. Haha, that they are. I'm sure you'll love to meet them as well, Shirahoshi. But, I can't get out of my room. Odoheim and King Neptune sighed at this. Both of them knew how dangerous it is for her to leave the room. After all, there is still that Vanderdeck Ken guy throwing weapons at her. Lucas just smiled. Don't worry. Soon, you'll be able to go out. Really? Yeah, it's a promise. If you stop crying, you will be able to leave soon. Hearing the word promise, Shirahoshi finally smiled again and became cheerful. Then I won't cry anymore. I want to leave. Odoheim and King Neptune watched the two of them with warm smiles. Kirahoshi, who had come in with them, laughed as well seeing her big sister become happy. Back to Luffy and the others, everyone had finally taken a breather after being chased by the Marines. Suddenly, the door to the cabins opened and revealed a small girl. Mommy, are we there yet? Ah! Luna dear, sorry, did we wake you up? We just set sail. Look, You can see we're already underwater. Mew? Luna rubbed her eyes as she was still half asleep. When she saw the scene outside the ship, her little eyes widened and started to sparkle. Wayu! Mommy! Mommy! Look! A giant fish! Nami chuckled seeing little Luna jumped about on the deck. As for the others, they were all staring at them in shock. Usopp saw their reactions and sighed in relief. Good! It seems my reaction is still normal. Frankie finally broke the silence and asked. Okay, I've been meaning to ask this since I saw you carry a sleeping kid before, but who is she and why is she calling you mommy? At this moment, Sanji froze as well and waited for Nami's answer. His heart nearly stopping as he hoped the words that followed were lies. Oh right! Everyone, this is Luna! She's my daughter. Hello everyone. I'm Luna! After a brief moment of silence, Chopper's voice rang out. Wah! Sanji! He ran over to Sanji's side and found his body already cold and his skin pale. In fact, there was even a faint silhouette seemingly leaving his body. Sanji! His heart just stopped beating. Wah! Sanji-kun! I've got your soul. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho! Once again, Zoro looked at him with a half-closed eye. Just die. Chapter 72, Luna. After Brook managed to put Sanji's soul back in, Sanji coughed up more blood and forced himself to speak. Who is the father? Sanji. Don't ask. You will really die at this rate. Though Chopper said that, Nami didn't really care so she still answered. It's Lucas. GH-. Yo-ho! Sanji-kun's soul escaped again. This time, not only Zoro but even Nami is staring at him with half-closed eyes. Does he have to over-exaggerate each time? Meanwhile, Luffy and the others heard who the father is and they all smiled. I see, Lucas huh? Speaking of which, Kaya told me that he had our close friends and relatives on his base. Usopp sighed as he remembered their friend. He has been chatting with Kaya since earlier and he had found out more about what Lucas had done in the time that they were separated before. Kaya nodded. We also picked up Dr. Kureha after I decided to join you guys. They need a doctor on the base after all. Doctor. Chopper remembered the crazy old woman who took care of him in the past. Nami also nodded and added. Nojiko too, and even those guys from Baratai. Hearing this, Sanji stopped overreacting and just quietly laid on the ground. Zoro spoke as well. Even Sensei. It seems Bakeberg and the rest from Water 7 are also under his protection too. After Frankie said that, Nami looked back at Luffy who had remained silent all this time. She picked up Luna and smiled. Back then, when the pirate King Roger was executed, the government even went as far as to hunt down his unborn son, Luffy. Lucas believes that you will accomplish your dream, which is why he has gathered everyone related to us, when the time comes. Luffy remained silent for a while. He walked over to Luna and patted her on the head. He looked at her with a smile and spoke as if the person he was looking at was Lucas. I know, and I promise, I will definitely be the Pirate King. Luna didn't know what's happening but she could feel that everyone's sad so she gave them a cute smile. Don't be sad. My daddy is still alive. Nami heard that and sighed. Luna has never met Lucas, but for some reason, she keeps saying that her daddy is still alive. Nami is already helpless and didn't know what to do. Luffy was surprised for a moment but grinned soon after. Shishishi. That's right. Lucas is still alive in our hearts. Moo, I didn't mean it like that. Ha ha ha. It's fine Luna, look. Call me Big Bro Captain. Luffy didn't want to upset the little girl so he quickly changed the subject but Luna just pouted. Uncle Captain. Not Uncle. Big Bro. Uncle Captain. I said call me Big Bro. Uncle Captain. This damn brat. Nami quickly sent a fist at Luffy when she heard that. What are you doing being agitated instead? Are you a kid? Godash. Everyone laughed at them and the heavy atmosphere earlier was gone. Soon, they began to circle Luna and laughed as they chatted. Robin smiled as she held the little Luna while thinking of various things. Sanji was just about to recover when Robin gave him another blow to the heart. Luna is so cute. It's a pity I didn't get pregnant from that time with Lucas as well. Another silence filled the atmosphere. Suddenly, a fountain of blood appeared on the side. Ah! Sanji! Zoro, Nami, and Robin looked at him with half-closed eyes once again and no longer bothered to pay attention. Inwardly, Nami and Robin were thinking. If he knows that Vivi may also be a part of that guy's harem, who knows if he'll really die from jealousy. Nami and Robin looked at each other and giggled. Luna didn't know what was going on, but she walked over to Sanji's side and patted his head with upturned eyes. Are you okay, Curly Gramps? Godash. CCC, Curly, GGG, Gramps. Luffy heard it as well and started laughing his ass off. Everyone also followed soon after. It must be that goatee of yours that made you Gramps. Ha 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 ha. Then, Usopp paused. Goatee? Wait, don't I also have one? Thinking that, Usopp asked Luna hesitantly. El Luna-chan, how about me? Can you call me Big Bro Usopp? Okay, Long Nose Gramps. Godash. Following Sanji, Usopp collapsed to the ground as well while everyone laughed. Soon, Luna had finished naming the crew. Luffy, Uncle Captain. Usopp, Long Nose Gramps. Sanji, Curly Gramps. Zoro, Uncle Green. Brook, Uncle Dead. Frankie, Uncle Robot. Chopper, Chop Pie. Robin, Big Sis Robin. Kaya, Big Sis Kaya. Hancock, Auntie Snake. Nami, Mommy. Sunny, Lion-chan. Mary, Sheep-chan. Out of everyone, the only ones who had no reaction were Zoro, Frankie, Robin, Kaya, and of course, Nami. As for the rest, I'm still young, why am I uncle? I want to shave. Curly Gramps, Curly Gramps, Curly Gramps. Luna-chan, I may be all bones, but I'm not dead. Yo-ho-ho. Chop Pie, I am a man too. Kudash. Auntie, a kid is calling me, Auntie. Nami pulled her daughter away from the group to wait for them to calm down. She carried Luna to the side and looked at the ocean outside the bubble. Seeing the endless water around them only made her be reminded of Lucas. Luna felt the hand holding her tighten, so she looked up at Nami. Don't worry, Mommy. Daddy is still alive. Nami smiled and patted on her head. After some time, everyone calmed down and began to play with Luna. As time passed, they slowly descended further down the ocean. Once everyone had more or less settled in, Frankie told the crew about Kuma, who had stood guard in front of their ship for the past 2 years. Everyone was surprised to hear it, but weren't too surprised. After all, they had already known that Lucas somehow knew Kuma would be helping them to escape the situation back then. They just didn't think that Kuma would let himself be hurt to such an extent just to protect their ship. What was even more saddening was the fact that despite being the savior of their crew, Kuma is now no more than a heartless machine. Meanwhile, as the ship continued to descend, another ship was following them as well. It was none other than the ship of Wet-haired Caribou. Luna was busy looking at the fishes outside their bubble when her nose suddenly felt itchy. Chew dash! Nami saw Luna sneeze, so she came over and passed a handkerchief. Are you okay? Did you catch a cold? It's just a sneeze. Alright, but that's enough playing. Come on, it's time to eat. But Mommy, I want to look at the fish more. No buts. You can look at them later. Later, we will go to a place where there are people with fishtails. Wah! Luna's eyes sparkled and became even more excited. Nami smiled as she held her hand and led her to eat dinner. As they left, no one noticed a small movement in the ocean. The current suddenly changed direction outside of the ship, and like pieces of dominoes, the current grew bigger and bigger until it reached another ship that was following them. Over at Caribou's ship, a large sea cow was pulling on the ship and suddenly felt chills down its spine. Without a word, it suddenly turned towards another direction and fled. What's the deal with this sea cow? Get back there, damn it. We're going to crush those straw hat. Moo! Despite Caribou and his men scolding it, the sea cow ignored them and simply ran away. At this moment, in the area where they were from, a sudden whirlpool had formed which sucked everything in its path and destroyed it. A rather large sea monster happened to have been passing by when it happened. The next moment, it was minced into countless pieces. Back on the Sunny, Nami looked behind and tilted her head. What a weird current. Still, it did not affect them at all, so there was no use worrying about it. At most, she would be more vigilant now. Time passed. They had reached a gigantic undersea waterfall. However, before they could pass through it, a huge figure was blocking their path. It's the Kraken! Seeing the enormous size of the Kraken, everyone paled in fright. Well, except for a few of them. Luffy grinned seeing the Kraken. I've just had a great idea. Let's make that thing our pet. Mommy! Mommy! Can we please keep it? Luna's eyes sparkled as well when she saw the huge Kraken, which made Nami sweat. Before they could do anything, the Kraken had already started to stretch its tentacles over to them. Zoro held his sword and prepared to slash when a little figure stepped forward with her little arms stretched out. Stop! Luna pouted while the rest were looking at her dumbfoundedly. However, the Kraken did indeed stop. The Kraken looked at the little girl curiously but did not make any attempt to attack anymore. Luna placed both her hands on her hip and shouted, "Your name is now Takoyaki." Takoyaki. Is that really a name for an octopus? Or rather, did she just give the Kraken a name? Everyone looked back at the Kraken only to find it smiling with a happy expression. She really tamed it. Just like that. Luffy was stunned for a few seconds, then started to laugh. Shishishi. Nice going, Luna. This girl, in the end, just how powerful. Nami sighed seeing the scene in front of her. Actually, she already knew that her daughter Luna had some sort of unique power. It didn't appear to be a devil fruit, as she never saw her eat one, and she is also fine in seawater. The only thing she can think of was that this was because she is that man's child, Lucas. The man from another world with amazing powers. When Luna was a baby, the skies would be filled with unexplained thunder and lightning when she cries. A stormy day would clear when she laughs. One day, when she tripped trying to walk and bled, the ground trembled as if a powerful earthquake had occurred. Maybe it can be said to be a coincidence if they were on a normal island, but they were on a sky island. How can an island that floats in the sky have an earthquake? There was also another time when Luna had a nightmare. The moon suddenly turned red and caused everyone to panic. In fact, the island below them, which they only happened to pass by, was suddenly engulfed in chaos. Fire started without any signs and burned the houses. The earth shook and the waves roared. In a single night, the island was reduced to nothing. Since then, Nami would be by Luna's side, embracing her as she sleeps so as to comfort her and reduce any chance of her having a nightmare. This was why Nami felt that it was better for her to bring Luna rather than leaving her on the Sky Island. As for staying behind herself, though that did cross her mind, she felt like Lucas' death would mean nothing if she gave up her dream now. Nami sighed again and shook her head. While everyone felt surprised by what just happened, they still celebrated the fact that their lives were no longer in danger at the moment. Nami didn't dare tell everyone about Luna's abilities just yet, as she felt this isn't a good time. With the Kraken, now known as Takoyaki, they were able to have a smoother ride to Fishman Island. After passing the undersea waterfall, they came across some undersea volcanoes which were about to erupt. They also encountered Vanderdecken's ship on the way, but as they were both too busy running away from a volcano explosion, the two sides weren't able to fight just yet. Soon after fleeing from the volcano, they finally arrived at their destination. This is Fishman Island. But before they could enjoy the view, several sea monsters appeared and blocked their path. On top of them were the new Fishman pirates who wanted to recruit Luffy to join them. Luna saw the sea monsters and looked back at Nami. "Mommy! I want!" Nami can only sigh and nod weakly. The new Fishman pirates tried to order the sea monsters to attack, but none of them budged and they only looked at each other hesitantly. "What are you standing around for?" "I said attack. Do you want to face the wrath of Hody?" As soon as the sea monsters heard that name, their faces paled and no longer dared to ignore their orders. Seeing the sea monsters trying to attack them, Luna became scared and a tear started to form at the corner of her eyes. This time, it was Nami's turn to become pale. Not only because she was worried about her daughter's safety, but also because of what disaster might happen if Luna cries. "El Luna! You! Before she could cry, an invisible force suddenly swept the entire area. The only ones who could feel it was Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. They all looked up and saw a shark fishman in full armor. The next moment, the sea monsters who were about to attack suddenly fell to the seabed with their eyes rolled back and foams on their mouth. "Emperor's Haki! Who is that?" The armored shark fishman slowly descended and turned to face the new Fishman pirates, which were purposely not targeted with the Emperor's Haki. He lifted his hand on his helmet and removed it, revealing a white-haired man. The new Fishman pirates felt his murderous glare. They all shivered and unable to move in fright. On the other hand, the Straw Hats were also unable to move, but not in fright, no. They were surprised, shocked, confused, disbelief, happy, excited, joyful, relieved. The armored shark, no, the white-haired man gritted his teeth and spoke to the new Fishman pirates in a cold voice. "Which one of you bastards made my daughter cry?" Chapter 73, Message of the Past. It happened when Lucas had just left the Ryugu Palace. He felt something tug in his chest. A sort of feeling as if a part of him was outside, and was nearby. Following this feeling, Lucas sped up and arrived outside the Fishman Island to see what was happening. As soon as he did, he saw a familiar-looking ship. It took a moment for him to realize that it looked like Thousand Sunny, only way bigger. Sure enough, the mark on the flag was indeed the Straw Hat Pirates. Finally! Though Lucas was excited, he still managed to restrain himself from reuniting with them as he needed to be careful in revealing his identity. Jinbe, Shirley, King Neptune and his family are still fine. But there are others here, so it may be inconvenient to show himself. Lucas decided to observe the situation first. Anyway, he doubts these small fries can do anything to them. When it looked like they were about to start fighting, Lucas saw a small figure with long white hair standing in front of the others while pointing at the sea monsters and grabbing onto Nami's pants. "Mommy! I want!" Mommy, this kid called Nami, her mommy. Then, is she perhaps? Lucas was shaken to the core as he looked at the child. "This is my daughter." While he was still surprised, the sea monsters started to charge forward and he could see small tears were about to form at the corner of his daughter's eyes. Lucas' mind went blank and before he knew it, he had already unleashed his Emperor's Haki. His face started to twitch in anger. His previous plans and caution were all thrown away. "Screw it! These bastards dared to make my daughter cry." His anger boiled the water around him and the helmet with limited vision had started to annoy him, so he removed it to get a better look at the bastards in front of him. "Which one of you bastards made my daughter cry?" Shit. It's the Shark Knight. What is he doing here?" Lucas' reputation had already made him retake his previous nickname of Shark Knight, but instead of the Marines giving it to him, it was given by the mermaids and fishmen in Fishman Island. The new Fishman pirates trembled and slowly tried to back down, but the instant someone made a move, Lucas was already in front of them the next moment. "Was it you?" "No. I don't know your daughter." Bullshit! Lucas swung his fist and a tremendous amount of force hit the new Fishman pirates, sending them to God knows where. Samagawara Saiken. GH-. After blowing most of the new Fishman pirates away, Lucas turned to look at the remaining new Fishman pirates and spoke in a cold voice. Go back and tell Hody that the Straw Hats are under my protection. If I ever see you again, I wouldn't mind dyeing the sea red with your blood. Why yes. The new Fishman pirates trembled and nodded quickly. While escaping, they tried to retrieve their sea monsters only to be interrupted by Lucas once again. Are you bunch deaf? My daughter wants these sea monsters. They're no longer yours. Why yes. You understood. They nodded quickly again and retreated in a blink of an eye. The surrounding area was filled in silence once the new Fishman pirates left and Lucas finally snapped out of his anger. Damn it. I was supposed to only observe. Now things have gotten awkward. Lucas faced Luffy and the others, looking at each of them while trying to figure out what to say. When his gaze landed on Nami, he was about to open his mouth to speak when suddenly, a small white figure left the bubble and quickly swam at him. Daddy! Ah! Hey! Why did you leave the bubble? The water pressure under here is, You're fine? And you can breathe underwater? Lucas panicked when he saw his daughter leave the bubble and tried to quickly control the water to create another bubble for her only to find that she was still perfectly fine. Still, Lucas created a bubble for them as he felt worried. Looking at the small figure who's trying hard giving him a bear hug, Lucas' face softened and a smile formed. He slowly patted her head and her face lit up with smiles. Luna finally meets Daddy. Luna, is it your name? Luna is Luna. Lucas smiled. It's a pretty name. Just like you. Lucas held onto Luna and lifted her up slowly as if she was made of glass. He looked back on the others and jumped as he landed on the ship. The bubble surrounding him merged with the bubble around the ship as he landed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Nami dashed at him and gave him a hug. You idiot! Where have you been? Lucas smiled wryly when he saw Nami's face full of tears. Robin also came at him and joined the group hug. Luffy was about to join thinking that it was going to be a big group hug, but thankfully, Hancock managed to stop him from interrupting. It's a long story. I'll tell you guys about it later. But right now, there's only one thing I want to say. Lucas looked at Nami, Robin, Luna, and the others on the ship with a smile. I'm back. Everyone smiled as they all felt various feelings within them. Shizishi. Welcome back. You are. Lucas. Heh, took you long enough. You bastard. Welcome back. But don't forget I still have a score to settle with you, damn it. Lukash. Yo-ho-ho. It's nice to finally meet you. Superior. My manly tears are pouring out. Fufu, welcome home. Usopp, Chopper, and Frankie cried while the rest laughed and smiled. Well, Sanji is also crying but for a different reason. Kaya and Hancock watched them with a smile. Unlike the others, the two of them are a new addition to the crew. Even though Kaya was previously in Lucas' crew, they didn't have that much interaction with each other and Lucas also only met Hancock that time in Impel Down. Lucas patted Luna again and looked towards Fishman Island. Come. I know a place where you can settle down the ship. We'll talk more once we're inside the island. Lucas waved his hand and the surrounding water moved to carry them at a comfortable pace as he headed towards the sea forest where Jinbei is staying. Oh, let's not forget the sea monsters too. Lucas waved his hand again and carried the sea monsters with them. The new ship is quite big, huh? Of course. This is the super work of me. She's called the Million Sunny. Million Sunny? Frankie nodded proudly. Yeah. I created this ship to withstand 1,000,000 seas. This will be the ship that will sail the entirety of the Grand Line. Lucas smiled wryly at that. From the original 1,000 Sunny, it had become million Sunny due to its size. In the past, because Lucas had raised a lot of money, they were able to procure more Adam's wood to create a ship of this size. Going Merry is also still safe and sound inside the belly of this ship, so the size needed to be big. Other than that, the ship also has even more features than the original, but Frankie didn't explain it all just yet and wanted to surprise Lucas. Lucas laughed. It's not going to transform into a huge robot, right? The original Frankie General is already absurd if Frankie made a ship that can transform. Lucas shook his head. Forget it, let's just not think about it now. How long have you been here? Nami asked. A few days. What happened to me is a bit crazy. To you, it may have been 2 years since the war at Marineford, but it has been 4 years for me. 4. What happened? Lucas sighed and thought that it should be good to tell them what happened while they are on the way to the sea forest. He lifted Luna up and settled her on his shoulders. Luna didn't know what was happening, but she cheered when Lucas did this. Lucas smiled at her reaction and searched his pockets for his phone. Seeing the phone, Luffy was surprised. Huh? I thought that phone shattered back then? Yeah, but didn't I shatter too? I could vaguely remember dying that time, yet here I am. It was a weird feeling of having felt dying then coming back alive. Anyway, take a look at this. Lucas showed them his photo with Roger and Rayleigh. Huh? Is this Rayleigh? He looks young? Hold on, the man beside him looks familiar. Isn't he Gold Roger? The Pirate King. Everyone's eyes nearly popped up when they heard that. That's right. Isn't this the Pirate King? What's he doing in this picture? And with Lucas too. After the war, I found myself 30 years ago in the past, or rather, 32 years from now. Why, you mean, you actually met the Pirate King? You traveled to the past. Usopp's jaw dropped to the ground once more. The others were also just as shocked and surprised. Lucas laughed and scrolled through more pictures. Look, there's also Shanks and Buggy here as kids. Whoa! Shanks looks so young. Buggy still has that red nose since back then, huh? Luffy and Zoro laughed when they saw the picture. Lucas also showed them Whitebeard and the others. Seeing the pictures, Luffy frowned and felt worried. For the past 2 years, he had been training with Rayleigh in order to get stronger, but Lucas spent 4 years in the past traveling with the likes of Roger and Whitebeard. How can he not get even stronger during that period of time? Lucas saw the worried look of Luffy and thought it might be because of the last island. Don't worry though, I only stayed with them for a few years, but I didn't get to go with them to reach the last island, so I still don't know where it is. I only have clues as to how to get there. As Lucas scrolled through the pictures, it showed a picture of a familiar woman with white hair. The woman was angrily pinching on Lucas as if scolding him. This was a picture that Roger took to tease him about. HM? This girl looks like Robin. Yes, this is Nico Olvia, Robin's mother. Robin's hand trembled as she took the phone and stared at the image. Lucas sighed. I told her about what will happen to O'Hara. I tried to tell her to take you and leave, but, seeing as you're still here, did she still remain on the island? Yes. I see. I'm sorry. I wasn't able to help more. No, it's fine. I understand now why she... It's nothing. Robin shook her head and looked at the picture one last time before swiping to the next picture as she didn't want to see it anymore. However, the next image wasn't just a picture, but a video. It was still Olvia on the screen. Is this thing on? I don't really know how to use this. Anyway, I should just wrap it up before that annoying guy comes back. Lucas was surprised. So she's the one who took my phone at that time. Before, he had lost his phone on Roger's ship and he nearly turned the whole ship upside down to search for it, which annoyed Roger, and they ended up fighting again. So it seems that Olvia took it. This damn woman really wants to harm me. Lucas doesn't really look at all the photos or videos on his phone as there is a lot already. At most, he only looks at it when he feels like it, so he hasn't checked if there are more pictures that he doesn't know about. If he did check, he'll probably find a lot of pictures by Roger, Rayleigh, Shanks, and Whitebeard. The video continued to play. Ahem, my daughter, if you are seeing this, then it means that, as that guy said, I will most likely die. I didn't want to believe it, but I can't ignore it as well. Olvia sighed and looked at the camera. Since you are seeing this, then it means that guy has also somehow gotten back to his own time and that you are traveling with him. That guy may be a bit annoying and a blockhead most of the time, but he's a powerful and reliable guy. I approve of him if you wish to love him. Olvia paused for a moment before continuing. Listen. Don't blame him if I ended up dying. He already warned me about what will happen, so I'm the only one to blame if I still die. I didn't want him to stay on the island, because... Olvia hesitated for a moment. Lucas was confused as to what was happening, but it seems Robin and the girls understood, so they quickly pushed Lucas away along with the guys. Robin, pause it. Let's continue it inside. You boys stay here. Especially you, Lucas. Why yes ma'am. Nami scowled at him and pulled Robin and the girls inside to continue to watch, leaving Lucas and the others confused. Zoro didn't seem to care all that much and just sat on the deck while the others looked at each other and shrugged. Luna, who was on Lucas' shoulders, also tilted her head in confusion, not knowing what was happening. Lucas sighed again, then continued to play with Luna. Inside the cabin, Robin continued to play the video left by her mother. Because, if I continue to stay with him, I might really fall in love with that blockhead. Mother. I knew it, that idiot. Robin and Nami sighed. Olvia sighed as well and looked back at the camera. My daughter, it feels weird to call you then when you haven't even been born. Still, Lucas has shown me pictures of you and it's enough for me to know that you are safe and sound and happy as well. I know that I will always love you no matter what. Olvia smiled and finished the video. Take care of that blockhead for me. And make sure he doesn't get more girls. It would be troublesome if more and more women fall for him. The video finally ended at that. The next picture was Lucas and Olvia smiling together. It was the picture that Olvia secretly printed back then. Nami sighed again. That idiot, to actually hit on Robin's mother as well. Is that guy really so attractive? My Luffy is better. Hancock frowned and felt that Lucas shouldn't be that attractive. Well, it was only understandable as she hasn't looked at Lucas too much. Most of the time, she's always looking at Luffy. Even earlier, she didn't even notice the Emperor's haki as she was too busy looking at Luffy. I don't know, but for me, USO dash. Kaya's voice became smaller and smaller as she spoke. Looking at the two, Nami shook her head. Of course these two are immune, they already have someone else in their minds. Nami looked back at Robin. So, what are you going to do? I will do as my mother asked and make sure to keep a tight leash on Lucas from now on. Robin was smiling, but for some reason, Nami felt like she wasn't smiling at all. On the deck, Lucas suddenly shivered for some reason but didn't know why. Is there another pretty chick that's thinking about me? Lucas laughed at the idea and shook his head as he continued to play with Luna. While playing, he continued to chat with the others about what happened in the past 2 years. Finally, they reached the sea forest and met with Jinbei. Luffy chatted with him for a bit and even tried to ask Jinbei to join, but Jinbei refused for now, saying that he still needs to do a few more things here in Fishman Island and can't sail with them for some time. Finally, Lucas led the crew to the city. Sanji, I'll introduce you to some mermaids, but hold on to your nose and don't bleed out too much. I am ready. So he says, but the instant he shows them to the mermaid cafe, a fountain of blood appeared once more. I found, all blue. Chapter 74, 10 is enough. Since Sanji is having trouble keeping his nose in check, Lucas asked Chopper and Kaya to restrain him and keep him in bed. The mermaids giggled and chatted about it. Meanwhile, Lucas introduced the rest of the crew to Shirley. Shirley, these are the Straw Hat crew. They are the ones I've been waiting for. Everyone, this is Madame Shirley, but only those from around here call her that, so just call her Shirley. Anyway, I've been staying here as a guard for the past few days while waiting for you guys. There is a lot of tension with the regular merfolk and the new Fishman pirates, so don't cause too much trouble. Though Lucas said that, he figures his warning isn't really going to do much good with how much trouble seems attracted to Luffy. While Lucas speaks with Luffy and the rest, Nami lifted Luna and handed her to Kaya. Kaya, can you take care of Luna for a bit? HM? Sure. But, where are you going? Oh, I'm just gonna punish that fool for making us believe he was dead and disappearing for 2 years. Lucas paused when he heard that and a chill went down his spine. Nami, why does she seem to be scarier than Kaido? Like I said, I can't really control the fact that I went to the Podash. Humph. You're lucky you did. But you were prepared to die there, weren't you? Lucas sweated and didn't know how to refute. Before he knew it, his ear was already being dragged by Nami on one side and Robin on the other. Even you, Robin. Gee guys. Help me. Oh! Look! It's Cammy. Oi. Cammy, who had just arrived, saw Lucas being dragged off and disappearing to one of the rooms. Confused, she asked the others. Is he okay? Oh, don't mind him. He deserved it. I can still hear you, damned captain. Lucas was speechless and couldn't help but question whether it was the right choice to follow that guy. However, he has other things to worry about now. At the moment, an orange-haired demon and a black-haired devil were smiling at him. It wasn't the sweet kind of smile, but the you're gonna wish you were dead kind of smile. So? Anything you can explain for yourself? Any last words? Lucas' face twitched. Are they gonna kill him or what? Escape? Even if you were to escape now, they would still be bound to meet again later. There's no escape in that. Lucas gritted his teeth. As a man, there was only one thing left to do. To push them both down. Kia dash. Yeah. Both Nami and Robin were surprised to be suddenly tackled on the ground. Is he really going to escape and force his way out of here? However, they saw straddling above them were two identical men. Lucas had split into two. I learned a few tricks in my time in the past. Lucas licked his lips and stared at the two women beneath him. Looking at Nami and Robin, he smiled sincerely. I missed you both. You. Lucas. While Lucas, Nami, and Robin get busy, the new Fishman pirates had just returned to Fishman District. The one Lucas had spared spoke in front of a burly shark fisherman with pale white skin and dark curly hair. The new Fishman pirates captain, Hody Jones. Be boss. The Shark Knight, he says the Straw Hats are under his protection. He also says. Stop stuttering and speak up. Hody bared his fangs at the shivering fishman in front of him. He says, if he ever sees you again, he would kill you. If Lucas was here, he would no doubt curse this fishman. He was obviously talking about the fishman and not Hody when he said that. Well, even if Lucas were here, the outcome will be the same for him. It didn't matter if Hody misunderstood or not. Maybe this is even for the best. Hody heard what he said and veins started to pop on his forehead. He gritted his teeth as his eyes turned red in anger like a crazed shark. The fishman paled and felt a shiver down his spine. A thought suddenly appeared in his head which caused him to step back, ready to flee. However, this one move only agitated Hody. The instant he saw the fishman step back, Hody lunged at him with his mouth open wide. Wait. Boss! Don't! Grayoa! Despite the fishman's pleas, Hody still bit down on the fishman's neck. Blood spattered in the sea as his corpse floated lifelessly. The other fishmen watching shivered when they saw Hody suddenly turn to them. Bring Straw Hat, to me. Why yes. The fishmen quickly left the scene, afraid that Hody might change his mind and start killing them all. Hody doesn't know why Shark Knight is defending the Straw Hats, but he can still use this to his advantage. Fighting against Shark Knight in his territory is unwise as it is too close to the Ryugu Kingdom. He didn't want to deal with both Shark Knight and Neptune at the same time, at least, not yet. He plans to use the Straw Hat to lure Shark Knight out and into his Fishman district. When the time comes, Hody stood there silently and grabbed a handful of candies from a container handed to him and tossed it all in his mouth. Instantly, he felt a surge of power that came together with a surge of pain coursing through his body. A crazed look appeared in his face as he looked at the Fishman Island at the distance. I will kill you. Back in Fishman Island, Mermaid Cafe. Luffy and the others were having a look around the cafe and found a crystal ball sitting inside a clam. Hey, Big Mermaid. What's this? Her name is Madame Shirley, Luffy Chin. Cammy quickly tried to correct Luffy but was naturally ignored by him. Shirley just sighed and shook her head. Don't go touching that now, Straw Hat Boy. Shirley left it at that, but Cammy still explained in her stead. That's a crystal ball used for fortune-telling. The madam is famous for her prophecies here. Oh, I don't do that anymore, it's better not to know the future. Say, do mermaids poo dash? Hancock quickly held Luffy's mouth to stop him from speaking. Hancock just ignored his protesting and didn't remove her hand. In her mind, she was already in her dreams. Luffy is kissing my hand, am I going to get pregnant too? While Luffy and Hancock chatted with Shirley and Cammy, Brook and Usopp hung around the cafe while ordering food and having beautiful mermaids hugging at them on both sides. Yo-ho-ho. It's a shame Sanji-kun can't join us here today. There's a warm fuzzy feeling in my heart, then again, I'm all bones and don't have a heart. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Haha, Brook, aren't you getting too excited? Usopp laughed as well while embracing two beautiful mermaids. I'm so happy I can die. But I'm already dead. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Hee-hee, Soul King, you're funny. The mermaids beside Brook laughed as well and cuddled closer, which only excited Brook even more. Usopp shook his head. TSK, if you're a man, you should act cool. Ladies like cool men. Era, is that so? Yeah. Suddenly, Usopp froze. He turned his head around with difficulty and saw a smiling Kaya standing behind him. However, her eyes were as if she was already looking at a dead man. Wait. Kaya! I can explain. Era, is that so? The next moment, Usopp was already being dragged by Kaya in some quiet corner. Unfortunately, he wasn't getting the same punishment like Lucas is getting now, but a real, and painful, punishment. As for Luna, she's busy playing with the Medaka quintuplets as she chases them around with her bubble bike that she got from Sabaody. Haha, you can't catch me. Can't catch. She will. I think she won't catch us. So what if she can't? Luna seemed to think the way they talk is funny and didn't care about catching them or not. Since Kaya and Usopp had disappeared somewhere, Brook is preoccupied, Luffy and Hancock are with Shirley, Chopper is taking care of Sanji, Frankie is also off to find his mentor Tom's relative, and Lucas, Nami, and Robin are somewhere as well. The only one person remaining who can look after Luna was Zoro. Zoro looked at Luna laughing and chasing the Medaka quintuplets and sighed. Why me? Well, it should be fine as long as he keeps watch on her and makes sure she doesn't get hurt. HM? Hey! Don't run off outside. Zoro just looked away for a second and already, Luna had somehow started moving outside with her bubble bike. He panicked for a bit and quickly chased after. Thankfully, nothing bad had still happened and Luna was just strolling around. It seems she's gotten bored with playing tag with the Medaka quintuplets, so they went for a stroll outside. Looking at the 6 kids in front of him, Zoro sighed once again. He just continued to follow the kids without speaking. Only after a few minutes that he noticed the scenery around them seemed different. Huh? Where are we? Zoro scratched his head and sighed. He walked up to Luna and patted on her. Kid, this is far enough. Let's go back to your parents. You, okay. Zoro nodded and held on the string attached to her bubble bike and started pulling to guide her back while the Medaka quintuplets followed. After a few more minutes. Uncle Green, where are we? As I thought, I think the cafe is that way. Zoro nodded and started pulling in another direction once again. A few minutes later. Uncle Green, where's Mommy and Daddy? We're close. I just need to turn here. An hour later. Are we lost? Zoro quickly panicked when he saw Luna and the other kids were about to cry and quickly explained. Wait. Don't cry. We're almost there. Look, let me just find someone to ask directions, okay? As if answering his pleas, a group of fishmen arrived and encircled them. Zoro didn't think much about it since he could see they all looked weak. Even if they're enemies, he can deal with them. Still, calming down Luna and the kids were his priority, so he spoke in a friendly manner. Hello. It's our first time here in Fishman Island and got a bit lost. Can you folks tell me where the Mermaid Cafe is? Zoro's face twitched as he smiled. He wasn't used to this kind of tone at all. The fishmen looked at each other and chuckled as they all started drawing their weapons. Kukuku, you're one of the Straw Hats, aren't you? How kind of you to deliver yourself to us here in Fishman District. Boss Hody has been looking for you. Zoro's smile disappeared and a cold look appeared on his face. He turned to Luna and kids and grinned. Kids, let's play a game. Game? Luna, who was about to cry, stopped when she heard the word game. Zoro nodded. That's right. Let's play hide and seek. See all these people? They will be playing with us. Wah! So many. That's right. So you all close your eyes and shut your ears, okay? Do you know how to count? Luna and the Medaka quintuplets nodded, their scared expressions already gone. Mommy taught me how to count to 100. Hee, that's good. But you don't need to count to 100. Zoro grinned as his hand gripped his sword on his waist. 10 is enough. Chapter 75, Anger of the Sea. Once Zoro was sure that Luna and the kids had their eyes closed and ears covered, the hand holding his sword pulled on it as he calmly placed one on his mouth, left, and right hand. I'll ask again, which way is the Mermaid Cafe? Kakik, you think you can deal with all of us? As the new fishman pirate spoke, more and more fishmen arrived. Looking at them, Zoro calmly thinks that they had probably reached 100 already. Zoro nodded. That's the wrong answer. Huh? Suddenly, 2 more heads appeared with 2 swords on their mouth and 4 hands appeared on his back, each holding a sword as well. Kikutoryu. What is dash? The fishmen were shocked to see such a sight, but before they could even complete a sentence, Zoro's body flashed and 8 more silhouettes of him appeared. There were 9 demons in front of them. Ashura Kamikaze. All 9 Zoros flashed in different directions and unleashed their attacks as if a powerful wind had blown the entire crowd away. It only took at most 2 seconds to clean everything up. On the 3rd second, only 1 fishman was left alive. The rest were all dead as their corpses floated away lifelessly. Zoro pointed his sword at the last remaining fishman and spoke again. Last call. Answer my question. That way. Good. The kid's counting down to 10, I want you out of her sight by then. Why yes. The fishman quickly turned around and fled. He wasn't even going back to Hody anymore, he just wanted to leave. Are you kidding me? If I return to Hody, he will just kill me as well. I'm out. I'm done with being a pirate. I want peace. Zoro looked around and checked that no one else was present anymore. 9, 10. Luna and the kids opened their eyes and looked around. Wow! They hide so fast. Uncle Green, why didn't you hide? Haha, you counted much faster than I thought. I wasn't able to find a place to hide. Guess you found me. Ayy. Seeing them completely clueless with what just happened, Zoro sighed in relief. Damn it, I can't believe the first time I got to use that move was on a bunch of nobodies. Back then, he had managed to train Zoro to the extreme with Kaku's help and was able to create up to 8 afterimages. Combined with his 9 sword-style Ashura, it displayed destructive power. For something like that to be used just to clean up a bunch of fish, Zoro was deeply annoyed. Still, it wasn't like he could take out his anger on Luna and the kids. Sighing once again, he took the rope and pulled Luna again. Let's go find them over there. I think I saw them hide somewhere there. Really? Zoro nodded assuredly. And if I'm right, that guy said the Mermaid Cafe is in that direction. If the fishman was still here, he would no doubt facepalm himself. Where are you going? I clearly pointed in the other direction. That way is. Meanwhile, back in Mermaid Cafe, Lucas had finished tussling with Nami and Robin, so he came out to look for the others. But when he came out, he only saw Brook hugging some beautiful mermaids. Huh? Brook, where's everyone? Ah, you're back. Luffy-san and Hancock-san are talking to the madam. Chopper-san is taking care of Sanji-san, Frankie-san is off to find his master's relative, Usopp-san is being tortured by Kaya-san as we speak, and I am dying and being reborn over and over again. Yo-ho-ho. Lucas's face twitched as he looked around. And? Where's Luna? Oh, Zoro took her outside for a stroll. I see, that's good, not. Lucas panicked and pulled Brook out of the mermaid's embrace. Oi! This is Zoro we're talking about. How can you let them walk out without supervision? Oh no! What do we do? Knowing Zoro, they might even be in the New World already. Nami also panicked. Maybe they even reached Marineford. Robin added. That's not funny. Lucas ran out and stretched his observation haki to the extreme. Thankfully, this is Fishman Island and the sea enhances his range of observation haki as well. When he finally found Zoro and Luna, his face twitched again. What the hell are they both doing so deep in the Fishman district? At this rate, they are bound to meet Hody Jones. Too late, they already met him. Fishman District. New Fishman Pirates Headquarters. Zoro, Luna, and the Medaka quintuplets stood in front of a group of fishmen being led by a pale shark fishman, Hody Jones. Beside him was a squid fishman Ikaros, a cookie-cutter shark fishman Daruma, a wobbegong fishman Zio, and a hammerhead shark fishman Dosen. Hody looked at Zoro in front of him, then looked around. The water suddenly disappeared. Is this your doing? Right, before Zoro and the rest appeared, the inside of their headquarters was submerged in water. Only when they appeared when air suddenly pumped into the base and pushed out all the water inside, allowing Zoro and the others to breathe and walk normally. Actually, even before during their stroll, they were always inside a huge air dome, which was why Zoro never noticed that they had left the city. Ah. I don't know what you're talking about. Zoro just shrugged as he really didn't know. More importantly, can you tell us where the Mermaid Cafe is? Oh, sure. It's right over that way. Just as Hody was motioning to point a direction, a water droplet fell from his palm which he flicked towards them. Uchimazu! Zoro's eyes flashed and drew his sword, quickly cutting the water drop into 2 halves. Still, a part of the cut water drop had grazed his cheek and caused it to bleed. He didn't really mind such a small flesh wound, but the kids beside him are different. The Medaka quintuplets cried while Luna stared at the blood on Zoro's cheek in daze. Zoro saw her look and tried to calm her down. Don't worry, this is just a graze. That's why, don't see our dash. Before Zoro could finish his sentence, a strange force exploded from within Luna. The Medaka quintuplets stopped crying and fell asleep while the fishmen around them fell to the ground with their eyes rolled over and foams in their mouth. Being so close to her, even Zoro felt it deep within his core and broke into cold sweat as he gritted his teeth. What powerful haki! He almost fainted himself. Not to mention him, other than Hody, the rest of his crew had all fainted. Hody stood as his body shivered. His eyes already had that crazed look on it as he stared at Luna. "What is that, human?" Hody spoke with difficulty as he tried not to faint himself. Zoro didn't really know the answer to that as well as even he was surprised by Luna. The next moment, Luna's body swayed and fell on the bubble bike, so Zoro quickly caught her. Checking on her condition, it seemed that she had fallen unconscious as well. No wonder. Such a strong power, she is still not able to control it properly. But still, this kind of power. Unfortunately, this wasn't over. With Luna unconscious, the air around them collapsed and water started to rush back in. Zoro acted quickly and pushed Luna in the bubble bike to protect her while grabbing onto the rope and hugging the Medaka quintuplets close to him. The current carried them away from Hody and they didn't encounter any bumps at all. As if the water was even gently pushing them away. On the other hand, Hody's condition was the complete opposite. It was as if the entire sea was mad at him. The sea violently pushed Hody to hit every obstacle and even created a whirlpool around him. Lucas saw what was happening and was confused. "What the? I'm not even doing anything." Without knowing it, he didn't even have to move. The water pushing Zoro and the others had pushed them back to Mermaid Cafe safely. "Huh? Ah, we're back." Zoro saw Lucas and nodded. "I took the kids for a walk." "That's it? That's all you say?" Before Lucas could even say anything, Luna started to wake up. "Mach? Ah! Daddy! I'm back!" "What do you mean I'm back? Did you even remember what just happened?" But, looking at the innocent face of Luna, Lucas really couldn't bring himself to get mad at her. That's why he will get mad at Zoro instead later when Luna isn't around. Nami saw Luna was okay and sighed in relief. "Luna! Thank God you're okay. Listen, in the future, you can't go out walking with Uncle Green, okay?" But why? Uncle Green is so cool." "No buts. Just listen to Mommy, okay?" "Okay." Seeing Luna being taken away by Nami, Lucas quickly asked Zoro, "Why were you in Hody's base?" "Hody? Who's that?" "The pale shark fishman you saw just now." "Ah, that guy? I don't really know. I just followed the direction of one of the fishmen when I asked where Mermaid Cafe is." Lucas sighed exasperatedly. "I give up. There's simply no fixing this directional idiot." "Lucas, your kid. I saw, it seems her hockey is already so strong even though she's just 2 years old, and that weird power." "HM? What power?" "It's nothing." Lucas shook his head. It seems Zoro thought that the water carrying them here was Lucas using his ability. But Lucas knows that wasn't the case at all. That could only mean, did Luna also inherit his powers? But I've never heard of devil fruit users passing their fruit's ability to their children. No, in the beginning, my ability isn't really a devil fruit's ability. Lucas sighed. No matter how many times he asks himself, he doesn't really know the answer at all. For now, it was best to keep a close eye on Luna. Back in Hody's base. The thrashing of the sea finally stopped and left Hody alone while his body was covered in blood and bruises. Hody panted as he floated in the water, his eyes were bloodshot from anger. At this time, the fishmen had also started to wake up only to receive Hody's anger. "Find me that little human brat. Right now!" That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 5. Peace.